Howdy, howdy. How's it all going, y'all? Oh, well, wouldn't you know what? I fucking forgot how to start off the fucking BRB, wait, turning the lights off. Oh, shit, hold on a sec. Oh, my God. Okay, hi, howdy. Hi, darlings. Welcome on in. And Jet, thank you ever so much for the 10 months. Hearts for you. Ah, thank you. Hold on, I gotta catch at least one. Okay, that counts. Okay, wait, this is fuck. That counts, right? Come on, guys. Oh, I fuck. You gotta throw them with an arc so they land in my hands, guys. Come on, precious pals, please. Nom 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 nom. Those ones can make a beeline from my mouth, please. Nom 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 nom. Oh, okay. Oh, that's the arc I'm looking for. This is the arc I am looking for. I caught a blue one. No one had to see it. I swear it happened. Nom 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 nom. Ooh, thank you for the care package, Chelsea. Ah, wait for it. Oh God, I'm drinking water. Okay. Hi there, my darlings. Welcome. And hey, thank you so much. Was that a Bublin pal hat? It sure was. Thank you, beautiful Bublin. Thank you. How's everybody doing? Did you guys have a good sleep after I put you to bed with my soothing tones and my screams and my readings? I certainly hope so. You guys, we are going to be doing some art today. As per usual, we are going to let you guys vote on what you would like me to work on. I might even let you guys decide if you want me to work on our Patreon YCHs. Those will get done pretty quickly. We only have 2 I haven't done. And they're pretty quick to get done because they are YCH, which is your character here, which means that there's already a pre-established drawing that I've done, and then we kind of replace the features to make it custom. So that might be fun. And let's see, obviously you guys can start requesting music now. We'll start turning the music on once we get over to our art screen. I'd like to also say thank you so much to Megalodon. Thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. I saw you followed during our starting soon screen, and I do appreciate it. Let me see here. I'm just going to say... Hello, motherfucker. Hi, fabulous feather. Sweetest 7. Thank you so much for the 7 streak. Outstanding stuff. Thank you so much, dog. And Feather, you as well. Thank you so much for the 7 streak to both of you. Thank you for dedication and support. Thank you for the fart. Lovely loner. What are you doing up at 3 in the morning? 4 in the morning? 3:30. 3:11 a.m. Correct? I bet I'm right. Precious Pally, how are you, honey? It's so good to see you. Here's your once in a while little shout out from me. You guys, Perry Art, who has been here for over 3 years now. Perry Arty is the very first person who ever said anything in this channel. Like the first person to ever type a message in here. And he's very special for that. Thank you so much, Perry, for sticking around for like over 3 years. I am so glad that you have been around for this long. At some point, maybe when we get, maybe when or if we get partner, I would love for you to tell us, like to tell the community what you think has changed and how the channel has developed and stuff like that, since you are the oldest viewer here by far, because you came in the very first stream, I think. The very first stream. I think you were my only chatter for that first stream. It was great. And I'm so grateful that you're here. Thank you for the Tao Sing Redeem Awesome Aussie. Everything stays. I will, let me actually look up the lyrics to that so that I don't forget. Watch me still forget. Let's see here. Beautiful Bublin. Thank you so much for the 33 streak, darling. I do appreciate it. Absolutely awesome. And beautiful Bublin, thank you for your dedication and support. Joyous Jet, thank you very much for 10 months of subby. I do appreciate it. Thank you for the pal tax. Awesome Aussie, Yummy Yuki, Incredible Eisen, Terrific Talon, Yummy Yuki, Precious Paris, Beautiful Bublin, Incredible Icy, Terrific Talon, Incredible Eisen, Radical Ryoko. Thank you so very much. And Jet for the 60. The 60. Dream streak, thank you so much. Thank you for the fire once more, lovely Lona. I do appreciate it. Before I get into arting, I will catch up with you guys, but before I do that too, please allow me to show you guys what you need to do. You have homework, and by homework I mean you can do it like really, literally right now. Widow-o-wee, do it now. Let's go over, oh my God, please, hold on. There we go, okay. You guys have, put to a, oh God, please don't crash, there we go. You guys have decided on what you would like to vote on. Now you must do the voting. So, this is very easy to find. This is in the events and schedule channel. And this is your poll for our new, another new Staple Tuesday game. Okay, so we did like a 7-hour stream and finished all of the fails possible in, Henry Stickmin. And so now you guys get to vote on what you want us to play. We have some pretty close ones at the moment. At the moment, Undertale is in the lead by 1 vote. Hades or Hades 2 is very close behind with 8. And Demo Nights is very close behind with 7. I had a lot of people saying they really wanted to go back to Demo Nights, so y'all better be voting for that if that's what you want. But just a reminder of, oh my God, how awesome is Liv? Liv! Holy shit. Sweetheart, thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Thank you so much for the 6 gifted. Oh my God. Ozzy's gonna kill you. I meant to say, thank you for the 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you for the 6, 7 gifted subs. Beautiful. I appreciate you so much, lovely Liv. Oh, poo. Thank you so very much, lovely Liv. I so appreciate it. That is absolutely amazing. Thank you for the total of 13, but I know that what you're going for is 6, 7. So thank you for the 6, 7 gifted. I so appreciate it. That is incredible. Thank you for the absolute incredible show of generosity and support. Thank you. Thank you ever so much. Thank you, thank you. You are so kind. Thank you so very much. Oh my God. Now do 6, 7 at once. You want me to do what? You want me to do what like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you so very much, lovely Liv. That is absolutely amazing. I really, really appreciate it. Okay, so sorry. What I was gonna tell you guys is oh my God, I wish that it wouldn't like highlight the names. They're just hanging there. I don't. Anyway, your options are Demo Nights. For those of you who don't know what Demo Nights are, I know it sounds straightforward, but it actually involves community participation a bit. So, oh my God, save! Thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Betty!
Whoa! They made the sea icon in real life! Whoa! They made the sea icon in real life!
They did! And isn't he extraordinary? I really appreciate it, sweetest Save. Holy crap! Thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4. Save's over here like, I thought we were just counting. Thank you. Thank you so much, hon. I really do appreciate it. That is incredibly kind. Hi, Save. How are you? Good morning from Australia. Good evening for you, I think. But thank you so very much. That's really sweet. Thank you for the support. You guys, Save's gonna be streaming pretty soon. I literally widow-a-wee have his channel up because I normally have him on my hat. He's my Save hat. But he's not live right now. And I wasn't sure how he would feel if I did contemplate, for the record, Save, I did contemplate putting on one of your VODs until you did go live. Wouldn't that be crazy if you came in here and like, why am I still on your head? You guys, please check out the wonderful SafeFile17. He's a dear friend. He's a wonderful guy. He's super, super sweet. Fantastic streamer. He's gonna be streaming pretty soon. We're gonna have him on our head pretty soon. Yeah, please go check him out. Thank you so much, lovely Save. Let's see. We may need a cutout of save for art streams if he's not live. True, actually. Oh, thank goodness I'm already live. Day off. No, you can't take the day off. Not on Fridays. Not on Fridays. Thank you for all the shout outs for save, sweetest strat. Okay. Here, you guys gotta go vote. You gotta go vote. Okay, so demo nights, what I was gonna say here is, before I was rudely interrupted by extreme generosity from Lovely Lith and Sweetest Save. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate your amazing generosity. Thank you so much. Demo nights. You guys get to pick demos. So we have like a demo night thread that we haven't used for like 8 months because we haven't had a demo night for like 8 months. But you guys go find demos on Steam that you would like me to try, and then you guys actually get to select said demos. We do about 3, maybe 4, since it's a longer stream than it used to be. Maybe 4 a day. And yeah, so if you would like me to do those, demo night. We also have Dragon Age Origins, which was the second most voted after Henry Stickmin last time, which is why I put it back on there. Awesome! Thank you so much! Thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted, honey bunny! Thank you so much! Thank you! Amazing, Ozzy, I so appreciate it. Thank you! Thank you so much! Thank you for your absolutely incredible generosity. The level 5 hype train! Whoa! Thank you guys! Holy shit, thank you so much! Thank you. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. Thank you, lovely. I feel like I should just keep talking about the schedule. You guys are just throwing very, very kind things at me when I'm talking about the schedule. But yes, there was also Xenoblade Chronicles recommended. Undertale, like I said, is currently in the lead, but just barely. It's got 9 votes as opposed to 8 or 7, which are the follow-ups. There's a Final Fantasy remake as well, which you can't see behind this fucking thing that's stuck here. I can't get rid of our names. But yes, Final Fantasy VII remake. We have Just Cause 3. We have The Walking Dead from Telltale. The Legend of Kimori, which is that horsey game. I do love a horsey game. There was Hades or Hades 2. And then there's Digimon Stories Time Stranger. So please go in there and vote. You can vote for more than one. You can't put like 5 votes into demo nights or something, but you could hypothetically be like, oh, I'd be just as happy if we had demo nights, Dragon Age, and Digimon Stories Time Stranger, or something like that, and vote for all 3 of those, okay? But please do go on in there, vote. The other thing is, you guys have a movie night I owe you, which you have voted for Robin Hood Men in Tights, which I have not seen. But you need to go over to the movie night. So it's Pouch Couch, and then there's a thread that says movie night. And at the very bottom of that, I have some times for you. This is in your local time, okay? And you just gotta react with whichever one you like. So the hugs one, if you like this top one, the kiss one, if you like the middle one, and the heart one, if you like the bottom one, okay? Okay, I think that's, oh my God, that's it! Thank you so much! 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5! Thank you so much for the 5 gifts! Thank you so much, Terrific Talent! That is so fucking kind of you! Oh my God! Oh my God! Thank you! Thank you so much! Thank you so much! Thank you! You were far too kind. Thank you for your incredible generosity, darling. Absolutely stellar kindness and generosity. Thank you for the level 6. More than halfway through the level 6 hype train too. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wonderful Wattos with the 70. The 70 stream streak. Outstanding. Thank you so much, darling. I so appreciate it. Thank you for your dedication and support. Holy shit, Talon. Thank you for the 5. Oh my goodness, you guys. I'm just brain no worky. Thank you so much for the 50 stream streaks, Alicelor. I do appreciate it. Thank you so very much for your dedication and support. Hello, motherfucker. How you doing? Oh my gosh. Okay. Mark, did I already say thank you for the 10 stream streak? If not, thank you for the 10 stream streak. I'm sorry I'm so delayed. Thank you, darling. Precious Politely, how are you? Actually, Precious Politely, are you gonna be around much today? I'm gonna put, I think for our poll, I'll put, oh my God, I see! Thank you so much for, oh my God, you just leveled it up! You leveled up the hype train! Thank you so much, lovely Icy! I so appreciate your 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5! 5 gifted! Thank you so much! Thank you, lovely! Thank you for your incredible generosity and kindness and sweetness and thank you! Thank you so very much, hon. I really do appreciate it. I will be here basking in Tau as much as I can anyway. That's all right, Sadie. I was just gonna say, I saw that you put a commission request in over on VGen for Valor and Valayan. I'll put that on the vote if you guys would like me to draw Precious Politely and my D&D characters together. She's actually interested in commissioning me for that. I haven't given her a quote yet, but I'm happy to start working on it. Because she has an established, she's a personal friend, so like I'm like, well, she's not gonna like fuck me over. You know? Sweetest Space Guy, welcome in. I missed you too, sweetie. I missed all of my Precious pals. Did you guys have fun yesterday? Thank you once more for this level 7 hype train. Crazy. Thank you for the care package, hon.
Tau.exe has stopped working. Pouch Kingdom can check online for a solution to the problem. Would you like to send a report?
Cancel. As I do with all... How old were you? And you don't have to give me like a specific age. For my vampires in the chat, you can be like, oh, 370 years ago. But like, how long ago was it that everyone here learned that when a program is like saying, oh, not responding, and then that little fucking box pops up and it's like, we can report this if you'd like, and it's just constantly got the little loading thing infinitely, and then you're like, oh, I'm just gonna hit cancel. How long did it take you to figure that out? I figured that out when I was about 5, because I was like, I think I left it for like 8 minutes at one point, and I was like, oh, this isn't doing anything. But you guys, you should check out the Precious Politely Wicked, outstanding streamer, very relaxing, part of the cozy trifecta, as I am affectionately calling the grouping of Save File 17, Precious Politely Wicked, and myself. We have different varying levels of cozy, but we are all cozy and we are all friends, so yeah. Hi there, Radical Red. How are you? Welcome on in. Lovely Loudon, you are beautiful. I had so much fun, but I was falling asleep, so I had to turn off before Reds. Oh, that's fair, lovely Space Cat. The VOD is up if anyone is interested in watching anything they missed. Sorry, I'm just dying. It's okay. Let's see. XXX and a score years ago. Exactly. How are you doing, lovely Yuki? I hope that you're feeling much better, and I'm glad you're doing well, Red. Oh, Strat, we gotta, oh, right, we do gotta, hold on, I gotta extend the karaoke one. There we go. Is it working now? You might have to refresh, I'm not sure. Thank you guys so much for the level 7 hype train. There's about a minute left on that, and then once it goes, I will thank everybody who contributed to it, as you. Awesome, Aussie, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. Okay, cool, it is working. All right. Sweetest Space Cat, thank you for the care package. Talon, you as well, thank you. Okay. We also have some community giveaways from the wonderful pals to do today as well. So you guys have one chibi today. From the last 2 weeks, I think there was 170-ish subbies, and so every 100 you guys get a spin on the wheel, and I have that wheel ready, and then once we spin that and find out who gets a chibi, we will go to our where is it? Community giveaways channel. For those of you who don't know, the community giveaways channel is where Precious Pals are actually able to post their like extraneous keys or beta testing keys or gift cards, things like that. And just out of the goodness of their heart. And all you have to do is like react to the posting, and then I put you onto the wheel, and then that pal will send you the thing. Thank you ever so much, you guys, for the amazing level 7 hype train. Massive, massive thank you to Incredible Icy with the 5 gifted, Terrific Talon with the 5 gifted, Amazing Aussie with the 5 gifted, Sweetest Save File 17 with the 1, 2, 3, 4 biddies, Lovely Lift with the 6 and 7 sub gifts. Thank you ever so much, darling. I so appreciate it. Thank you you guys so very much. That was incredible. What an awesome way to start stream. I really appreciate the amazing support. Let me see here. I'll start scrolling up now. Sorry, I know I'm a little bit behind, or a lot. But let me see here. How you doing, sweetest Strat? You getting enough sleep? Huh? Zeller, I'm so glad you're doing fantastic, sweetest Solar. It's so good to see you. How are you? Terrific Talon, how are you? Thank you for your amazing generosity, Ozzy. Why do we have to be rude? Don't you know where the Pouch Pals 2? Oh, hey, I know that song. Why you gotta be so rude? Don't you know what Pouch Pals 2? Sorry, I had to like recollect. Steven! Hi, sweetest Steven. How are you? My voice acting buddy. It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Magnificent Mark, welcome on in. How are you doing? Thank you again for those 10 streams. Terrific Talon. I see. Steven, I'm gonna cry. I keep breaking my stream streak. Oh, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Seriously, I will never harass anybody about not having a stream streak. I just love seeing you guys. It just so happens, it's kind of like, it's a bit like everyone here gets an A+, okay? Or like a HD or whatever the Australian equivalent is. It's like you get 100%, and so you're already, for all intents and purposes, you're already top marks. And then people who have stream streaks, I just give you extra credit, but it doesn't really do anything for your standing in the class. You know what I mean? Because you already all have the maximum amount of points. You can't go over 100. So hopefully that explains it. But no, I just like to thank people for their like dedication there. But like, I just love when you show up. Thank you so much for showing up. Wonderful Wadas. How are you? Awesome Aussie gets uppies. Good Aussie. Thank you for shouting out the sweetest Save 17. Lovely Strat, I do appreciate it, both his variety channel and his main channel. Let's see. Homework? This is worse than the time I had to stay late for a tile stream. Flashback. Hi, gorgeous Yuki. Sweetest Shadow Gun, welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Vatalina is 9 times, in fact. Like this time, do not calculate, in fact. Almost poetic. Almost poetic. Lovely Lip. How are you? Incredible Icy, good to see ya. Jet, welcome. Space General, you and not equal to I think severe. I don't know what I'm gonna do for the next, like 8 hours when save is not available to translate for me. Okay, that's as far as it'll let me scroll up. I'm so sorry. It's not very far. Let me see. I was trying to keep you from dying. That's why I was giving you care packages. I'm glad you did not lose your voice yesterday. No. I do vocal warm-ups. It's just sometimes if I don't do, because my first priority is always protecting my voice, right? So I do the vocal warm-ups for that, but thank you for the palette talk. Thank you, lovely little bit. How are you doing, gorgeous? It's so good to see you. Oh yeah, first priority is always protecting my voice. Second priority tends to be being able to not get tongue-tied, which is why I got a little tongue-tied yesterday, because I did not do that part of the warm-ups. Oopsie. Oopsie. Thank you guys so much for contributing to the karaoke stream. Me, Strat, and Nix were here before stream. Ozzy, Nix, and Strat, thank you so much for being here before stream. I do appreciate it. I will go get work done once we get started. Gonna be a lurky turkey for most of the day. That's a-okay, sweetest Strat, no worries. You know, it's never a bother. Sleep. I did sleep past 12, but honestly, I'm feeling more exhausted than when I just get a couple of hours. That's because your body's getting used to actually getting enough rest. And the more that you do that, the better it will be. So don't let it fool you. You started Infinity Nikki today. That's awesome, Space Cat. Oh, I'm so excited to see your outfits. I like the gold star system personally rather than an A+. I never got to participate in the gold star system, so I don't know how to like approximate it. But if you can explain it to me, then I'll probably agree with you as far as like, yeah, that's what a stream streak is. I keep stream streaks for my enjoyment, not for any reward. There you go. That's perfect. That's perfect. Save hat activate. Oh, wait, is he live? Hold on. I gotta go check on the save. He is live. He's live. Okay, hold on. I gotta, one moment, please. I need my safe hat. I just gotta. Noble! Hello there, dearest, darkest Noble. Welcome on in. Cool name. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for being here, hun. How are you today? Hold on, I gotta get my safe hat going. One moment, please. Safe hat. There he is. Let me get a... Excuse me? What happened to my... Hold on. What happened to my save hat? He's cropped funny. Oh, I think I know why. Hold on. I gotta... Okay. I got it. Okay. I got it. Bah! Did I do it? Did I do it? Oh, he's too far over. There, save hat. Yay! This is save. He's my hat. And he's already got me behind him. Look, there's a scary tout. Look here, let me. Look. Do you see? Do you see? It's the same person. Thank you for the oh, scary. Let me see here. Cheering Tao on in her priorities. Thank you, precious politely. I need someone to. I remember getting a smiley stamp on my forearm for good work. That's so cute. I love that. That's adorable. I keep stream streaks a secret. You shall never know. Until you get to like 1,000 and I'll be like, what? Where'd that come from? I am actually not feeling so great today. Ooh, despite having a very exhausting day yesterday, I didn't sleep much. I'm feeling a bit of a migraine coming on. We'll lay down and lurk for a bit. I wanted to at least come in and say hello and give hugs. I'm so grateful to have you, darling. I'm so sorry you're not feeling very well. But that's okay. You do whatever feels the best, okay? I really appreciate you coming in. You're always such a sweetheart. Thank you for coming in, saying hi, and giving us some pal attacks and some love. And yeah, go take good care of yourself, okay, lovely Yuki? We will be thinking of you, gorgeous. Oh, hey, lovely lady. Oh, look, it's me. It's... I don't know what he's... I don't know what he's got. Oh, that was a live screenshot. That was like in the last minute. Egads. Basically just a sticker with a gold star that says good job. Oh, okay, well that's more like it. That's basically it. That's what a stream streak is.
Keep it up, good job.
Oh, Jet! Holy fuck! Hun, thank you so much for the whoa! Thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, hun! I so appreciate it! That is incredibly generous of you! Thank you! Thank you so much, darling! Oh my goodness, thank you! Thank you for your immense kindness, thank you! Have y'all explained or even mentioned the outbreak of Sharkian flu? Yeah, there's a screenshot of me going into the... Sorry, I have save on my other screen, and I just saw him, like, flash a picture of me with him on my head. I don't know the context, and then he turned it back off. I have no clue what's going on over there. Anyway. Anyway. There's a screenshot of me in the chat, because I did drop in, and I went, shark bait, ooh woo haha, or something. Which I think Umbra came in and said, and I was like, oh, I'll just steal that from him. I forgot to follow the last time I was watching. Oh, that's all right, lovely noble. No worries. I was like, I think I know your name. I recognize you. I'm so grateful you decided to follow, hun. Welcome on in. I hope you enjoy your time with us today. It means a lot when you come on back because we like entered your brain or like got recommended to you again. You're like, oh, that's right. I did intend to follow. Thank you so much for coming in. Sweetest Solar, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream challenge. Let me see. Light, hello there, lovely Light. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Sorry, I don't know what's happening over there. It's just funny. I like the silent mime interaction where I have to guess what's happening over there. Let me see. I'm gonna be playing some games. That's a-okay, Jet. Have a good time. And thank you, but still, yeah, thank you so much for your generosity. We're still sharks. I did notice that. I will tell you guys, I might need to ask you to change it back in the next few days because I literally have no clue who anybody is. I think Forevers is probably Bublin. I saw Jawsy, which I think is Aussie. I saw Shark Frog, which is probably Aspen. I think Lark is Lav. But and then there's like Sharkbra Chan or something, which is probably Umbra. But I don't know anyone else. So you guys have fun with that for now. But I will probably need you guys to make a little bit more distinction between your names. You have songs from Sinners, right? Please add a few to the list. Okay, I can do that. Let's see. I think I put my name in a giveaway. If I somehow win, give me a holler. Oh yeah, you'll know. We tag. Shark bait. Ooh-ha-ha. Yeah. Exactly, Noble. Exactly. I even changed my name to Jawsy Petrolhead. It's appropriate. I do like the pun there. The context of the picture that Save has is Save hat with new fit. Oh, cute! He's showing off the new fit. Let's go. Let's see. You got those right. Hey! It's almost like I know you guys. But I don't know you well enough to, because some of you have really similar, especially yesterday. I was like, oh, you're all just shark. Okay. So, we are going to, oh my God, Strat with his pretty little baby. Rah! Let me, before I forget, I will look up, the songs I have from Sinner. Oh, Rocky Road to Dublin. I'll put that on there. Let me see. And then, oh, what else did I have? I had another one. What did I have? Was it Dangerous? Oh no, it was Little Light of Mine. I like that one too. Those are the two that I have from that movie. Okay, we all have the same profile picture. Yeah, it's confusing. Yes, and everything stays as right. But before we do that, I want to do your raffle, and then we'll sing the song, and then we'll go to break, and then we come back, we'll do your community giveaways. So if you guys want a chance of winning, let me tell you what you guys can win today. Ty, the Tasmanian Tiger 3. You could also win a custom 25 by 25 pixel art of the winner's choosing, courtesy of lovely Shadow Princess. So those are the two ones that are available today. Okay, actually we might just do those real quick, because there's only two of them. Hi there, amazing Umbra. How are you? It's so good to see you, darling. I made it, sort of. Hey, fellow shark pals in town. Hi, amazing Umbra. How are you, sweetheart? It's so good to see you. I have save stream up and audio low, and it's matching up with the save hat. Hey, good job. That means you have low latency. Magnificent Massam, welcome on in. How are you doing, sweetie? I hope you're feeling much better than yesterday. Let's see. Tired. I be digging. Digging? What are you digging? I never got the vibe your job was about digging. Okay. Let me do a raffle real quick. One second. So we're gonna do this raffle for a chibi. Just one of them today. There you go. Okay. So there's like 170 something people on here. Whee! Let's see who wins a chibi today. I'm not surprised. Umbra! Congrats, Umbra! Congrats on another chibi! Thank you, Umbra. Thank you so much. Yeah, Umbra! Congrats, Umbra is such a winner. That's me doing your wheeze for you. I'm better, I actually got sleep, and I'm not working in the ER. That's great. I'm happy to hear that, sweetie. And I'm so glad you got some rest. Good, good, good. Excellent, excellent. That's what I want to hear. It's so good to see you, hun. Let's see. Oh, storm prep! Sandbags, right, of course. Okay, okay, that makes sense. Please stay safe. Oh my goodness. Raffle! Hi, cutie core. Welcome on in. How are you? Let me see. Congrats for the infinitieth time. I aim to either win a chibi or buy one. One day I will have art from the TauTassieTiger. Absolutely you will. Remember, you guys, we do also have, as long as you're not looking for something like completely custom, we do have a Patreon where for the $30 a month tier, you do, and that's Aussie, by the way. I think it's 21 US. You do get a YCH every single month. We actually have 4 members of that right now. We have the lovely Yuki, the cutie Katasax, the Radical Red, and the amazing Umbra. They all get YCHs of their personal pals. So yeah. Let's see. Can I donate the chibi to Space Cat? Oh, you certainly can if you want to, hun. Yeah, you can if you would like to. That's so sweet. So on this raffle, you draw a chibi version of someone. Yeah, or whatever they want of a chibi. Yeah. If Core wins tie 3, that means they've won all 3 of my tie giveaways, and this will be legendary. Oh, the Patreon tier. I kind of want that. Tau collectibles sound so fun. Aww. you can sign up for that, but Umbra, that's so sweet. Umbra once again displaying absolutely incredible pal behavior. Just giving away a chibi to sweetest Space Cat because Space Cat wants it. Oh, that's so sweet, darling. Oh, that's so nice. Listen, Umbra's a super nice guy. He's so sweet. That's so lovely of you, darling. Thank you so much. Congrats then, Space Cat. You have won a chibi. I'm gonna cry now. Only if they're happy tears, sweetie. Umbra even offered to give me one once. That's true. That's true. He totally did. Oh, that's so sweet. Now I go fall in dirt. Now that we have properly thanked you and reminded you what an exceptional person you are and a precious pal you are, you're like, okay, time to go into the dirt. Happy, I promise. Yay! Umbra is very kindly, very, very sweet. Thought I donated you my last chibi. Oh, did you? Hold on, is that... The thing is that, we need to make sure that, let's see, the Tau Ode are, okay, so, Strat, thank you for that. You did put Umbra on there, but Umbra, is donating it to Space Cat. So do you mind editing that and saying like Umbra given to Space Cat or something like that? Is that okay? But yes, go be safe, Umbra! Lift with your legs! Okay. Now, we got 2 raffles from the community. Let me see. Ah, perfect. Thank you so much, Strat. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. Okay. Okay, so now let me turn on Discord. There you go. So if you would like to join in on this the Tasmanian Tiger 3 giveaway, or potentially win a 25 by 25 pixel art from the lovely Shadow Princess, you'll want to jump in there right now because we're just about to do the raffle, okay? One more time, it's community giveaways. It's just one of the main channels. There's no thread or anything, just community giveaways. And all you gotta do is make sure that you have the right giveaway platform here. It's not region locked, so anywhere you are, you can sign up for it. And then this is the Tasmanian Tiger 3. All you gotta do is boop, and then you're in the raffle, okay? So just click on that. Few sharks in this giveaway. Paying it's for an Australian game. It suits. Hi, Magnificent Midnight. How are you, darling? It's so good to see you. We'll send a photo of what I'll be doing later. Yeah, please do, Umbra. I would love to see. Okay. Now, let me... All right, let me see here. I'm gonna enter all of these people's names. We got Core, we got Solar, we got Briggy, we got Talon, we've got Basky, we've got Umbra. Oh God, I've got to guess. Okay, we got Bublin. I'm gonna guess based on these shark names. Sedu. Ooh, who is Shasha Shork? Shit. Shit, Shasha Shork. I actually am not sure who that is. Is that Babachoop? Maybe? I think it might be, but if someone can confirm that for me. Icy, Kaichi, and lovely Yuki. Oops. If no one can confirm that for me, we will just have to skip out on Shasha Shork because I'm not sure who that is. All right. You guys have 10 seconds. If this changes to 13, I will give whoever the 13th or 14th or 15th or whatever. It is Babachoop. Okay, all right. Babachoop. Gorgeous Gecko, I hope you're doing incredibly well, sweetheart. I absolutely love that emote. All right. So, got 10 seconds. Make sure you react to this if you would like this. All right. God, I'm so sick of these ads. Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. 12 entries for 12 pals, and the winner is Kaichi! Congrats to Kaichi! Yay! Cutie Kaichi is the winner of Ty, the Tasmanian Tiger 3. Woohoo! Shark Gang is funny, but kind of confusing. That's exactly what I was saying, right, Chattergun? I was like, you guys can have a little bit of fun with that, but I probably do need you to change back to like recognizable PFPs and or names at some point in the near future. You let them know? Amazing, thank you! Almost! It's True Cutie Core, just a couple away. All right, now we have this one from the Swedish Shadow Princess VT, who has 17 entries on this one. This is a custom 25 by 25 pixel art of the winner's choosing. Art will be discussed with the winner, and they reserve the veto power if you ask for something ridiculous. Please bring references if you win. Rapid Striker, hello there, Radical Rapid. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow, hun. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. I'll change my name to Ma Shark. Oh God. While it's funny, please don't. It's hard to tell who everybody is. All right. So for this one, we have Vash, Masam, Sam, Midnight, Solar. Oh, Talon. Sorry, almost missed Talon. Can't miss our lovely Talon. We love our Talon. Vasky, City, which I think is Syriza, hopefully. Umbra. Bublin, I think. Shadowgun. Precious Patricia. I guess Veneer. Jet. Nyx. Yuki. Strat. And ooh, Gray Elwood. I'm not sure. Is that? I'm not sure who that is, but that's their name, so it's easy enough. Okay, there's 19. Oh, hold on, I missed one. 19. What did I miss? Let's see. Oh, Rapid! Hello there, lovely Rapid. Thank you so much for the raid, hun. Welcome, you guys. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I'm glad that one showed up at least. How are you doing? Raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. How are you doing? Yeah, Gray is me. Oh, perfect. Gotcha, Light. Okay, awesome. Hold on, I'm missing somebody here. Because it says there's 19 reacts. Oh, wait, it was Strat. Yeah, Strat, Yuki, Nyx, Jet. Oh, Kaichi. Okay, I missed Kaichi. There we go. All right, you guys have 10 seconds if you would like to join. Sammy sent me here. Oh, Saint! Yay! Oh, how good. We absolutely love sweetest Saint Tatarna's here. Well, thank you so much for the raid, hun. I do appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. How was your stream? Okay. You guys have 10 seconds to bring this to 20, and if you don't hit it, then we're counting down, and we're gonna do a spin. So, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Who wins the 25 by 25 pixel art of the winner's choosing? It is Bublin! Beautiful Bublin! You win! Congrats, sweetheart! Yee! Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. Congrats, sweetest Bublin! You fun! Yay, sweetest Shadow Princess, thank you so very much for such a generous giveaway. And amazing Aussie, thank you so very much for such a generous giveaway as well. You guys, if you have any extra keys or gift cards or beta keys or weapon codes or whatever, you are welcome to share them here if you would like to just give them away to the community with no charge or anything like that. You do need to, just read these rules for the giveaways channel. There's nothing particularly like trying here. It looks long because there's just this little form you do need to fill out, but there's only 7 rules and they're all pretty straightforward. So, yeah. Thank you so very much, Shadow Princess and amazing Aussie. I so appreciate it. Rapid, it was good. We were just doing some horse girl races. We love Uma Musume. That's awesome. How fun. That's super cool. Well, I'm so glad that you guys had a good time. And welcome on in. We're doing art today. Let's see. My sis Rapid Striker was playing Uma Musume while I vocal stimmed on her shoulder like a wee imp, spreading bad ideas. I love bad ideas. Winner of tie 3 has been informed. However, I cannot provide today as I cannot afford it, but tomorrow I can. Okay. What about spare car keys? Probably not. Tempting as that is. All right. Okay. On that note, I'm gonna sing a song for our beautiful Bublin, and then when we get back, we are going to do, oh, sweetest space guy. Thank you so much for continuing that subby, darling. Thank you. Thank you so much, gorgeous. I really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity and kindness and support, hun. Extra piano keys? Those are okay. No, I'm just kidding. What about spare car keys but no car? Probably not. They just get a little decoration or treasure hunt. It's versatile. That's true. That is versatile. All right. Okay. Let me take down our Discord there. We're gonna sing a song for beautiful, wait, no, it's Aussie. I think it was Aussie, but it's Bublin's song. I just know it is Bublin's song. I do it when I can. You're so sweet, lovely Space Cat. Thank you so much for the amazing support. I do appreciate it. How far are we from our... Sometimes it tells me and sometimes it doesn't. What about me singing out of key? Does that count? That counts. You did it for Bubs? I thought that might be the case. All right. Let me sing this song real quick. And then, I'm gonna change it back to normal after my walk. Sounds good, hun, sounds good. All right, let me turn this down and let's sing a song and then we'll go on a break. And then when we come back, you guys get to vote on what you would like us to, work on today, okay? One sec, all right. Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter. When you turn it around, everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways. When everything stays. Go down to the ocean, the crystal tide is rising, the water's gotten higher as the shore washes out. Keep your eyes wide open when the sun is blazing, the moon controls the tide, it can cause you to drown. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Yay! I hope that was okay, hon. I hope that was okay. All right. Okay. On that note, let's go on a quick break. And I will see you guys in about 3 minutes. In case you need the refresher, every hour we go on a 3-minute break where just in case you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about missing out on content because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer. I am upon his head. For these 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer and shout out Wartime. Please give a shout out to Save File 17. Wait, we might have already done that. Shit! Did we do that already? Did we do a shout out? I'm glad you liked the song. Thank you, cuties. All right. Yes. Okay. So sorry. What was it? Go to the bathroom. Get yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. And if you need to, take medications or vitamins. You did? Okay, amazing. Strat's already ahead of the game. I should have known. All right, cuties. When we get back, we are going to be coming back upon our art stream, and you guys will get to vote on what we work on. I'll show you some stuff we've got as options. We'll also start playing your Spotify music. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you in 3. Mwah! Oh my god, what did I fucking say about jump scares, dude? Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me! Oh, man! Fuck.
Well done, genius. You broke the damn air duct.
Well, you won't let me in. Telling you that we have to go to Taco Bell, please! I haven't been to Taco Bell in like 3 days, please! Lizard! Oh, that one counts. It's gonna be such whiplash to go from playing this to... Challenge accepted, my worthy of this, and then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah, no, my... Needle?
What are you doing?
Whee. Oh, yeah, that wasn't very bright. What was the point of that? Not the sharpest idea. Gonna pin the blame on you for that one. Did you really needle that money? Oh, it's a strat. I will know it as soon as you guys say it too. Proceeds to accidentally shoot a squirrel out of a tree. No! Poor squirrel. I would never. Can you shoot them? Yeah, you can. We can use our imagination. Pew, 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 pew. That's how guns sound, right? Straight. My guns slinging. Yeah. Pew, 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 pew. Stickmen, show them how it's done. Show them how it's done. Done. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, the train's in trouble. I can't stop it. I'm on the way.
Hey, the pun of stream notification hurt my soul. I'm glad. It brought you in, so you... Jesus Christ, dude. That 360 no scope edit. Oh my. Okay. Is Tao in love with triangle? In a love triangle with Cornchan and Nath? No, Nath knows he's lost that one. That's a. Just kidding. Yeah. Hello everyone. I return with wet nuts. It's very tragic. on my armor. Probably don't need any more of that. Here we go. As lore historian, I proclaim you streamer and head mod. That's cute. When Dead Redemption. Poo poo. Still have.
Don't push yourself.
Okay, everyone is like at 100% health, so if someone dies, it's their fault. Okay, I'm the one who died. Fuck! God!
Princess.
We were getting close! Dude! Uh-oh.
You guys, I'm back. I'm back. You'll never believe this. I forgot I have to turn on my iPad. So give me an extra like second. I forgot. I'm like, how do I show them my art again? How do I do that? Oh,
Come on. Come on.
I have to. Shit, I gotta go get the iPad. Okay, hold on.
Actually, do make me do that.
Hold on. Oh God. Oh God.
I believe I did it.
Okay.
Public
I've got so
execution
many
for him
windows.
by our
Okay.
Mistress Town. True.
Okay.
Let's fucking go.
Ooh,
This
well
could
done
be
on
a
your
word.
words, you
I have
guys.
more
Welcome
shit to
back,
say. Everyone shut the fuck
sweethearts.
up.
All right, I'll get you out of there. And then, Tau, welcome back though. Thank you. Hold on, I'm just gonna set up the mirroring software. Sorry.
Jesus fucking
Okay.
Shit. Holy
Um,
hell. Oh my god.
1 second, please.
Fuck.
1 second.
Oh man.
Really generous. I can't believe. Thank you. Oh, I'm a little ahead from that one. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm so excited. Okay. Yes, I didn't miss nothing. I missed nothing. Everything's fine. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it.
It's Daddy
Oh,
Hildebrand.
God.
Whatever his last name is. Is that right?
Buh.
Hildebrand? Tau lights and into the pouch you go. And stay.
Okay. All right. I think I'm ready. Sorry. You know, this is the thing. I've been away for too long. I don't know how things work anymore.
You should be afraid. Why would you be afraid?
Okay. Okay. Things to show you. Right. Yes, that's what we're gonna do. Okay, we're gonna go over here. Arting. Right. Okay. Here we go. Should I do 2 stuff? One for stream avatars, other for iPad forgetting? No. No, please. I would like it if you don't. All right, and then the other thing I gotta do is remember how I said that I was gonna get Spotify set up. I better do that too. Shit, dude. Wait, where's my save hat? Okay, there it is. I think he's opening cards. Umbra art is progressing well. It's yes, it is a slow burn, this one, but I have been working on it a bit. This is for Umbra. We'll go into that in just a second. I'm just gonna set up your music because I promised, and I fucking failed you. I'm sorry. Let me see. Spotify. Okay, cool. There we go. Awesome. Okay. How do I get rid of this thing at the top? Oh, that's how. Okay. Oh, wait, I have another song I have to sing. Okay. I'm so good at keeping up with things. Firstly, uppies for precious pals who wish for Daniel. Good Daniel. That be looking amazing. I'm so glad you're liking it. It's a very slow thing because everything's got like there's a lot of line work here. But you know what I'll do? I will sing your song after I've set up a poll. Oh my god, fuck, my ear. Remember me saying I have an ear infection that's just like randomly killing me for like a couple of seconds and then it stops? Yeah, that's what's happening here. Okay. Let me see here. Some uppies for Umbra. Yee, good Umbra, amazing Aussie. Uppies. Yee, good Aussie. Welcome back, my darlings. Okay. All right, so this is a massive project for the lovely Umbra. I started working on your OC there as well. But okay, there you go. So this is this is kind of what we're looking at if you would like to work on this. This is line art today. But this is a commission, okay? So what we do is we let you vote twice. Once is going to be on whether we work on commissions or chibis, and then you get to vote another time on which commission, or if you choose chibis, which chibi, okay? So this is a commission. So if you really want to work on this, you'll vote for commissions. We also have, excuse me? We also have Yuki's commission. This is her mascot, and it's ready for rigging. And by rigging, I mean animation. So if you would like to see me animate this, this is ready to be animated. This is also a commission. This is done, the commission, the art, the fucking animation, there we go. The animation part is done in Procreate Dreams. So if you want to see live animation, you can, and we will work on that today. But this is another commission. So if you want to see this animated, commission. And then we also have flat colors for this piece, which some of you haven't seen this, but if you're on the Patreon, you have, because I did show this on the Patreon. This is a character art commission for a book, and we can work on the flats for it. This is once more a commission, okay? That's a samurai commission. Now we also have some, and then we also have one that has not been started yet, and that is actually a commission from Precious Politely of my D&D OC, Volayan, who is an Eladin, an elvish, like a fey elf, and her character, who is I think a reborn trident, is that what they're called? Like a fish lady. And we're basically partners. But yes, that one hasn't even been like sketched yet. So I will put that on there as well. So that's 4 things that we could work on if you want to do commission work, okay? Now, chibis. Okay, we have, ooh, you know what I'll also put? I think for the chibis, I will also put, if you guys would like to work on the YCHs. So our YCH over on Patreon for this month is, here we go. Our YCH over on Patreon this month is this. Very cute. So this is Yuki's, because Yuki is supporting, and then this is Red's, and Red is supporting, and then this is mine, right? So this is what I mean by YCH. So each of these lovely precious pals gives me a color of a flag or a blanket or a whatever, and then they're carrying that around, okay? And I also have lovely Kata and amazing Umbra as 2 that I can work on. So if you vote for YCH, which is going to be part of the chibis, then we will work on one of theirs, okay? All right, so there's that. We can also work on, do you know what you want, Space Cat? Because we could put yours to a vote if people choose chibi, if you would like. We also have, let's see. We actually have a cutie Kata chibi as well, with her Drakthir being a bit of a badass here. No fair, I don't even get to sub. I want to. Oh, Strat, do you want one? Because you deserve one as well. So we could also work on Strats as well, absolutely. The Fenrir in a box. Oh, yes, Fenrir in the box, that's right. I don't have a pose idea, but I know who I want. Okay, all right, well, we can still put it on there then, and then maybe we can talk it through if people vote for it. So this is, so we've got, for chibis, we've got YCH, we've got Space Cats, we've got Umbras, and then we've got Katas. This is Katas. For the record, I don't have a sketch of Space Cats or Umbras yet, so that would be from scratch. Let's see, what else do we have? I think we might also have, oh, we do also have Lilbit's husband. This is Lilbit's husband in his knightly garb. Okay, so this will be Lilbit chibi. Okay, so those are like the 5 for chibis I think that we've got. Yeah, I think that's probably enough. Alrighty. Yes, hey Tim, that's it, Strat, exactly. All right, good. You guys are happy with that. Now let me put another poll up real quick. We should work on, so we have commissions, which I'm gonna refresh your memory on what that is real quick. And then we have chibis, and I'll refresh your memory on that real quick. So you got 3 minutes. Commissions are Umbra's massive, beautiful, like starting soon screen, that one with all the background there. Also some animation on that one, but we won't be doing the animation today. The Yuki mascot, which will involve animation right now, like we're gonna jump straight into the movement of it. Oh my god. The Volayan and Valor, Precious Politely, and Tau drawing. And shit, what was the fourth one? There was a fourth one. Shit, let me go look. Oh, and then the Samurai Girl. Okay, so those are all commissions. The chibis are the Space Cat one, the Umbra one with the Fenrir in the box, the YCHs from Patreon, and the Cutie Cata one, and the HM Nobody Lil Bit Husband one. You guys have 2 minutes. We only have 5 votes so far, and it's really close, so please do vote. Which one of those, do any of those sound interesting to you? Because if so, you better get in there and vote. Precious Pals, come on! We have 4 on commissions, 2 on chibis. 5 on commissions, 2 on chibis. 6 on commissions, 3 on chibis. 7 on commissions, 3 on chibis. Here, you guys can watch it. Watch the poll. Watch it! Watch it! Is it gonna be the commissions? Ends in 1 minute. 1 minute. 7 on commissions, 3 on chibis. What say you, precious pals? I think it's gonna go with commissions. In which case, we will put a final poll up, and then I will sing while the poll is live. Whee! This song just reminds me of Rick and Morty, really? Technically 8 on commissions. Oh, you misclicked. 8 on commissions though, 3 on chibis. I want one, but it feels unfair where I can't pay for it even if I want to. I think you do plenty, Strat. I think you do plenty, and you're literally the only other person on the Patreon that you're like an editor. Does that give you, how much power does it give you, out of curiosity? Sorry. What an idiot. Okay. All right, commissions it is. Let me put one more pull up, and we'll do a review of our commissions. So, we have commissions. Which one? We have Yuki animation. I'll put the phase of it in parentheses. We've got Umbra with lines. We've got Samurai Girl. That's colors. I can't type. We've got Politely and How. And then we've got YCH. I think that's all of them. I'm pretty sure. Okay. You guys have 5 minutes because I want to run through those again. So the Yuki one. This is the Yuki one. This is ready for animation. Okay, so we'll start animating this one if you guys choose Yuki. This is our Umbra one. This is the one that we're working on line art for. So nice big project here. We've got the Samurai Girl, which is here. Hello. Like so. Hello, lovely laugh. How are you? Like so. So this is a Samurai Girl. And then we have Politely and Tau, which is from scratch. That's a sketch. Like we'll start from the sketch from there. The YCHs, which are these cute little pals, customized pals, from Patreon. So here you go. This is Yuki's, this is Red's, and this is mine. And so we also have Umbra and Kata to do for July. Please do vote. Let me know what you prefer. I'm glad you're doing well, lovely love. It's good to see you. I am doing well. Thank you so much. Would you like to send me the PAL images you have for the tiers on Patreon? I will resize it as needed and send it to you. Oh, sure. I voted for one and it selected a different one. Oh, no. Which one did it select and which one did you want to use or do? All right. Let me pause our music and we're going to sing for lovely Umbra real quick. We're doing for the dancing and the dreaming. Radish, some ubbies for you. Eee, good radish. I have reverted back into my piggly human form in the pouch Discord to avoid confusion. Thanks, Ozzy. I appreciate it, hun. I selected Politely and Tau, and I think it switched to YCH. Oh, no! Okay, all right. So Politely and Tau technically has 2, and the YCH has 1. Umbra is in the lead with 4, but there's still 3 minutes left, so please do. All right. Song for amazing Umbra. I'll swim and sail on savage seas with never fear of drowning, and gladly ride the waves of life if you will marry me. No scorching sun nor freezing cold will stop me on my journey if you will promise me your heart and love me for eternity. My dearest one, my darling dear, your mighty words astound me. But I've no need for mighty deeds when I feel your arms around me. But I would bring you rings of gold, I'd even sing you poetry, and I would keep you from all harm if you would stay beside me. I have no use for rings of gold, I care not for your poetry. I only want your hand to hold, I only want you near me. I'll swim and sail on savage sea with never fear of drowning, and gladly ride the waves of life, and you will marry me. Oh, it ends in 23 seconds, cutie pies. Umbra is in the lead with 5. Precious, Politely, and Tau have a 1. YCH has 1. Yuki has 1. So, unless there's like a massive bang up in like the next 5 seconds, looks like we're working on Umbra's piece today. Please do vote if you haven't yet, if you would like to. Here's your music. Boom. Thank you, Ozzy. Thank you, Stuart. All right, Umbra it is. Working on Umbra today. Okay, Umbra. All right, line art time. Alrighty, here we go. That was beautiful. Thank you, Light. I'm so glad you liked it. Thank you, darling. Alrighty, here we go. Look at us go, you guys. We haven't even been live for a full 2 hours yet, and here we are. This is unheard of. Okay. Um, Starting so quick! We are speed running this stream! It's true! Whoa! Radish! Darling, thank you so much for the 200 stream streak. Outstanding. Thank you so much, darling! That's incredible! Thank you for dedication and support, hun. Incredible, incredible, incredible. All right. My girl's in the next room. Sometimes I wish she was you. I guess we never really moved on. I don't know why that song has been stuck in my head. That's such a good song, though. I think I'm literally gonna cue it up. I forgot all about it, and then Nathan and I were sitting the other day, and I was like, mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. He's like, are you singing Hinder? And I'm like, oh, I am. All right. We're doing lands. Let me turn this down. In fact, what I might do, I might actually name our stream a little bit differently as Will. Hold on a sec. There we go. New season of Lord of Mysteries is coming soon, or maybe here already. That's super exciting. Oh my god, that's awesome. I have to tell you something. So I had one of my ESL students last night, and she's actually Chinese, and so it was really funny because last class before yesterday, I had said, "Have you heard of link click?" And she's like, "I don't think so," but of course, you know, she would know it in Mandarin. So I sent her the actual characters, and she goes, "Oh, I have heard of that. I haven't watched it." And I said, "You should watch it. It's like my favorite fucking show." And she's like, "Oh, okay. Well, I'll try and watch it before our next hangout." And I'm like, "Yeah, sounds good." And so she came to class yesterday, and she's like, "Tao, guess what? I watched this. I watched that show, and it's really good." And I'm like, "Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm so glad you like it." And I I went full nerd as her ESL teacher. I went full nerd, and I went and grabbed all of my link click merch, and I'm like, "Look, I have the art book. Look, I have the books. Look, I have the I have the book behind my god." And she's like, "Whoa." And I'm like, "Sorry, I'm so glad you're enjoying it." Hi, lovely Lily. How are you? It's so good to see you. Ooh, clink clack. At least linked click is close, light. I'll accept that one. I will never accept click clack. Clink clack. Quick question. What's up, Suda Space Cat? Love to see more wink blink. All right. I forgot where I stopped. I was actually working on this at urgent care. I brought my iPad to urgent care. And there was a little kid who was like watching me from the seat next to me, and every time I would kind of glance over, the kid would go. Shift click. Do you do chibi animals similar to chibi humanoid? I do. I actually have. Hold on. Let me show you guys. I'll show you. I will show you a dragon. I'll show you a little chibi dragon that I've done. Hold on. Oh, well, and I mean also our all of our little pouch pals, they are also essentially chibi animals, but let me see. There's a little dragon I'm specifically thinking of, but I don't know if I've shown you guys on stream. It may actually have been an actual chibi as well. Here he is. Here you go. This is like a little dragon. This is like a little dragon chibi. So yeah, no, my animals are quite similar to my people. Wink tank. I'm gonna fucking I'm good. Practicing to make guidelines for a full body. Very cool, lovely Lily. Excellent. I love him. Yeah, he's cute, isn't he? But yeah. No, I'm very comfortable with animals. I actually started out drawing animals. I was exclusively drawing wolves for about 5 years. Show the cat maid you made for me. I love it. It's gonna be hard to find. It's an old one. Oh, it is. Yeah. Let me see. Oh, Lav! Oh, honey! I just got a notification from Patreon. Ah! Thank you so much, lovely Lav. Okay, you're gonna get thank yous at the end of streams as well, darling. Thank you so much. Actually, that reminds me. Yuki, you're probably not feeling very well, but if you're listening, any of the following names I read, please send me in DMs your pouch pal and what flag or just color you would like of the cloth. Okay, thank you so much, lovely Lav. I so appreciate it. You are too kind, darling. Thank you. Lovely Lav will also get a YCH. Now I'm slightly unsure of what I want. Oh, that's okay, sweetest space cat. Take your time. Also, lovely Lav, thank you so much for the 240. The 240 streak. Thank you. I so appreciate it. That's so kind of you. Thank you for your dedication and support. I wish I could afford the top tier. Oh, that's okay, Ozzy. No. Please don't worry. It'll be there for a long time, assuming you guys are happy with it. Thank you for the care package, lovely Lily. All right. All right. Let's I wonder if I put a hat on while I draw. Is that kind of mysterious? Should I do that? Do you like it? I'm not jealous. Right now we have 7 members. We do, and like 5 of them are in the top tier. I'm so grateful, you guys. Thank you so much for your incredible kindness. Thank you. All right, let me see. I think they were all up here. Were they not? Where's the... Over here? Where is this fucking layer? Also, I might, so that it's not like a stark white, I might make this easier on the eyes and make it kind of an off-white, warmer white, something like that. No, I can't see the towel! All right, lovely lady. Well, in that case, I suppose I can tip my hat to, and then I'll take it off. I was going to sub the moment you mentioned the pals, but you wouldn't have recognized me immediately with the way it auto-created my account. Oh, that's fair, lovely Lav. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I can't wait to thank you for being a top tier Patreon supporter. Ask out of curiosity. So I have the time to proper make a pal. Yeah, absolutely, Umber. For your guys's, I wanted to start the Patreon literally at the very end of June, because everything starts from July, right? So you have basically all of July to make your pal. If you don't make the pal, though, it's very hard for me to do a YCH, right? Also, for my Patreon supporters, remember you also have access to suggesting tutorials. I would really appreciate if, like, for this, like, the first week of July, you guys could suggest tutorials, and then for the second week I'll put the suggestions onto a poll, and then you guys can vote for it. That way I have like a week or a week and a half to make the tutorial for you. Remember, that tutorial can be anything. It can be art, animation, anatomy, rendering, stream stuff, puppeting. Like, it can be whatever you want that is within my skill set. So please, it can even be something traditional if you would like. Yeah, but please do suggest a tutorial as well over on the Patreon. Where do I suggest things? Actually, great question. I want to make sure that you guys are actually able to access this. I think you should be able to, I hope. But let's see. So let me see here. Ideally, you guys will see. I actually don't know how to preview the whole thing. That's a bit annoying. Your page, can I preview it? Hold on. Feature request. No, that's not it. It should be in the Patreon like dashboard, hopefully, and in the library, because this is the this is supposed to, this is what you should see. Like it says, it should say July tutorial suggestion thread. Please suggest a tutorial for the month of July. Anything you'd like to learn from me. It can be art oriented or stream oriented, only if I know how to do it, of course. And you should be able to allow comments from anyone with access. And I do believe I've got the correct tiers listed. Yeah, I've got hugs and forehead kisses on here. So if you can, do you see this one? It's a post. Yeah, it's just a post. I'll probably make an image, like a banner that like is a little bit more eye-catching in the future. But for now, it's just a post. Hi there, dearest Straza. How are you? It's good to see you. Is this Blackmore's Night? It is indeed. Vocalist sounds like Candace. Is that the head singer of Blackmore's Night? All good, lovely Umbra. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. But yeah, Red and Red, Yuki, Kata, Umbra, Lav, and then whoever is in Hugs. I don't know who is in the Hugs tier as well. But whoever's there as well, please do let me know if you can see this. And please do suggest comment and let me know if you, let me see, preview post. Yeah, so it should say like start the conversation or something like right here. And then you should be able to suggest something. Yeah. I'll go check. Thank you. That'd be amazing, Red. Thank you so much. But yeah, hopefully that's and like I said, it can be anything I know how to do, really. That doesn't require me to like, show my face or whatever. I'm probably not gonna teach you martial arts, for example, on here or how to ride a horse, but I can teach you how to draw those things if you want. But yeah, thank you, Red. Yeah, have a look. July tutorial suggestion thread is what you're looking for. Okay, let me see. I still have to find out where this oh, is it back there? Wait, what is that? No, I don't know what that is. Oh, wait, I found it. Okay. Oh, it's over here. Okay. All right, there we go. Candace Knight is the vocalist. Richie Blackmore is the guitarist, and he's her husband. So that's why they're Blackmore's Night. Oh, that's so cool. Those are fucking badass names too. Holy shit. It is there? Okay, cool. Are you able to comment on it? Are you able to like type something? I just want to make sure that it's not like a nightmare to it's or like, please suggest something. Post is locked for comments. No. Whoa, too thick. We also have some cool speed draws scheduled to go up on Patreon as well. Like this one, this will come out tomorrow. This is This is the Sakura chibi for it ends up like that one. Like that. You recognize that, yeah?
But yes, you can only sit if you're on there.
All you have to do is that's a I think that's the $8 tier. It's not very much. I got really into them many moons ago as they were an ex's favorite. They're incredible musicians. They are. Patreon does allow to follow for free as well. We can have older completed works on display for potential members. Yeah, that's true, Strat. That's a good point. Hi there, lovely Sailor Peter. How are you, precious Peter? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I'll probably put things on there for like specific things. I probably will keep all the BTS stuff always behind the scenes for $8 and up. But I can put stuff that's like been publicly shown in the past on there too. See me! Thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream, hon. I appreciate it. BTS, like the Korean boy band? Oh, I wish. Can you imagine? That'd be sick. The days when BTS stood for behind the scenes are long gone. I hope you've been well today, dearest Draza. It's a nice day. It's a bit cold, but like it's sunny, unlike yesterday where I thought that the world was ending. I love good kids. Such good music. Fridays are the best. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. And they're super chill here here in the pouch as well. So it's always a good time. And I always get to talk to you guys a lot. I mean, I talk to you a lot anyway, I think, but like I rarely miss stuff when we're on Fridays. Unless someone raids in and I'm like, "Oh shit, I'm sorry. I missed everything you guys have said cuz I was thinking the raiders." Have an idea for the chibi pose? I'm going to have to sketch it in normal proportions. That's okay, hon. It's whatever you like. I can work from words. I can work from sketches. It's totally up to you, darling. So, there's somebody, one of the people I particularly am not a fan of in my life right now, just messaged me and was like, "Hey, Tao, have you ever been accused of your art being AI? Because people seem to think my art is AI." And shocker, it's very obviously AI, just so you know. But she's like, "I don't know why they would say that," and I'm just like, "Oh, how do I even respond to this?" Because it's like, yeah, because it's so obvious that's what you're doing. Yeah, I just think it's so incredibly gross that because I've told her, I'm like, "Hey, I'd really like to see your speed draw of that," and she goes, "Oh yeah, no, I don't have that feature on in Procreate," and I'm like, "You can't turn it off, lady." And you know what? If you want to prove to people that you're not using AI, you should probably turn it on. And I told her this months ago, and she's still not doing it. And I'm like, okay, well, that tells everyone what they need to know, huh? Sounds to me like an AI generator trying to get tips on how to disguise their art as a legitimate better. Exactly right, Red. That's exactly right. And I'm just like, so gross. It's so fucking stupid. And this person is also someone who's been trying to tell me that I use too many lines, and I'm like, sorry, that's like how my style looks. And she goes, oh, but Tao, it doesn't look very good. And I'm like, well, I'm so glad that I have you to tell me that, AI user. Fuck off. Ah! Hi, Valiant Fellows. How you doing, darling? It's so good to see you. I hope you're doing incredibly well. Doing well. Hope you and chat are doing well too. Doing great, darling. Yeah. Having a nice, relaxing day of arting with the precious pals. I'm very happy to be doing so. I don't like where that sits. Hold on, I gotta do this in a better way. Sorry, Tao, I'm not trying to argue that the person is not an AI, but you can indeed turn speed draw, or as it's called in the app itself, time lapse off. Oh yeah, no. Sorry, I was just saying I don't know if you can do that, but what I was trying to get at is that even if you can turn it off, I told her months ago to turn it on so that she could show people. And she still hasn't done it. And you know, if you found the place to turn it off, because it is by default on. So if you found the place to turn it off, you probably can find the place to turn it back on. And I'm like, that would help a lot. And she's like, no. And I'm like, okay. But no, that's fair, Space Cat. That's fair. To be honest, I've never actually gone looking to turn it off. So valid, my bad. But yeah, I'm just like, if you want to prove to people, you should probably show them how your art works. And she goes, no, I won't do that. I'm like, well then, I don't know how to help you. What kind of complaint? Too many lines in art? Gonna complain next about their salad having too many leaves of lettuce in it, right? Exactly. I'm like, well, and the thing is, I think the reason she's saying that is because the AI that she generates uses very little lines, as a lot of AI does. It's very painterly. So yeah. Too many lines, huh? Like, unless you do lineless art, I don't know how you would say, how would you would use less, right? Exactly. I'm just like, hold up a second. That's, you know, your art style of being painterly is not, that's a different style altogether. I played around with those tools a bit to find out how they work, and it's surprising the tools they've created to push it into making what you want, but it's still obvious it's extremely hard to disguise that look. It is. And this is local, by the way, so it's not like sending data to them, so to speak. Right, yep. Yeah, that's a bit weird. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm like, your music has too many sounds. Exactly right. So true. So true. When you said that, I was like, I'm pretty sure I remember tutorials talking about it, and I did a quick Google search before I said something. Yeah, no, that's fair, Space Cat. I appreciate you fact checking. Thank you. I do appreciate that. But yeah, when she said that she had turned it off, I'm like, well, then you should probably turn it back on so that you can, you know, demonstrate that you are, you know, making mistakes in your sketches and messing with proportions and stuff like that, instead of, you know, not doing that. She still hasn't done it. So I'm like, oh. It's the Radical Reborn. Hi, honey. How are you? It's so good to see you. How's your week gone? Is it finishing up well? You would not believe how fucking hard these stairs were. Do you guys remember when I spent like 5 hours trying to get those floating stairs working? Now we're doing this kind of like semi-spiral staircase, and it still took me forever to get this fucking angle right. Just realized we're resuming songs from last art stream. We are, yeah, 2 weeks ago. Proves how often I listen to music, I think, because that means I haven't opened or listened to Spotify since our last art stream 2 weeks ago. It has been so busy. I am using this morning to try to catch up on things. That's a great idea, Reborn. I hope that it's not too stressful. I need to put this cake away before I eat it all. Ooh, what kind of cake is it, Space Cat? Please tell me. Let me live vicariously through you. Ooh, chocolate with chocolate icing. Yummy. Yummy. I do have fun news for you, though. I mentioned you the other day while talking to my community, and I've had a few of them tell me how much they enjoy spending time here. Oh my god, that's so sweet! Oh my god, Reborn, that's so sweet! I just wanted to pass that along in case you didn't hear that from them directly. Oh my god, thank you! Oh, huge thanks to your amazing community, and to you! Thank you for letting me know. It's such a joy to have anybody from your amazing community in here, sweetheart. Thank you so much. That's so fucking sweet. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you so much, Reborn, for letting me know. That makes me so happy. They are always welcome here, always. I have a question. Would you say I tend to spell things phonetically? I think sometimes you do, but I think there are times where it's it's totally cool if you don't want to tell me this, but do you have dyslexia, Space Cat? Some of my students have dyslexia, which of course when learning a second language makes it particularly difficult. But I just see like some similar patterns as well. Let me see. Valos, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream, hun. I appreciate it. Also, if an AI user is saying your art has too many lines, implying their model is spitting out not many lines at all, they clearly haven't learned much about their tools because that's mostly caused by their denoisers and K-sampler, which I guess is a good thing that AI slop generators don't know how to use their tools. That's true. Okay, that's a good point, Thaza. I didn't even realize, I don't even know what a denoiser, well, I know what a denoiser is in like Photoshop, but I don't know what a K-sampler is. And I don't know how denoisers would work in AI, but yeah, that's a good point. I will not tell her that so that she can continue to fuck up. Valos, thank you so much for contributing to the karaoke stream, hun. Woo! Hi, cutie cheetah. Welcome. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Yes, I do. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Space Cat, I would say that there are some words that you spell phonetically, but I would say that just generally speaking, I tend to read your writing as someone with dyslexia typing things and probably seeing it as relatively correct. And then it comes out with some mixed up stuff. But don't worry about it too much, hun. It's not you're not like impossible to read or anything. Didn't get help for it in school. Oh, I'm sorry, hun. I hope that if you want to, that you get some assistance for it at some point. But don't worry about it too much here, okay? You're not. There's no problem. There's no issue. I know sometimes I wind up like having trouble reading it, but I hope you never feel like I'm like, it's so frustrating to read your writing or something. I just sometimes I'll fuck it up and be like, sorry, I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. And then you correct it and I'm like, oh, right, yes, got it. It's too damn hot in my part of the world. I'm in an air-conditioned room right now, though. That's good. Stay in the aircon. I can't unhear the animal cover of this song. Yeah. I hear it every time too. What do you and monk fruit have in common? You're both sweeter than sugar. Oh, sugar, you're so sweet, honey. Thank you. That's so cute, Billy. I like that. That's so cute. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate it. How are you doing, beautiful Billy? It's so good to see you. You've seen it? I have. I have. I have indeed. I wasn't worrying, just curious. Sometimes I have to use smaller synonyms to get what I mean across because I can't spell my vocabulary. That's okay, Space. No, that's totally fine. Don't even worry about it. Hello! I fly out to visit a very special person tomorrow. Just a lot excited. Oh, Billy, that's awesome! Oh my gosh, congratulations. That's gonna be so cool. Is this like a partner or like a best friend or something like that? That's so cool! Congrats. I didn't realize you're a teacher. What do you teach? Yeah, I'm an ESL teacher, so I teach English as a second language to students from all over the world. Yeah, I do teach art as well. Like private, like one-on-one tutoring sessions and stuff. But yeah, that's what I do. That's one of my many jobs. Oops. Oh, it's a partner. Cute, Billy. I hope you have a great time with them. That is awesome. Report back with what a wonderful time you have. Tao was a great teacher. Oh, Space Cat, you're so sweet. Thank you, darling. You're a great student. Oh, already time for a break, but hey, beautiful Billy. Thank you so much for the 5-stream streak, darling. I so appreciate it. Absolutely awesome. Thank you so much for your dedication and support, hun. What kind of stuff are you going to be doing with your partner, if I may ask, Billy? Are you guys like history buffs? Do you like to go for walks? Do you like to watch movies? What kind of stuff do you guys like to do? Tab, I'm meaning to tell you, I got a few significant things going on, then I'm free to purchase some emotes from you. Aw, thank you, hun. Oh my gosh, that'd be great. I would love to draw some emotes for you, darling. I think denoisers in your image processing program, the AI, actually have very similar behavior, but because the inputs are very different, you might not recognize the output as having run through one. Interesting. Oh, wow. Okay. Huh. Very interesting. I would actually like to, I hope they make like a really thorough course for people to go through that helps everyone like determine when something is for sure AI. I feel so bad when I see, particularly on Reddit, I see a lot where people are just like, accusing others of like being AI or doing AI art, quote unquote, and then it turns out that they actually just have like a very strange and unique art style. And they have to like, you know, prove it on paper or something. I'll go see what he's barking at because you do have to go on a quick break, cutie pies. Only 3 minutes though. I admit I'm kind of bad at picking up on the less obvious AI junk. Me too. See, that's the thing. I'm actually quite bad at it as well. But there are some things that are just so fucking obvious and I'm like, oh, I fucking hate that people are trying to get away with this shit. And that's the thing. If you genuinely believe you're an artist, right? Oh look, he's a PNG. If you genuinely believe you're an artist because you use AI, why would you lie about your tools? In reality, AI is in no way, you're an artist by using AI as much as someone who reheats or heats up like a frozen meal is a chef. You know what I mean? Like, you did nothing. You're pathetic. Like, no, I'm just kidding. I eat frozen meals too. But no, AI users are pathetic. No cap. Maybe that could be a tutorial suggestion in the future. Ooh, that's true. Then I could educate myself too. I ordered a pizza. I'm a Michelin star chef. Exactly. Same fucking thing. I cannot believe AI users. So pathetic. I've seen the best description of that stuff. AI is like the Fae. They count the fingers. Count the fingers, count the toes, and never ever trust it. Yeah, true. If you use AI art, you have the profession of lazy, not an artist. Struth. I hate AI, but there's one character I love, though they were made before AI got so big. Is that Neurosama? Out of curiosity? I don't quite understand Neurosama, but from what I gather, Neurosama's more like a program, kind of, that a human being programmed, like, very carefully. Is that right?
Hello!
I have an iPhone. I'm a professional photographer. Exactly, Cor, exactly. Okay, we do have to go on a break. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. Tongs. This is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly. And a precious Pocky! Hi, gorgeous Pocky. Me heating up my quick frozen dinner while listening. I'm sorry. No, precious Pocky! No! I also eat frozen meals. That's okay. But that's the thing. You don't call yourself a chef when you do that, right? Right? You're just like, I am eating sustenance. This allows calories to enter thine body. Can I get a shout out for Precious Pocky? Yeah, thank you so much. You're already ahead of the game. You guys, Pocket Talk is a dear friend, a sweetheart, super high energy, very interactive, amazing streamer. Pocky, when are you streaming again? I miss watching you. Have I missed any? Because I checked like yesterday or the day before, and it was like, Pocky has not streamed in 7 days, and I was like, oh my god, I need Pocky! The only thing I make is my Parmesan chicken spaghetti, and that still takes me just over an hour to do. Still more of a chef than an AI user is an artist, I'll tell you what. The big giveaway about AI Gen these days is less about weird anatomy, which does still happen sometimes, and more that the algorithms used by most people have a fingerprint, that it looks a little too clean. Because there's a lot of iteration features converge to smooth curves and remove imperfections that make it look organic. Right, that makes sense. I grill decent burgers, brats, and dogs, and I don't call myself a chef, but you are a barbecue master. What are they called? It's like a pit master or something like that. It's such a badass name. Oh yeah, no, I've been on an extended break. Oh, trying to get video work done. Should be back by the end of this week. Okay, amazing. You guys, please do go give Precious Pocky a follow if you haven't yet. She'll be back by the end of the week, and you will want to be there for her return stream, I promise.
No, I don't know, Neurosama. The character I love is BMO from Adventure Time. They are a sentient Game Boy. Kind of like an AI in a way.
Yeah. See, I actually don't mind AIs that are in a fictional world. You know what I mean? It's like because those AIs are AIs within the world. They were created by people. It's kind of like Diana from Pragmata. Like, she's an AI, but she was entirely created by human beings in the real world. I don't like inherently hate AI as a plot point in a fictional story, but I fucking hate AI, generative AI specifically, when it comes to the real world. You know what I mean? In other words, the AI is removing your freckles. Oh, right. Right. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay. Pitmaster sounds like a character from a very old video game, Pit Fighter. Oh, yeah, I can see that. All right, you guys, let's go on a quick break. Make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom and long distance. Also, you meds are under in case you need to take in medications and vitamins. Love you lots, miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah. See that in an instant replay? Jorders, Dondu, MLG. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ, dude. The 360 no scope edit. Oh my. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Who's yelling at me? Someone's yelling at me. Ah, scary. Ah! 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 Come at me, I fucking dare you. Come on. Come on. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Actually, do make me do it. Whee! How many? What? On my armor, probably don't need any more of that. Here we go. Tauchan can finish any 5-hour game in at least 17 hours. Hey, I resemble that remark. I will know it as soon as you guys say it too. Proceeds to accidentally shoot a squirrel out of a tree. No, poor squirrel. I would never. I would never. Can you shoot them? Yeah, you can. I can. We can use our imagination. Pew, 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 pew. That's how guns sound, right? I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my. Make me angelic, fuck you!
Wanna head back?
We should go home. There's no sun here! I see no sun! Oh, there it is! Oh my god! Fucking hell! Oh my god! Okay, great. All right, let's let's go on a very quick break, my darlings. Straight. My guns slinging. Yeah. Yes, and then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah, no, my. There was a chance I will come back with wet nuts. I'll see you soon. Hello, everyone. I return with wet nuts. It's very tragic. You would bring nice nuts. You would bring legumes and things like. As lore historian, I proclaim you streamer and head mod. That's cute. The pun of stream notification hurt my soul. Hi. Welcome back, cuties. I'll let you finish your words, and then we will jump back into our
Okay,
argument.
I'm the one who died. Fuck! God! We were getting close!
Nix, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream, hon. And hello, amazing Aussie. Beautiful Barbara, and hello, gorgeous Swedish Shadow Gun. Welcome back. I don't know if those are corns. I don't think those are corn ears. Oh, shit! Welcome back, Valiant Valos.
Oh my gosh! Oh, it's Ozzy and Skellington and
Lovely luck.
No, that's
Some
Talent.
uppies for
Sorry,
you.
I can't read. Oh my God! Save. Oh, whoa!
Welcome back, Lovely Light.
Damn.
All right, let me
well
close that up,
done. That was
and let's head back over here.
navigated, and you caught a serious trip on that. Oh, mate, love those songs on my Spotify playlist after I saw it.
Hi, cuties. All right. Let me see here. So we got some ubbies from Laugh. Good laugh. And we got to Ryoko. Hello there, darling. Welcome back. I know you're talking about how Neurosama is an AI and is crazy popular too. So is Neurosama generative AI? Because I thought that Neurosama had been around for such a long time. Like I said, I must confess, I know virtually nothing about it. I just know that I thought that it was like painstakingly programmed or something. Is it not?
Uppies for you, Talon. Good, Talon.
Hello, Nix, Celeste. I'm Slice. No worries. You have a good lay down, honey. Let me see here. Cutie Cyber.
Uppies. Yee.
Good Cyber. And awesome Aussie.
Uppies.
Good Aussie. Let me see. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Nix, thank you for the lurk. Hello there, gorgeous Ginger. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I'm not sure, I know she was made by someone. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm like, I thought that she was like actually painstakingly crafted by hand, by a human hand, but maybe not. It was programmed, but it does pick up stuff as it goes. Though again, restricted by the program. Right, so it's not the type of Gen AI. It's not Gen AI, it's AI, right? Which I try to always make sure that we clarify that because AI and generative AI are totally different things. AI has been around for a long time and there's nothing wrong with it. It's actually created by human beings with like painstaking restrictions put into place, like coders are putting this, right? Whereas generative AI is lazy and shitty and garbage and fuck anyone who uses it. Also well done on the boss, you guys. Excellent work. Actually, hey, I got a question. Do you guys like having I'll put a poll up. Stream avatars on the bottom of the screen. Always in art streams. Only when boss battle. I'll give you just 1 minute. Let me know. Do you guys like having the little guys down there? Do you like having the pouch pals, or are they a little bit cluttered? Please do vote. You got only 1 minute, so you gotta vote quick. Let me see. I think Neurosama is the learning algorithm AI, not generative. Right. See, that is okay. That is okay. Oh, this song. Yeah, it's Strat's favorite. I think Neurosama is a learning algorithm, not generative. See you soon, Ozzy. Well done on the boss, by the way. Sorry, I couldn't remember. I just know AI was used somewhere. No, that's fair, Ryoko. That's all good. Yay, I have one little guy. You do. I love seeing the pouch pals on the bottom. You do? Okay, all right, then we'll leave them on there. It's like something in a game. It learns, but with restrictions. Right, exactly. Completely programmed by a human being. So I respect that. I think that's a really cool creative project, to be honest. But yeah, the other shit that people are doing out of laziness. Ugh, God. Neuro, the VTuber. I thought they were like Zentrea, real person using an AI sounding voice to chat. They're actually AI. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that like Zentrea is, as you said, an actual person using voice to chat. Or I guess, yeah, voice to voice, really. I think that she basically has like a voice mod, like a really effective voice mod. Really like tuned. But I'm pretty sure that Neuro is an AI, an algorithmic AI that is programmed and supervised by an actual human being, which again, I think that's actually quite cool. I do love the pouch pals on the bottom. Yay! Okay, then I will leave them on during our art streams. It does get constant updates to do new stuff. Yeah, because there's a human being who's like programming it. That's the thing. If a human being is like, I'm going to spend, hundreds of hours of my own time and with my own data center in my brain, coding this painstakingly so that it works exactly as I want it to, and it has the following restrictions and stuff. I respect that. I think that's very, very cool. It's very original. All right. Let's see. Where were we? The AI that can learn to be a real person is better than the generative type. The person who made her is Vtuber. That's it, Vtuber. Yeah, that's it. Neuro is a program and Zentrea has a special TTS. Right, exactly. Yep. I always briefly forget how Q is spelled. That's too many U's in a row. I do agree with you, hon. I do agree with you. A TTS, I thought it was just a voice changer. I think it's a voice changer. I think it's like a very decked out, exceptional voice changer. It's not TTS because I think she does respond in real time. So it's just got to be a voice changer because otherwise TTS would mean that text to speech is literally meaning she has to type and then it comes out. But that's not what happens because she's doing it while she's playing games, right? Hey there, precious Patricia. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome. To be lazy or not to be lazy? Be lazy! I will copy this. And bring it over there. Boop. Boop. At least my angles are right. Look at that. That matches just like a little glove. Doing all right. Had a bit of a stressful morning, but I am now able to relax with you and my favorite sandwich from my favorite bakery. Oh, I'm sorry your morning was a bit rough, hun, but it's good to see you, and I'm glad that you get to relax now. Time for me to go to work. All good, lovely Strat. Enjoy your lurk. What does YI stand for, you might ask? What? Ypsilanti Ipecac? Well, who is that, Storm Talon? Poor fella. Ypsilanti. No one knows what program she uses. Yeah, Yeah, no, it's a very good one, whatever it is. I'll read up a bit. Oh, sorry, hold on. Just remembered a gag character I created a while back, Detective Y.I. Ipswich, a man burdened with parents who are terrible at naming kids. Ypsilanti Ipecac. Incredible. Technically, Vtuber has two AIs, Neurosumma and Evil Neuro, and Vtuber programmed both of them from scratch, is that right? Using an algorithm and their own programming know-how. Thank you so much, Red, for suggesting a tutorial over on Patreon. I really appreciate it. I can definitely do some, like a series of like material rendering tutorials for sure. I think so, with probably two computers, I think. Yeah, I reckon you're right. Evil is cute. Not as cute as Tau, but still pretty cute. I can be evil. Oh, wait, this one actually needs to go back that way. Maybe I should also put another. I wonder how that'll look.
Is anyone cuter than Tal? Oh my god, you're too sweet. I know you. You guys. You are cuter than me.
Oh, fuck. Fuck that up. Oopsies. Okay. Okay. Ooh, this is a banger. What is this? Saiba raises a good point. I can't think of a single person cuter than Tao. You are far too sweet, lovely Patricia. That's because you're not looking in the mirror. Wow, this song is crazy, but I like it a lot. Going on the liked. Going on the liked. I feel like this is like a tongue twister song. Surprising click. Excellent decision, Patricia. I love it. Smart lady. I was listening to Surprising Click just the other day, actually. Because you're very smart. Very smart. Very, very tasteful. Very smart. It's just a good song. It is a great song. It's such a banger. Very, very, very much my one of my absolute favorite workout songs. That one and Goya no oh god, I always forget how to say this. Michiawase, I think, by Hello Sleepwalkers from the first season of Noragami. Oh, excellent. Excellent song. It's nice that there's a bot for adding songs to the queue so that you don't have to go through the trouble anymore. Yes. Massive thanks actually to I think it's I'll actually give him a shout out. I haven't seen him around here very much, but I did pop into his stream last night. But Palamedes VT, I hope I'm right about this. Yes, that is him. He actually helped me out. He helped me out with it. I don't think I would have gotten it if it weren't for his direct help. So thank you so much to Pal. Before I get started, could you please DM me the images you used for the tier list? I will resize and edit the panels. I can't do it right now because it's exclusively on my iPad. Are you able to save them off of the Patreon, hun? Favorite manga is Noragami. Favorite anime is Noragami. Like the song from Noragami. Man, is it just me or is this Tao dude a fan of Noragami? I don't know. That's a stretch. I will try it. I may have that option. Yeah. If not, Strat, if you want to just send me a DM, I will look at it after stream and send that to you because it's all on my iPad. So to do it, I would have to spend a few minutes off of stream. And I don't necessarily want to do that if I don't have to during an art stream. Trying to decide with this particular thing if I want to have solidified lines for these bits or if I want to make them kind of like pulsate with a light. I think I might do the light thing. I don't know what this thing is. I was just kind of doodling some shapes that looked vaguely arcane. Or a desk ornament. I made it again! Well done, Umbra! Well done! Are you doing okay? Your hands hurt? Oh, and please wash them and then put some lotion on them. They could use some moisture, I think. Sounds good, sweetest Strat. I can't remember very well, but did you engage at all with Neopets growing up? I did! I love Neopets. I loved Neopets as a kiddo. That's where I first started to learn HTML from my Siggy. Do you remember Siggies? Did anyone else say Siggy except for people who are on Neopets? That's the real test. Oh, God. Learning HTML to make SIGs, you're a true millennial. Shh, shh, shh.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Rika. Welcome in. How are you, lovely Rika? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing absolutely brilliantly today. In that case, you may be interested in knowing that Fortnite is doing a collab with Neopets. Also, Neopets Stream 1. That has a very different meaning in Australia. Oh, Siggies, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a fair point. It was spelled S-I-G-G-Y, though. It wasn't C-I-G-G-Y. And now I refer to Siggies as darts because Australians do that too. The new Neopets owners have been going insane, trying a million projects and seeing what sticks and making some awful mistakes. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of lost interest in Neopets entirely once the once HTML like went down the drain. Such a bummer because I loved some of those games, dude. I spent so many hours on those growing up. Yo, what up, Tau? It's been far too long. How'd you been? What you up to today? We are doing a big commission today. We're working on a an arcane library for the lovely Umbra in the chat. There'll be some animations and various times of day and stuff like that. But yeah, pretty cool. How have you been? It's good to see you. This isn't the thing we grew up with. I know, it's sad. Very sad. Just call them, I just call them Siggies personally. Yeah, that's fair. Hi there, lovely Lyra. How are you? Really solid outfit. I don't think I've seen it before. No, this is our debut, our first in 3 years of streaming. This is our first time here. Look, let me tip my hat to you, darling. Also, hey, you know what? While we're at it, let me do some gun tricks for you. Yeah, no, this is our first week with this new outfit. I'm glad you like it. It's pretty cool, huh? Uno mas. Yeah. Joke's on you guys. I don't really care. I don't really even know what Neopets are. Yeah, that's fair space. I didn't really do Neopets as a kid. Was too busy with Club Penguin. My sister was like that. I am in love with this piece. So happy I went to you for this. Oh, thank you, Umbra. And thank you especially for your incredible patience with this. This is a massive project. So I really appreciate you being willing to. I'm not sure if you saw, but I literally have the due date for this in like December. And that's partially so that, you know, there's like milestones for you, but also because it's going to take me a very long time to get all of this done with all the animations and stuff as well. Careful, you almost shot Save. I'm sorry, Save, please forgive. They tried to do a TTRPG as well. They dumped the guys they were working with suddenly, and there was clearly a lot of drama between them. And it wasn't entirely Neopets' new owner's fault, but it was a damn clear sign something is going horribly wrong over there. Yeah, that's a shame. Doing all right, kind of a bad day, but I'm relaxing now. Oh, Lyra, I'm sorry that you're not feeling great, but it's good to have you here. Hopefully you can improve your day a bit. It's looking really good. Can't wait to see the completed version. As for me, it's been all right. Just been working hard. Fair enough, lovely Rika. Fair enough.
Oh my god.
This is
what?
the what was that? Storm, thank you so much for contributing to the chargeback support hunt. I really appreciate it. That's really kind of you. We do have a chargeback support fund over on Throne. Thank you so much, sweetest Storm. That is just for those of you who have not been here, when I had a complete and total breakdown, someone who I thought was being very kind over the span of over 30 transactions donated over $2,000 US to this stream to try and support me during that time after I lost my job to AI, and they just charged back all of it. So I am still very much in the hole for minus $2,000 US dollars, thanks to that fucking disgusting person. And so now we have a fund for it. I really didn't want to put that up there, but I have no idea how else I'm gonna, pay for it. I'm squirreling as much money away as I possibly can, cutting back on a lot of things because obviously I really don't want to have a debt of over $2,000 US dollars to PayPal. But yeah, thank you so much, Storm. I really appreciate it. Just want to give the explanation for what the fuck a chargeback support is. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you ever so much, Storm. That is very, very kind of you. Thank you. Truly the epitome of I'm a cowboy, baby. It's true. The streams and community always do. I'm so happy to hear that, lovely Lyra. Excellent. That's all I want. I didn't get into Neopets because it was when it was the computer or phone, so I just play outside. Yeah, that's smart. I hope that I can get my child, whenever that happens, to play outside instead of on the computer. Just came back from a minor breakdown. Oh no, Space Cat, I'm so sorry. Oh, I hope you're feeling a lot better now. Sometimes it's exhausting to do that, but
What?
oh my god, thank you so much. Thank you. Whoever the anonymous user is, thank you so very much for the $25 for the chargeback support. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. And by the way, if the case is decided in my favor, which I have no idea if or when it will be, apparently the bank gets 180 days from the date of the chargebacks to decide the case. If that money comes back to me, any money that you guys have put into the chargeback support, because it can't be refunded to you, but what I will do is I will put it into other things that you guys want on the on Throne. So like I'll put it into like the ASMR microphone, for example, or it will go towards like directly towards you guys and directly towards stream. I will not keep any of it for myself if I do get that money back. So thank you ever so much. Oh, that was you, Patricia. Thank you so much, honey. I really appreciate it. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. You guys are far too kind, but I really do appreciate it. Thank you. That's disgusting. I hate that happens to people, especially since it was to help during a really difficult time. Oh, Riker, it was genuinely a fucking nightmare because to support the case, I had to go back and prove that this person, like, over 6 months and like over 30 transactions, donated these incremental amounts to total over $2,000 US dollars. And going back and listening to myself like sob with happiness and relief over what this guy did, it was a fucking nightmare. I felt humiliated. I actually, like, one of the reasons I had to take off all of last week was, number one, to find a job because I really need to get that negative balance out of my PayPal. But also because it just broke me, dude. Like,
oh my god.
Oh my
What?
god, Core. Fuck. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Thank you, Core. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Holy fuck. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's really sweet. That is so generous. Thank you, Storm and Patricia and Core, so much for the chargeback support assistance. Thank you. But yeah, I was just, like, it was so incredibly kind. I probably would have had a literal, like, an actual mentee if Strat hadn't been the one to go back and look through all of those VODs and give me the timestamps, but I still, just to like make sure that I was giving them the right timestamp, I had to rewatch it, and it was like devastating. I was like, I'm pathetic. I cannot believe this. Yeah, man, that was, and he literally started, this guy literally started charging this back the night that Nath got home from being in the hospital in isolation for 3 days. This guy started charging it back like during my nearly 12-hour mixtape and mouse PI stream. So I finished that. Nath got home. I couldn't hug him. I couldn't be around him because he was still in isolation, but just at home. I wanted to go check on him, but then I'm getting these pop-ups. Charge back. And I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Vegeta, I'm so sorry. I don't want it to come across as though I'm like trying to give you a sob story. Thank you so much, Vegeta. Holy shit, that is far too generous. Thank you. Oh my god, thank you so much, Vegeta. I just wanted to like, I'm sorry. I feel like that's what's coming across as. Thank you so much. That's really sweet. Thank you ever so much, Vegeta. That is really fucking generous. Thank you. Yeah, it was just this thing like all at once, and it occurred to me that whole week, because he kept charging back the next few days, it was like he had a limit of like, 7 or 10 a day that he could do or something. So it went bop bop bop, and I'd be like, oh, thank God it's over. Okay, I gotta refute these. Okay. And then the next day, bop, bop, bop. I'm like, what the fuck? And then the next day, bop, bop, bop. God. Oh my God. It was a nightmare. Yeah, I was like, I think this is probably the worst week of the entire time that I've lived in Australia. And definitely one of the worst weeks in the last decade. Yeah, it sucked. And it was one of the worst nights in my life. It was really overwhelming. Yeah, sucked. Ah! Anyway, I'm gonna stop bitching about it, but I realized I hadn't mentioned it, and then so when you did the chargeback support payment, I was like, oh, I should probably mention what that is. Thank you so indescribably much. I wish I were more eloquent. Thank you so much, Storm, Patricia, Core, Vegeta. Thank you ever so much for the chargeback support. It is massively helpful. Yeah, thank you. Okay, let me catch up with you guys real quick. I meant what I said the other week, that I will help in any way I can. That will not be the only payment. Oh my God, Patricia, please. Nobody, nobody donate, to me or get subs or anything like that unless you guys are completely set with your own stuff. I never ever want you guys to put yourselves out for me. I appreciate you guys enormously. This is the most amazing community, but please don't, yeah, even Patricia, even if it's like, you want another model, please make yourself happy. Go get that other model instead of donating to me. But yeah, they really boiled that frog alive. They sure fucking did, Traza. It was a nightmare. Yeah, thank you so much. That is so fucking horrible. Oh, thank you, Patricia. You deserve all this and more. You're too sweet. Tao's been put through the grinder. Oh, Precious Politely was so sweet. I was literally like, I don't know how she was like, I am blocking. Like she wasn't like, I'm gonna block you because you're crazy. Because I was literally typing like this. Like she was deciphering that. And she's like, it's okay, Tao, it's okay. Well, I'm so sorry, because I couldn't stop shaking, right? Yeah, over 11 hours on stream, want to go see my partner, just got out of isolation, and then getting massive chargebacks, which in my entire life, and I've been a professional, like paid artist for almost 2 decades, and I have never had a chargeback, not once. Well, Precious Politely, thank you for identifying the cutest little hugs. But yeah, thank you so much, Precious Politely, for being so supportive. We've already got 8% funded. Thank you so much. And thank you for kisses. Thank you, sweetheart. I thought chargeback was for the battery backpack. Hey, we'll work on that in the future. Like getting a a backpack so that we can go for hikes and stuff and not have it be. Oh my god! Thank you for the gigantified little. Here, have a flower. Thank you, Vegeta.
my
Thank you, Precious, politely as well.
What?
And Storm. Thank you so much for another $50 towards the chargeback support. Holy shit! Thank you so much. Gently hugs Tao. Your community cares. All of us. Thank you so much, sweetest Storm. I really appreciate it. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you. Thank you so much, you guys. That is far too generous. Again, please don't do anything that is like outside of your means or even like not even outside of your means. Like if you have anything you would rather spend it on, please, I would rather you enjoy your money, your hard-earned money.
Pretty lady.
Pretty lady. Hi, Fabulous Frostbite. How are you? But thank you so much. Thank you ever so much, you guys. It is so kind of you. Thank you. I am more than set. I got paid like $200 yesterday. 25 every few streams is nowhere near enough to impact on my model building, especially when I have a backlog and not buying anything. Oh, thank you, Patricia. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hold on, I'm doing, we still have the save file, Tao, shout out war. I have to, he shouted us out, we gotta shout him out. Go tell him that we're winning the war, okay? Fighting through the soreness and swelling my knee. Oh, Frostbite, is it getting a little bit better at least? But yeah, you guys, thank you so much for that overwhelming support over on Throne. I really appreciate it. Like I said, I promise if, and I hope against hope on this one, but like, if, because the problem is, this guy didn't file this chargeback through PayPal, he filed it through his bank, which means that his bank, who are advocating for him, are the ones who get to determine whether I get the money back that he gave me. Which blows, because it's just fucking unfair. And I have no idea what the chances are of that being, being ruled in my favor. I don't think they're very high. Through my research, it seems like it's about an 80% chance that they rule in his favor. But if on the off chance that they they do rule in my favor, any money that you guys put into that, I will let you guys vote on where it goes for the stream, because I don't want any of that money to go to me. If you guys, because you guys are being so unbelievably generous, I want it to go to wherever you want it to go. You know what I mean? And if you guys vote to donate to charity, I'm happy with that too. It's totally up to you. But if they don't rule in my favor, then that will allow me to start taking commissions again. Because at the moment, all of my commissions are just going into this big 4-digit negative red number in my PayPal. Because they're like, you have to replenish this. You have to replenish this. So stupid. Anyway, all right, I'll back away from that. Look, someone betrayed the pouch, not just you, Tao. The pouch rises like a small army to help, either in defending in this war or healing the hurt it causes. I feel we all stand in our own way. Oh, ain't that the truth, Storm? That's so sweet. That's so sweet. I do feel like we have a lot of power as a very cozy, warm community, you know? Thank you so much. Hard to tell, unfortunately. Oh, I'm sorry, Frostbite. Do cold compresses help? Where should I send the sketch I mentioned earlier? If it's about your chibi, you can DM it to me, lovely Space Cat. I just purchased like half a dozen kits and such this month. That sounds about right, dear Straza. Which one are you most excited for? Not to open up wounds, but was it throne purchases or tips or subs or something else? It was tips. It was tips, which, you know, you would think that with a tip, especially since I have like the disclaimer on our about page, that, you know, please do not contribute unless you can afford it, and also they are non-refundable. You would think that that would be a pretty quick rule, but it's not. Because this guy filed that like almost a month ago now. Or that's when they started anyway, and now I'm still waiting. I'm still fucking waiting. So yeah, it was unfortunately through the Stream Labs, Stream Elements, whatever the one is that when you click on the tips thing. And I do actually want to change that. I want to put that on Ko-Fi, but I haven't had time applying for jobs and stuff. I gave my money to Tau. I want Tau to keep it. Oh, Patricia, thank you. I appreciate it. Hi there, cutie company. Welcome on in. How are you? Some ubbies for you. Good company. How are you doing? Seems like there's pretty strong agreement disclaimer, but I'm not sure. Yeah, right. That's what I said. I sent a screenshot of the about page. I'm like, this has been what it is the entire time that I have been streaming. Like, I don't know. Cutie company, thank you so much for the 5 stream streak, darling. I appreciate it enormously. Thank you for your dedication and support. I've been icing it, elevating it, and taking anti-inflammatory as prescribed. Good. It's Streamlabs. Okay, thank you. That's it. I guess I should get out of bed. Why am I so weary? Storm, have you been teetering between sleeping for like 12 to 15 hours and then not sleeping at all? Because if so, that might be the that might be the answer.
Oh my god.
Oh,
What?
sweetest Sir Jessie, you too? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for contributing to the chargeback support, darling. Thank you. Thank you so much. Fingers crossed things work out in your favor. Hope you and the pals are doing well. Thank you so much, sweetest Sir Jessie. I so appreciate you. Thank you for the amazing generosity. Holy crap. Thank you. How are you doing? How are you doing? It's good to see you. This is a song that we sing in when we pulling up on that dickhead. We will get that number to 0 and get your funds balanced in no time. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you so much. You guys are far too kind. Thank you. I don't feel like I deserve it, but I really do appreciate it. Honestly, it's been weighing on me a lot, you know. Yeah. The last few weeks I've literally been like living off of my savings entirely because like I said, most of my money comes from commissions and Twitch, and they go into my PayPal. So yeah, man. It's just I'm like, okay, well I gotta live off of my savings until I can and mortgage is expensive as shit. Anyway, I sent my message. Perfect. Thank you, lovely Space Cat. I will check it. We're always here for you. Thank you, magnificent maid. It's so good to see you, by the way. How are you doing? The only tears that Tau should shed are tears of happiness. You tell him. Thank you, precious Patricia. I slept for 10 hours last night. It's probably late stage of a head cold. Oh, Storm, I'm sorry, hon. Make sure you get lots of water in you, okay? You need a lot of liquid. Maybe something warm as well, because I know that it's probably quite chilly out there. What's the temp? Let me tell you what it is here. It's about 10 here, but yesterday it was like a 6. It was very cold. Oh, fuck. God, Jesus, Storm. Look what you've done! Yikes. Okay. Thank you for the jump scare, Storm. Hope you win and it works in your favor. Thank you, Ryoko. I hope so too. I really do. It's yeah. You've been going through a lot recently. Hope we can give back the good vibes you always give out. And as I say that, the high FNAF puppet. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. That was Storm. It wasn't me. But thank you so much, Sita Sue Jazzy. I do feel like I've kind of been going through the ringer a little bit recently. Yeah, God. Well, and then my friend's dad died, and so the same, like last week, I was attending a funeral and trying to comfort him, and I was just like, wow, we are not having a good June. This is a very bad June. Fuck June 2026 in particular, which sucks to say, because I love Pride Month, but I did not feel very prideful this last month. I felt stressed out of my gourd. Startled to change the mood. Oh, thank you. Much appreciated. 76 Fahrenheit outside. I'm not sure of what temperature is inside, but it's comfortable. 76 ain't too bad. That's not too bad. I was about to say during Pride Month, really? Yeah, you did it during Pride Month. Yeah. Man, yeah, there's so much shit that went down during the month of June. It's kind of why our first YCH over on the Patreon is like intended to be like and it doesn't have to be, but like it's intended to be like a delayed Pride YCH. Like my little pal is carrying a pan flag, right? Because I'm pan. So I was like, oh, well, I didn't get to do it during June. So I might as well. July is the new June, guys, for me. Just for this year, okay? July is June for me. July is going to be great. I can feel it. I hope. God, I hope. Even if you didn't celebrate during Pride Month, there's still 11 other months. You're not queer only 1 month of the year. That's true. Valid point, lovely Cheetah. Valid point. We can have our own Pride Month with blackjack and stuff. Yeah! Yeah, you tell him, Precious, politely. Oh, it's almost midnight, and it's 76. Okay, that's a bit warm for midnight. We're very proud of our queer community and queer streamer. Heck yeah! Thank you, Precious. Oh no, did Automod pick something up? What, did it say? Did it pick up queer? And it was like, I don't like that word. That's stupid. Here it's 8 Celsius, but feels like 4. We're regularly going below freezing overnight. Are you getting up and your car is like iced over? I hope you're staying nice and warm though, hun. I resemble that. We hit just over 100 Fahrenheit. Wow, it's still 81. Like past midnight, it's 81. Is there a way to see the song queue? If you do exclamation point queue, I think that will bring up the next like 5 songs. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, let's go, Talon. I love the little pride, pride flag and everything. You make me feel pretty full of pride, though, Tal. Precious, politely, I am so grateful. You deserve to feel full of pride. All my precious pals do. Oh, man, yeah, no, so I just realized I'm, like, the worst. Like, I'm like, oh, this is such a cozy, you know, community, and, like, everyone, like, all those who are allies or queer are welcome here. And then last month, I literally was so, like, slammed with PS that I didn't even get to... Oh, Core, thank you so much. Thank you so very much for the $10 dues. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Just testing things. Well, that's quite a test. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Core. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, I didn't actually, like, I don't even know. I don't remember if I actually said, like, Happy Pride Month to you guys, like, all of last month. I'm so sorry. Happy belated Pride Month. Happy Pride Month. It's July now. I'm changing the game. At the new apartment, I have under building parking, so that isn't so much a thing. Oh no. Do you have like a space heater then? How is the arting going? Slow. I was just talking a lot for like the last like 45 minutes about because the pals were just so generous and donated to our little chargeback support goal over on Throne. You're the best, Tao. You're the best, lovely Ryoko. The queer community is used to getting slammed. We get it. It's distracting. It's draining. Yeah, it is. I just feel so bad because, I don't know, it feels kind of selfish in retrospect that I was so preoccupied with all the shit going on for me that I didn't say it to you guys, and I'm really sorry. I promise I am, well, I was going to say I am an ally, but I am queer, so I guess I'm literally... I'm gender fluid and I'm pan, so can't get much more queer than that, I suppose. Having like falling outside of the binary for everything. Oh, a reverse cycle unit. Okay, good. As long as they're keeping warm. Hi, Mac. How are you? It's good to see you. We have that up. We do. Yes, it's. I put it up on Throne. Just in case. We don't get because I don't have the savings. I literally don't have the savings to support myself for like up to 3 months, or I guess it's up to 6 months because the bank can take up to 180 days to make a decision, and I don't have the money to support myself for like 6 months with absolutely no income. While I wait for it, for them to maybe or maybe not rule in my favor, right? So I was like, oh, I'm not gonna, you know, I don't want to bring it up, but if you guys are looking at Throne, then I'll leave it there, you know. Yeah, Autobot genuinely thought caught queer. That's so messed up. That's so fucked up. I'm so sorry, Patricia. I have no idea why that's why it did that. But to be fair, there have been a number of times that it's caught things like stupid, and we're like, allow that, please. And then the next stream, it's like, oh, we caught stupid again. I'm like, what the fuck? We've added this to the acceptable. I think the music is repeating. No, it's not, Space Cat. This is where I think we might finally be into this week's music, because you guys, I left the music on from last week, as I always do. Sometimes I wonder if I should call myself pan or bi, or maybe I shouldn't think too hard about it. No, I honestly don't think that anyone needs to label themselves. I think just be yourself, you know what I mean? I'm comfortable with those labels, just for me, but that doesn't mean you need to be. Like Nath, he's queer, but he's cis, but he says, I love people. That's his thing. He just says that. And I'm like, and I remember when I first met him, I was in this mindset of like, well, we need labels, right? And so I was like, well, so are you pan? He goes, I love people. And I said, are you bi? He says, I love people. And I'm like, so what are you? He goes, I just love people, Tal. Like, so now I'm just like, he's queer. I'm just gonna leave it there. He's queer. Let me see. I hate the fact I'm jobless and can't help out very much. Tao, you're fine. We know, had many things going on, so no need to be sorry. Oh, thank you, Ryoko. But please don't worry. You don't need to help out. It's okay, sweetheart. I just appreciate having you here. It reminds me that Reddit warns you if you use the word fat. Sometimes filters are weird. Yeah. I actually know that it warns you if you use the word fat. That's stupid. To be fair to you, not saying happy Pride Month, it wasn't a very happy Pride Month for you, and by extension for us. Yeah. Mm. I hope that you guys did have, like, glimpses of happiness during Pride Month. I really do. It censors, hello, Nath, automod, that is. Wait, does it actually do that? My sexuality doesn't have a set label. I'm attracted to who I'm attracted to. Exactly, Patricia. You and Nath both, it seems like. I had one time on another stream, say farmer was a bad word. Automod, listen, we keep automod on because it does occasionally.
What?
Strat? Holy fuck. Strat. Thank you so much. Strat just contributed $300 to the chargeback support. Oh, nothing. She's being dramatic. Strat. Fucking hell. Thank you so much, Strat. Fuck. What the hell? Thank you. Thank you so much. Fuck. Oh my god. Thank you. That's... We have to go on a break. We have to go on a break. Let's go on a break. Please make sure you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also Med's reminder. In case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you. I'll see you soon. Strat, thank you so much. Needle?
What are you doing?
Oh.
An idiot.
Yeah, that wasn't very bright. Ouch. What was the point of that? Not the sharpest idea. Gonna pin the blame on you for that one. Did you really needle that money? That one wants a strat. Stickmen, show them how it's done. Show them how it's done. Done. Yeah, there you go.
Boss, the train's in trouble. I can't stop it! I'm on the way.
Hey. Oh, banana. Force gun.
Hey, there's a button on.
Just one of you, huh?
Jesus Christ, you scared me, man.
Wasting my time.
Jesus fuck. fucking shit. Holy. Yes, and then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah, no, my. I will know it as soon as you guys say it too. Proceeds to accidentally shoot a squirrel out of a tree. No, poor squirrel. I would never. I would never. Can you shoot them? Yeah, you can. I can. We can use our imagination. Pew, 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 pew. That's how guns sound, right? I'm sorry, guys. One moment. Skyrim 100 stuff. Oh my god. Red Dead Redemption. Pew pew. Still have sun. Like the sun. Where's the sun? There's no sun here. I see no sun. Oh, there it is. Oh my god. Fucking hell. Oh my god. Okay, great. All right. Let's let me do a little bit of a soothing song for all my betches.
Don't push yourself.
Okay, everyone is like at 100% health, so if someone dies, it's their fault. Okay, I'm the one who died. Fuck! God!
Princess.
We were getting close! Dude! There was a chance I will come back with wet nuts. I'll see you soon. Hello, everyone.
Lizard.
I think.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard! Oh! That one counts. I can also do there. I have important shit to say. Everyone shut the fuck up. Love those songs on my Spotify playlist after I saw it. Let's see.
Lizard.
I'm gonna get it. Lizard!
Hi, cuties. Welcome back. I have returned. I hope that you guys are back too. We'll get back over to arting.
Needle?
Well done on the double perfect on your words, you guys. Thank you so much for your amazing support and kindness. Abby's for you, Patricia. Yes, good Patricia. Nerd, hello, welcome on in. Valiant Valis, welcome back to Alan Cutie Company. Abby's. Welcome back, lovely Valos and Cutie Company and Fabulous Frostbite and Sweetest Solar and Valos Abby's. Good Valos. Thank you so much for returning to me, cuties. All right. Welcome back, Sweet Strat. Welcome back, Sweet Strat. Thank you so much. Reporting back as your scout. Save believes you are cheating to win the shout-out war as you are supposedly using more than one of his channels. Well, maybe that's on him for having multiple channels. Amazing, Umbra. Why isn't he like the rest of us? His whole channel should be variety all the time. Peace for you, Umbra. Good, Umbra. Think I just finished the edits on chapter 1 of my story, so I'm going to turn in for the night. Sounds good, Sweetest Solar. I really enjoyed reading your story. Hope that we will get to read it again very soon. And I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for gigantic Uppy Storm! Whee! Aussie Uppies! Whee! Good Aussie. It's been 30 minutes since Storm made that first donation, and we've already funded 786. Or holy shit. Holy shit, we're 25%. We are the best community. I never doubted that you guys were the best community. That's just a crazy number. Thank you so much. Holy fuck. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Umbra, I welcome back. Welcome back. Storm, thank you for gigantifying the cute little sunny emote. Back to work for me.
You enjoyed the stream. We'll be back soon. Thank you so much, sweetest Strat. I appreciate you enormously. Thank you. I usually hear just mostly lurking. That's okay, lovely Ryoko. I appreciate your lurking. Wait, what are we funding? Oh, you do not have to fund it, sweetheart. It's just that they're like, Core and Strat and Storm and Jazzy and Patricia and Vegeta and yeah, they're all being very, very generous and helping me out with the insane chargeback that that happened about 3 weeks ago. I wasn't able to say it earlier for my Sing Redeem. Thank you so much. It was amazing. I'm so glad you liked it, sweetheart. The next time my short story will be finished for story time. That'd be great, hon. I would love to read it. You guys are genuinely such incredibly kind people. I am blown away. I am truly blown away.
Those measly chargebacks don't stand a chance against the power of the pouch.
It seems that way. It does seem that way. Thank you, Frostbite. You're so sweet. Thank you. You keep talking about how we should never feel obligated to fund you, but I think you fail to consider the fact that we simply feel like it. I think I struggle with the idea that anyone would feel like doing that for me. But I appreciate it so much. I really do. I don't know what I would do, you know, without you guys. Yeah, thank you so much. Chat reflects the streamer. What can we say? Main. So sweet. Thank you. Oh, Spotted, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream and the storytelling stream. Power of the pouch. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. How are you doing, sweetest Spotted? It's good to see you. Thank you for the care package, darling. Sweetest Sir Jazzy, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream as well. Technically, pushes glasses up nose. If you didn't stream at all, you wouldn't have a chargeback issue. Well, that's true. But I also wouldn't have this lovely community either. So, you know, we love you. Get over it. The sooner you accept that, the sooner we can move forward. Thanks, Cutie Core. I'll work on accepting it, but... Oh, cutie company, Uwu. Thank you for the Uwu baby talk, Uwu. How you better suck it up quick because we are going to keep giving you money until the Australian tax office audits you for irregularities in your income. Yeah, listen, I'm fully self-employed now. They're going to have to deal with it, Uwu. Thank you for putting the 5 minutes on, Uwu. Yeah, thank you so much, Uwus. Having worked for the ATO, trust me, this isn't a big irregularity on their radar. That's fair, Storm. I reckon they're probably looking out for, like, international criminals, Uwu. Koda says, Uwu, hello, Uwu. No? Oh, well then what could it be, Uwu? Not yet it isn't, Uwu. You'd hope so, but what-oh, Uwu? That's okay. I report all income, Uwu. I have an accountant for a reason, Uwu. Mostly because I have several different income streams from different countries, Uwu. Do you still do English teaching? I do, Uwu. I do. In fact, I was just talking about one of my students, Wituwi, from last night. I was telling her that I am really into Wink Quick. And she was like, I've never seen it. And she watched it. She's like, it's very good, Tao. And I said, I know, Uwu. It's so fucking good. Not the bailiwick, but I can't talk about that further for multiple reasons. Not least of which is that it's been a while since I was there. That's Phil. Those Australians need to one English. I say work and spend the next 10 minutes saying hello. Wait, huh? Well, where should I work? You know something crazy? What's up, sweetest Spacey Bear? Oh, thank you for the work, Kuri Kurama Woo. What you fucking meaning, mate? Sorry, that was very Cockney Woo. With this song specifically, I hear the English when I listen to the Japanese, and the Japanese when I listen to the English. That's very interesting, Woo. Ooh, very interesting indeed. Now we will. Hello, Demon. How are you, Woo? It's good to see you, Woo. Welcome, welcome. I must go get food, as you should, sweetest Storm, Woo. Enjoy your work, Woo, and your foodie, Woo, Woo, Woo. It's not perfect, but like I could probably get the Cories. What's that? Main which? Oh, the chorus. Got you. Impressive, Space. Impressive. What is this song for, Moo? Japan. Well, that is an answer, Uru. What anime or game is this from, Uru? This is the only community where I see everyone cares about each other and is full of kindness. This is because of you, Tao. Your kindness and epicness you show all of us. Ryoko, that's so sweet. Thank you. Thank you so much. I feel like I reflect you guys, to be honest. I think you guys have just, you know, I don't know. For some reason, you have flocked to the pouch and I get to absorb all of the excellent energy and kindness that you guys provide. Oh, Haikyuu, gotcha. It's a high school volleyball anime, and the only sports anime I've seen. Only sports anime I've seen. Oh, nice. Okay, gotcha. I'm glad you enjoy it. I don't care about anyone. Harumph. Well, that's okay, nerd. As long as you're still going out of your way to, or not even going out of your way, but as long as you are still being kind, you can still belong here. But, you know, if you're like awful or mean or cruel or dismissive of anybody, then you'll get warnings and banned. Tao really brought all the coolest people in the world together, huh? No, Patricia, it's so sweet. You need to watch it. It's really good. Yeah, I have been told that I should watch it. Even Nath loves it. I probably should at some point, but are they doing a remake of that one just like they're doing a remake of One Piece? Awful, mean, cruel, or charge back 2,000 USD. That's true. That's true. That is true. Yeah. Even Nath, does he not like anime / sports? He likes a lot of anime. I don't know how many sports anime he's seen besides Haikyuu, though. He's not a big sports guy. No, they aren't making a remake of it. It's already really good. It's not that old. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, at some point maybe I should try watching it. I'm just not like a... And I know that people say that, you know, you don't have to be into sports to like sports anime. But I I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that I want to watch that I haven't gotten to yet. So but I'm not saying, you know, I'm not saying no to watching Haikyuu. There's a reason that it's so, you know, renowned. I think, honestly, I think that a big part of it for me is that it was like Nath's ex-boyfriend's most favorite anime, and
Oh my
that
god.
asshole
What?
was... Oh my gosh, Valos, thank you so very much for contributing to the chargeback support. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, darling. Thank you. That's really, really kind of you. Thank you so much for the support. Hugs for you, darling. Thank you. Thank you so much. But yeah, I you know how you can like get an association with like certain good or bad people, with certain good or bad pieces of media, whether that's music or games or anime or movies or whatever. I hadn't really heard of Haikyuu until I met Nath, and he had mentioned when we were talking one time that his ex was really into Haikyuu, and then I found out what an awful human being his ex was, and I was like, oh, maybe I don't want to watch this anime. Which is so stupid, I know, but no, I'll probably watch it at some point because he really likes it. He's like, no, it's actually a really good anime. But yeah, I'm just like, yeah, my brain, the Tao brain go, bad person like good anime. I like this song. Is it from something? This is just, I don't know if it's from anywhere, but for some reason it's been stuck in my head for like the last like week. I posted an art to distract you with. Thought his one simple, so it probably won't be that distracting. Oh, though this one is simple, so it probably won't be that distracting. Gotcha. Okay, I'll have a look. The characters and the growth is really good. Give 2 to 3 episodes a try and you will get the vibe of it. Yeah, that's fair. I've watched Saki, which is an utterly ridiculous mahjong anime. I am curious about mahjong. Yeah, I understand. Nathan's very lucky to have you, Tao. I bet you're an amazing partner. I bet he is too. Oh, thank you, precious Patricia. I can't believe we've been together for 7 years, he and I. Crazy. But yeah, he's a wonderful guy. He is my inspiration, and he is my you know, he is such a big part of why I'm here with you guys. I think I mentioned it before, but like I was a very different person before I met Nath. And I was not this person. But he is such a kind, wonderful, selfless, patient, extraordinary human being. Yeah, I really do. I love him so much. He's really, really fantastic. How many of the things I enjoy are also enjoyed by probably the worst people in the world, but I get what you mean. I still would watch it to enjoy and dissociate. Yeah, absolutely. No. Again, I'm not saying that I won't watch it. I'm just saying I think that's probably the reason that despite it being recommended to me constantly, I'm like, I got other shit. Post some model progress pics. Ooh, I will have a look. Hi there, Cutie Kelly. How are you? It's good to see you. She actually used to steal people's kidneys. Yeah, that was definitely what I did. All right, let me see here. I was gonna go look at, what did you guys say? Okay, there was art stuff, right? Yeah. Ooh, hold up a sec. Flex is doing some really, really cool stuff with his, he's getting so good at this. These are getting to be really complex. Look at this scyther. This is awesome. Well done, Flex. Sick. Oh, and Icy, this is such a cute, that's so cute. Oh, cool. Oh, I like this character. Was this like an Underdark dwarf monk or something? I really like this expression. Very cool expression. Hi there, Magnificent Mulgrim. How are you? That's so cool. It's really cool, isn't it? And then Patricia's got some progress of her most recent model. Which is very cool. It's good to see those again. I want to go wee, wee. Propeller go spinny. Love the song. Yeah, it's a banger. Dwarf Monk, not Underdark. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I think it was just the background that I was like, oh, looks like cave. That's really cool, Patricia. Well done. Very, very cool. Excellent, excellent. I was a very different person before I met you too. More free time, more sleep, more games. Fuck! I love being with you in this community. And we're so glad to have you, Sweetest Strap, but you better be careful. You better be careful with your fucking sleep schedule. Give a bit more detail. Saki is about competitive girls' high school mahjong, where freaking everyone seems to have supernatural mahjong powers, including one girl who is so quiet the other 3 players forget she's at the table. It's amazing. The propeller on that one does actually spin. That makes me so happy. I love that. That's so cool. Thank you so much for the 3 stream streak, lovely Mulgrim, and beautiful bees. Thank you so very much. Based, yes, you are. Thank you also for the 3 stream streak, darling. It's appreciate it. Shoot, sorry about that caution. Apparently, our bot has decided it doesn't like people again. But it did queue it up, so that's good. Thank you very much. It's very nice to have my work be appreciated. Of course, of course. I feel that. No, Core! I'm gonna listen to Epic now. Yeah, go for it, lovely light. I actually struggle to listen to the original of the song. Really? Interesting. Streaming is cool, but have you ever heard of sleep? Tell him, Kalna. Tell him. Tau steals kidneys. I'll go ahead and add this to the Google Docie. Oh, no! We talking anime? Yeah, we're talking anime. We're talking music, whatever you feel. I'll take a recording of spinning and we'll post after stream. Yes, please do. Do bots ever like people? That's a very valid question. Beautiful bees, that's a new one. Hey, wait, who mentioned Epic? So many precious pals. Where are you? There are a lot of precious pals who are in Epic. You are beautiful bees. It's so good to see you. Fabulous Hunga. Hello, Hunga Munga. How are you? You're not doing good. You're doing horrible. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry, Mulgrim. Well, I hope that vibing here can help improve your mood, and if you need to go, walk away and take a nap or something, I hope that you'll consider doing so. I don't like the original of Thunderbringer. Went to hear it after the cover, and I was a bit disappointed. That's because you're in love with Amelie. Of course, fellow human. Bots love people and aren't planning to overthrow the pathetic human world and bring on the age of metal. Thank you, nerd. Mazebot almost always compliments. It's true. Mazebot is my little complimentary bot. Tau is just a bunch of bees in a cowgirl outfit. Imagine a Google Docie that's just, yeah, they aren't a great friend and said mean things behind my back. Also, they're a black market organ seller. Man, that would be a hell of a thing. If you're feeling great, that's great. Hunga, I'm so happy to hear it. I donated a kidney once. They called me a hero. But when I donated 5 more, they called me a monster. That's pretty funny, Core. Speaking of the Odyssey, I'll probably be seeing Nolan's adaptation when it comes out. I am curious about that. You'll have to report back as far as what you think of it, because I am very, very interested. That's not true. Like, I like the original stuff that she covers usually. This was an exception. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. She just improved upon it. Maybe I should listen to the originals before listening to her covers. I think that's exactly what you should do. I think that's what you should do. I'm throwing some deep 80s into the music queue. Go for it, lovely Storm Talon. That donate 1 kidney and I'm a hero, donate 5 kidneys and I'm a monster is one of my favorite jokes. That's quite funny. It's nap time for this old fool. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day and or evening. Thank you so much for hanging out, Cutie Court, and thank you so much for your support. I really, really, really appreciate it. It is so meaningful. And so appreciated. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I still don't know who this Amma chick is. Well, do I know a mod who could introduce you? Original before covers is a must. Correct. Correct. I really want to hear Tao do official covers of Everything Stays in Hotel California. Ah, that'd be cool. Well, if I ever felt confident in the voice, I would maybe do it someday. Do you? Do I what, nerd? Don't get me wrong, the guy that plays Zeus does a great job, but I think that's part of why it can get too real in a sense. Not necessarily a bad thing, but okay, gotcha. Well, there is a tumor that grows extra body parts. Maybe they just got the one that grew kidneys. Aha, that must be it. That's the solution. If you find out, introduce me too, right, Tao? Strat. Strat loves this bit. Strat fucking loves this bit. Yes, covers by Tao. Fully support. Oh, thank you, Ryoko. Perhaps one day. Perhaps one day. Covers can be expensive. You have to like hire someone to like make an instrumental and or mix your vocals and or, you know, stuff like that. Oops. I gotcha, buddy. Mate. I've seen those kinds of tumors before. Tumors that have grown teeth or hair or nails and even eyes. Ew, that's so creepy. I mean, it's good. Are they functional? Do they help people? But bleh, 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 bleh. Heading into selling bedding. What do you mean? Do you know, funny thing about the song, I always used to believe that based on the sound and style of singing, it was sung by a black singer. Turns out that's actually true. Interesting. Okay. Ooh, incredible. I see. Thank you for the ew. Thank you. Thanks, cutie Ussie. I listened to Emily way before I ever knew what a VTuber was. And then for a while, I thought the music and the VTuber were different people. Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. When in doubt, put it on throne. I try not to put like multi like super crazy expensive stuff on there. There's some stuff on there right now, but like it's taking a backseat for sure at the moment. Oh, you covers getting it selling, but got it. Imagine one day you wake up and you can see your insides because you grew a third eye inside. Literal like Black Mirror nightmare fucking. Well, that's so scary. That's so creepy. Oh, I hate that. I hate it. They're not functional. They're just the body sending the wrong growth hormones to a tumor thinking that it's where it's meant to be. They're very rare, but they mostly happen in cases of lung and brain cancer. That's horrifying. Oh my God. What am I thinking of? I think people were growing like ears on mice or something like that, right? Those are functional, I think. Hazel Fernandez? She's a British R&B and house artist. Oh, cool. Very cool. Still hoping one day Amma and Tao do a collab whenever that might happen. Yo, that'd be so sick. I'd be so down. I would be a nervous wreck, but that would be awesome. There's been so much noise around Chris Nolan's Odyssey not being faithful enough and stuff. I know that his I know that his style of direction can be pretty polarizing, so I guess it's business as usual. Yeah, I think it is. One day, Tao will be even bigger than Amma. I doubt that, but that's okay. That's okay. I listened to a rapper and I found her when it seemed she stopped making music, only to have a pointing meme moment when she joined Hololive. Hold up. Wouldn't you have to grow nerves to see through the eye, not just the eye? I think that the nerves have to be grown, but then they can be like inserted into other nerves or something. I don't know. Gotta head out. All good, Valiant Valis. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for your amazing support. I really, really appreciate it. You are so sweet. I know people say you are just as beautiful on the inside, but it's best not to take a look. Noted. I really want someone to make a hyper-accurate version of the Odyssey with like very accurate costume design and writing. That'd be so cool as a history nerd. That would be really cool. I think that because the Odyssey is such a famous work, there's been more nitpicking, so to speak, this time around. Yeah, that tracks. What's worse, a tumor that grows extra body parts to a conjoined twin? Yeah. Ugh, yucky. Your friends say you're beautiful on the inside. My friends are liars. Through the page of an artist I really like into media, and I spoiled it to make sure no previews because he does some really cool and freaky horror art. Oh, interesting. Okay. As long as it's appropriate, as long as it's appropriate. I think I mentioned I started Infinity Nikki today. I'd like to mention that I fully believe Tao could VA something in it, and I probably wouldn't notice because I feel like it could fit really well. Aw, thank you, Space Cat. Oh, I would love to VA in Infinity Nikki. That would be some serious exposure. I don't really care about Nolan's directing style. It's just disappointing to see the pervasiveness of the 300ification of ancient Greece and cinema. Oh, that's understandable. That's understandable. Yes, as long as it's Procreate. Gotcha. Wait, what? There's one series of images he's done of a meat planet getting too close to Earth and infecting it. Blech, that sounds icky. Spooky, spooky. Yucky. Yucky is right. Oh, hello? That's not. Have you seen Evolution? I have not. I probably won't see the Christopher Nolan movie because I'm already biased. You don't like the name Christopher? There are lots of wonderful Christophers. Some may even be in this very chat. We will not. I have biases against against names based on my personal experiences. I do get that, but no. We must expand our horizons past our personal experiences. The dude is very upfront about not using AI. He's just really dang good at Photoshop and related tools. Okay, interesting. Oh, you mean you can't spell it? I'm biased for other reasons. Okay, I gotcha. Except Columbus. Yeah, Christopher Columbus, not a good dude. Taz's real name is Christopher, confirmed. Oh no. The doxing, it has happened. I've seen Jeff spelled Geff before. Yeah, Jeff has a lot of interesting spellings for it. actually have run across many a Jeff spelled the same. I mean, sorry, pronounced the same. Homophones, really, but they are completely, they're spelled very differently. Joff is cooler spelling than of the name than Jeff, though, in my honest opinion. I don't know. I'm biased against that now because of Joffrey from Game of Thrones. Oh my goodness, Coda. Baby's barking. Happens to be one spelled like Chaucer. Chaucer. Ooh, oh, Geoffrey Chaucer. It's such a good name. It's a very strong name. So your real name wasn't Kathy Christie Krinkle? Lies! I always thought that little prick's name was Joffrey with a J. Nope, I don't think so. Maybe it is, but I don't think it is. Low-key Geoffrey Chaucer sounds like a duke or something. Yeah, yep. That twerp Joffrey was way different from Joffrey. Oh, wait, is it with a J? I must confess, I have not read any of the books, so I kind of just went based off of the sound. My bad. Look at all these weird looking books. Look at these weird looking books. It is with a J. Oh, okay. Hi, good morning, Lava Yummy. How are you? It's good to see you. Haven't read or watched any myself, but I am familiar with the characters because you just couldn't escape it for a time. That is fair. That is very fair. That's the other thing, because it's an adaptation that's slightly aligning with more contemporary things. What's been shown in the trailers, it really rubbed people the wrong way. Oh, Odyssey, gotcha. How many letters can you fit into Joffrey? Hold on, let me see. Ooh, good job, bot. Thank you, Siri. Good bot. Praise Siri. How many letters can you fit into Joffrey and still have it be read Joffrey? Probably a lot, actually. Time to move to my room. Hopefully I can move my bed back against the wall without crying again. Oh, space cat. Honey, please take it easy, darling. Why are they weird looking? Well, because there's so many different, like, shapes and sizes and angles, and some of these are gonna have, like, rips and tears and that stuff in them once I get them all set up. Good bot. Yeah! I want my book the long way. Saw a really cool video that was made by this YouTube channel that does like realistic military planning and tactics in fantastical settings. And the video was, could a battalion of British Army troops hold Winterfell? It was so cool. He's also done other similar videos as, could the Royal Australian Regiment defend Helm's Deep? And could the Norwegian Arctic Corps defend Hoth? That's actually so sick. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Saves playing the guitar in this song. I love alternate history. There's a subreddit called Fictional Maps that I love to browse. They go from realistic to complete insanity. That sounds really fun. Dude, shred that shabby sig. Go hard on the bamboo flute. Yeah. Posted the video and media for the pals to enjoy. Thank you, Precious Patricia. Let's see. Don't believe those guys. They still think Australia's fictional. Just found a little baby toad at work. Oh, I put a pic of him in IRL if anyone wants to see him. Cute. Let me see little baby toad. Oh, he's so tiny. Oh my gosh, he's a little guy. He's so small. Oh, how did you? Oh, hello? What the fuck? Okay. God forbid I not pay attention to my my program for 2 seconds. What the fuck? It was like, you tabbed out, you bitch. Hold on. Let me get this up and running again. There's an entire anime entirely dedicated to that scenario of a modern military force in a fantasy setting called Gate, which I've mentioned a few times here. You have. Wow, he is small. He's so tiny. He's so cute. All right, here we go again. What the fuck? All right. Okay. You must focus, or else the program will close without saving. Luckily, it didn't close on my iPad. It's just strange that it decided to close on my on the computer. Weird. iPads are such attention seekers. They so are. I know. I'm happy I didn't step on him by accident. Oh, little guy, cute. All right, let's do this little side table. I like this song. This is cool. I don't think I've heard this one before. Pokemon, let's go. That is my real best. The dream that is my cause. Oh, sorry guys, give me just a second. I'm getting a call. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Spam calls. A challenge along the way. I wonder what other absolute gems could have been created if more anime intros were translated. Probably quite a few. Are you interested in any of the new Marvel movies? Oh, honestly, I've kind of lost track. I used to be really into them when I lived in the US, particularly in California. I was like, oh, this is so sick. And I was keeping up with all of them as they came out, but now I'm just like, there are so many. And then they've got like TV shows and they got movies and they got specials. And I'm like, I'm done with this. So unfortunately not, but I used to be. I used to be quite into it. New clothes? Who dis? Hi there, dearest David. Or should I say, howdy. Hello, welcome on in. Yes, it is our very first alternate outfit debut week. Good to see ya. How's everything going? Let's see. Endgame was the end. Everything else is side quests. Exactly. That's exactly what I thought as well. After Endgame, it started going downhill except for Spider-Man. Yeah, I have enjoyed the Spider-Mans I've seen. I'm still tuned in with the MCU stuff. Fair enough. Listen, I mean, it's a cool world. I just stopped caring, I think. It just became like too much to keep up with, I guess. It started feeling like homework, so I was just like, nah. But there's nothing wrong with, you know, enjoying it and continuing to watch it. I just don't. How does that work? An animation or detection of certain gestures? That's an animation, but as usual, I do still have all of my hand tracking and stuff, so. But I also have, like, I got my guns, and I can do some gun tricks. Ah! The last good MCU movie was the Spider-Man crossover movie. I'm just obsessed with Into the Spider-Verse. I hope that we get so many more of those, and I hope they're all just as amazing as the ones that we've seen already. Spider-Man is getting another movie. It should be out soon. I think at the end of the month. I do want to see that. I do want to see that one. I'm not gonna throw a fit if someone doesn't like what I like. Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. My problem. Why focus on these copyrighted worlds when you can make your own? My brain. There you go. Makes sense. So if you hit the hat button, it would tip itself if you didn't sew the thing. I'm not completely sure I know exactly what you're saying, but yeah, if I hit the hat button, then I can just have the hat on. And then if I want to tip it to you, then I can press the button and I can do that. Boop. So yeah. Let's see. In my opinion, the Marvel universe has become overpopulated. I think that's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, it's just there's just a lot to catch up on, basically. Yeah. I saw the first Spider-Verse movie in a tiny theater in a small country town. To give a sense of scale, the entire theater was packed, and we were all sitting on like classroom chairs. Wow, truly a small country town. Impressive, impressive. Oh, didn't do the thing. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I do agree that there was an overabundance of works coming out at one point. How would you look at the song's bio? It sounds a bit AI to me, this one. Let's see. The Old Rule King. Oh, you could be right here. Let's see. Yeah, I don't... Let me just read you this bio. Go read my book. Life is just fucking strange. True colors 1, Aries is trouble 2, get shit done, or you can just go listen to it. Why spoil the bio? I am kind of concerned this might actually be it. Yeah, skip. That's a bummer. Okay, whoever requested that, please do not request that again. Or anything from Old Rule King. Small theaters are fun unless you go to a haunted one like I did. A haunted one? Good ear though, Space Cat. Thank you for picking that up. That was faker than artificial turf. The theater also doubles as an art gallery when there aren't any movies on and was originally built in the 1920s. That's really cool, Patricia. Lots of history there. Destroy all Gen AI, 100%. Okay, hold on. I think it actually might tell me who that's... Does it tell me who requested that one? I don't think it does. Anyway, whoever did request that, please do not request it again. In fact, I'm gonna blacklist this one. I hear AI music far too often, so it's fairly easy for me to notice. That's awesome. That's one of the negatives of me not listening to music, like literally, except for this stream. I don't recognize stuff off the top of my head. Well, and also, you know, obviously I'm talking to you guys like 98% of the time, so I don't really, I'm not always listening to like what's playing. The only thing that kind of pulls me away is if there's something that's particularly obnoxious to me. Like, you know, constant screaming or like super heavy dubstep or like a lot of, or like slurs, stuff like that. Otherwise, I can't just have it in the background in my brain, I think. I kind of miss the small theater in the town where I went to college. They once did an all-night bad movie marathon contest, with the prize being a private showing of any movie they could reasonably get their hands on. They had so many old bad movies in their storage. That's awesome. Let me see here. Can you blacklist the artist? I told it to not play it again, but I'm not sure if that, like, if someone were to request it, I actually don't know if that would, I actually don't know if that, if someone like specifically requests it, I don't know if that removes. Let me actually see if I can do something with Songify for that one. Hold on a second. It's the request list. One sec. Song requests. Do I have a settings? Hold on, it takes forever to get this ready. Do you want us to test that? Maybe in a second. I want to actually see if I can, hold on. Let me go into Songify and see if I can actually prevent it from requesting that. AI is the future. Oh yeah, then why the hell are you hiding it? Yeah, true. True. I'm willing to be a guinea pig. Tell me the name of the song again. Give me just a sec. I wanna make sure that I because I've told it not to play the artist again on Spotify, but I think with Songify there might be something I can do. Hold on, let me see. Name of songs, block all explicit songs, max song length. Liked songs playlist, YouTube, config, Twitch, no. 1 sec. If you've never seen the movie Ega, I recommend that you don't, especially when the print is so old, the colors have faded, and the whole thing is tinted cyan and yellow. Holy shit. Speaking of small town theaters, I need to tell y'all about Ghani's? What is Ghani's movie posters? I think that was the one that got requested by mistake. Oh, Valos used a YouTube link, and it may have requested that song since it couldn't find the one he wanted. Oh, interesting. Okay, I really don't like that Spotify is like, oh, I couldn't find the thing, so let me default to something that's clearly AI. It still would be good to know which of these is, like, if there's a way for me to stop it from being played. So I'm not sure if Damn. Doesn't look like you can use Songify to block specific songs, unfortunately. Yeah. Damn. Okay. Well, I can't do it there. But I did tell it on Spotify to not allow that, or to not play that music again, which isn't even a music, that fucking program. Oh, wait a second. Oh, block list? Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. I think I found, oh shit, I think I might have found it. There's a block list. Wait. Okay, Old Rule King. Let me see. Old Rule King, and then I'll have one of you test it if it's okay. Old Rule King. Okay. Does anybody wish to anyone want to try that again? You can try requesting. Here, I'll put the let's go block list. Here, this is the link to the song. If somebody not, I actually don't know if a mod can bypass it. So maybe someone who's not a mod, if you want to copy that, and try and request that song. So in Ghana, most towns and villages have like a theater venue dedicated, where movies can be played, but won't have a dedicated cinema group. Instead, there'll be these like traveling movie presenters that will carry around their own projectors and the tapes or files around their for various movies. Let me see. And to advertise their services, they'll pay or hire local artists to paint unique movie posters for the movies they're carrying, and they are spectacular. Oh, yay! Cool! It works! Hallelujah! Thank you so much for testing that, Sweetest Sir Jazzy. I appreciate it. Awesome. Yeah, thank you for refunding that for lovely Jazzy. Awesome! Oh, that's such good news. Okay, so the next time that we hear the next time that we catch an AI song, we will, in fact, I wonder if there's a way for me to, let me see, do I have, because I have marked that before in Spotify, but I didn't know I could block stuff. So I kind of want to see if there's like a list of, I wonder if there's like a way to see things that I said I never want to hear again. Down with AI slop, 100%. Gen AI, meet Blacklist, yeah. BRB putting up leftovers, all good, lovely red, all good. This is for the artist, right? Not just for the song. Yeah, that's, you can block just specific songs. But yeah, that is what this is for. Is there a way to see what you've blocked on Spotify? That is what I want to know as well. Let me see if I can look at blocked. Blocked artists? No, of course that's coming up with like songs and shit. Maybe I can, hold on, maybe I can Google it real quick. How to find Spotify artists you have marked not interested in. Oh, wow, that's annoying. Okay. Spotify does not have a consolidated in-app list or page to view all the artists you have marked do not play this artist. Instead, you must locate hidden artists by either manually searching for their profile or by downloading your complete account data. All right, well, now we know that we do have a blacklist on Songify. And so, as such, anytime that we hear something like that, I can actually block it really easily. That's good. Okay, let's see. Go through the Spotify blacklist and copy and paste to the other one's blacklist. Yeah, it says that I'm not able to do it. I do find it amusing that for some of my peeps, I've been the go-to guy to get for them if they want to catch up on MCU stuff. I mainly just recommend them whatever they like, regardless of if it's MCU or not. Good call, good call. How to delete Gen AI from my life. Yeah, if only, if only. Well, it's not only a pain to do, I just genuinely don't know. I don't know off the top of my head what, because these AI artists, as they're listed, are only, they actually only, I'm gonna need to resketch these guys. They only, have been requested like once, maybe twice, and I don't really make it a habit of, listening to it over and over so I can remember their name. And apparently I can't look up which is which. Yeah, we do need to take the break, you're right. Nice new AI feature. Now, how do I turn it off? Yeah. Are we going for another 4? Yes, we are. About 4 to 4.5. All right, you guys, we gotta go on a quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. When we get back, we will work on our little wolf statues. All right, oh, shit. Please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you take any medications or vitamins. Love you lots, Miss Terribly. Mwah! Of those songs on my Spotify playlist after I saw it. Let's see.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Lizard! Yes! Let's fucking go. Oh my god, I can't believe I did it. I'm at Skyrim 100 stealth. Oh my god. It's Daddy Hildebrand, or whatever his last name is. Is that right, Hildebrand? Tau likes, and into the pouch you go. And stay forever. Exactly, Yuki. I've been accidentally getting streamers to bark and a woo. I can also do. That makes sense now. So Strata's like a possum, basically. Correct, Traza. See, you understand. As a fellow Aussie, you understand. I will DM the thing to you. Okay, thank you, Strat. Straight. My guns. My gun slinging. Yeah. When Dead Redemption. Pill. Still have. Okay. Is Tao in love with triangle? In a love triangle with Cornchan and Nath? No, Nath knows he's lost that one. That's a. Just kidding. Yeah. Yeah, we can use our imagination. Pew, 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 pew. That's how guns sound, right? Thank you, Leopard, for the pelvic. Thank you, whoever did that. It says Anon, but I would like it if you would tell me who you actually are because that's fucking sick. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Thank you so much. That's really, really kind of you. That's really generous. I can't believe. Thank you. Oh, I'm a little lightheaded from that one. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I'm so excited. Make me angelic. Fuck you.
Wanna head back? We should go home.
Except for the fact that I couldn't spend as much time with you guys. Shortly you would come over to my grave and sacrifice your nuts to me. Sorry, that's not... I meant that you would bring nice nuts. You would bring legumes and things like... As lore historian, I proclaim you streamer and head mod. That's cute.
I can't stop it. I'm on the way.
There was a chance I will come back with wet nuts. I'll see you soon. Hello, everyone. I return with wet nuts. It's very tragic. God! We were getting close! Dude! Father's Day is this Sunday in Canada too, but we Canadians are used to being forgotten about. Oh no, Liv, that's so depressing. Don't say that. Hi, my darling. Welcome back. I will let you guys finish your words and then, whoa, what is this song? Ryuji is Tao's adopted son. That's true. Actually, please wish me a happy Father's Day. I am daddy. I am the father. I am the father. Welcome back, precious Patricia. Oh my god, I can't believe I did it. All right, let's get you guys on your words over here. Well done, well done. This can be arranged. And
Who knows what may lie?
here we go. Back over, y'all. We go. Hey, welcome back. Welcome back. Let me give you guys uppies. Oh, precious Patricia, uppies. Good, Patricia. See the star. Welcome back. Awesome, Aussie uppies. Good, Aussie. See the shadow got welcome back. Welcome back, terrific Talon. Uppies. Yee, good, Talon. Thank you for the care package already. Yes. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. I've added requests of music in Espanol. Oh, excellent. Excellent. Nilo, hello there, lovely Nilo. Welcome in. How you doing? Okay, time to draw some little wolf statuettes. Oh, holy shit! Wait! Before you go, Strat, was that you? Who's the anonymous user who just donated another $250 to the chargeback support? Who did that while we were on break? Who did that and then didn't tell me? Who is responsible? Holy shit, thank you so much. Who did that? I demand you tell me so I can thank you. Oh my god, $250. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Holy fuck. It was Dio. Was it you, Red? Or was it actually Dio? Iridius, thank you so much for the lurk, hon. I appreciate it. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I'm being overwhelmed by love and support after this chargebacks, Nilo. How are you? No, it wasn't me. That defeats the purpose of Anonymous Tao. Was it you, Caution? Batman, obviously. Was it you, Count It? Only good thing Dio's ever done. Whoever it was, thank you so incredibly much. That is absolutely extraordinary. Thank you so much. It was everyone, my communities trolling me. Did you see the news last stream? No, what news? But thank you so much to whoever that was. I really appreciate it. The government of Australia. Thank you, ATO. You got married. Oh, you got married 2 weeks ago. That's amazing, Nilo. Happy marriage. Congratulations, hon. I'm so happy for you. That's so cool. May you have many, many, many happy and wonderful years together, darling. I annoy her all the time. It's great. Well, I mean, clearly she wants you to keep annoying her, so whatever you're doing is working. Congratulations, hon. So what are we raising money for? We're not really raising money. It's just that I've got a thing on Throne that the pals are being very generous to donate to. We got hit with over $2,000 US of chargebacks because someone decided that after tipping the channel for over 30 transactions over 6 months, they wanted to charge back every single one. So I am in the hole by a lot because of that person. So the pals are being incredibly, incredibly generous. And they've been so incredibly supportive. Cutie Cal, now you're going to bed. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Someone stole a lot of money from Tao. I'm working on getting her money back. You guys are so sweet. Thank you. Whoever did that 250 as well. Holy fuck. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's the gist of it. Yeah, that's the gist of it. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. People like that are people I don't associate with. Well, we didn't intend to associate with them either. Thank you, Nyla. That's all right. That's all right. The Precious Pals have been absolutely extraordinary. We're officially 38% of the way there after we have funded 1.18K. Oh my god. Oh my god. You guys are that's incredible. That's absolutely insane. Thank you so much, you guys. Are amazing people, and y'all deserve only the absolute best. The Precious Pals certainly do, and I feel so lucky to have all of them. You want to have a bit of a chuckle, then have a peek at media at some movie posters from Ghana? Okay, let me have a look. Various hand-painted Ghanese movie posters as mentioned. Holy shit! That Home Alone one is brilliant. Oh my god, Ferris Bueller's Day Off that is not what I picture when I think of Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Whoa! Neither is the E.T. one. Oh my god, Space Jam. That is incredible. Jurassic Park, what's the golf club? That's crazy. Those are extremely fun. We're the lucky ones if you ask me. Oh, no, mate. I am the lucky. I am the lucky. You're so sweet. I hope we win the case. It would be such a relief. Like, I am already at ground level with the financial system. Need to start digging to go any lower. I know. Yeah, same. I was like, things were going fine, you know, between commissions and stream and donations and stuff, for like that whole time, and then getting hit with that, I was just like, oh my God. Threw everything, every bit of financial security that I felt I had out the window. You find them funny? They are very funny. The art's really fun on them, though. I'm just trying to decipher, like, what makes, like, what part of the movie made them want to put a golf club in there as a centerpiece for Jurassic Park, for example.
Cute little wolf.
Also, those are some of the tamer ones I found. One from Mrs. Doubtfire had her impaling a dude in the face with a pool cue. Holy shit! Whoa! And the poster for Akira, for some reason, had Arnold Schwarzenegger and a bunch of demon gorillas eating people? What? That's crazy. Oh my God. Wow. That's insane. I actually think these little leggies might be a little too short. Absolute cinema. Exactly right. Oops. Oh my God. I am not selecting things properly. Holy shit, please. This sounds like an RPG battle song. Is it? It does sound like that, right? Not sure if this song will be a bit much, but I'll throw it out there. Okay, sounds good, Red. Looking forward to listening to it. I just realized probably. Actually, I'll put these on here first, and then we can move it. Strat, it's an Emily song. Strat, Emily song. You see it, don't you, Strat? Return fire. Return fire. Just popping in to say you are such a fangirl. Me? Me? there? What is he doing with that wolf? Do you like the statues? Apparently, Save also likes the statues. Look at him. Look at him. You love them. Yee! There's gonna be a bunch of little things like that. Like in the, I've got like a skull crown here somewhere. Where is it? There it is. There's like a skull crown up there, and there's like some like candles and little trophies and stuff.
Whoa!
There's gonna be, like,
They
some
made the
little-
save icon in real life! Whoa! They did!
Banger song. Hope you're well. Doing well. Outstanding, Obtuse. How are you? Good to see you. I have so much to give lore to. You do. You do. We are never losing the shout out battle. You tell him. You tell him. Yeah, these guys need to be more, like, centered on the table, but I'll do that in a little bit once I get the rest of this. That book looks fucked up. Hold on. Ali! Hi there, amazing Ali. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome on in. How are you doing, darling? Save is now 47 seconds ahead in the new shout-out war. The new shout-out war! Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! This is a full-fledged, this is an ongoing war. He may be 40 seconds ahead in this battle, but we are winning the war. He's got 2 channels we get to shout out. TauTassieTiger and his chat are plotting to win the shout-out war. No can do. No can do. We are already victorious. Also, I am manufacturing this all. Is just in jest? Ah, you may be jesting, but I am taking this dead seriously. Team Pouch will be winning the shout-out war because we have 2 channels to shout out. He has but 1. I've been super tired, but cozy. I'm glad you're cozy, sweetheart. I'm sorry you're tired, though. Have you not been getting enough sleep? He's pointing at my wolf! That's my wolf on his screen. Shout out war 2, you could say. You could say this. Extra channel doesn't count. Absurdity. No, sorry. If it belongs to his name, then it is fair game. He hasn't used it in months and months. That's not true. He literally streamed on it like 3 days ago. I believe you will win. Thank you, Ryoko. That is because you are on the winning side. False. Go look yourself. You will discover an unwatched VOD. All right, let me move these little guys over a bit. I won't. I live in the reality I choose, where I didn't miss a variety stream. David, perfectly valid. You're absolutely right. You missed no variety stream. You were correct about that. It was all in an alternate reality, an alternate timeline. Not in this one, remember. That you missed a variety stream because you didn't. You didn't. Save better, save a face after losing the shout-out battle that will go on for an indefinite amount of time, right? It's true. It's true. Okay. There are my little guys. The wolvies. The little wolvies. Wolvies? Wolvies. Okay, now I can start working on this pillar behind there. They look cute. Thank you. Wolves are something I can, well, wolf heads. A wolf head I can draw when I am not looking. Do you want to see me draw a wolf head when I'm not looking? Okay, this might be hard. Haven't done it for a while, but this used to be a party trick. So I'm gonna look. No, actually, I'm not gonna look anywhere. I'm gonna close my eyes. This is gonna be really, really poor, probably, but yeah. How did I do? Professional artist here, guys. Okay. To be fair, I mostly do this on paper where I do like feel the corners. That's a little bit harder to do here. Anyway, we are talking about ow-woos. We are. Ow-woo. He's got a goatee. Banger song from Patricia. That's a derpy wolf, but a wolf indeed. Well, I wasn't looking, so it's not too bad. My sketches are so fucked up when it comes to, like, landscapes. I did not think through where this needs to sit compared to the rest of that. You need to stop distracting me. I've been moving images and clips from left to right for the last 20 minutes. I need to work. Are you working on clips, sweetest try? We have so many. So many precious pals have made many wonderful clips. All wolves are cute, no matter how derpy. Most beautiful animal to ever exist. Wolves are beautiful. They are gorgeous. Favorite animal for a long time. First persona was a dire wolf. Hell yeah. You could always time yourself out for a period. That's true. Strat, do you want me to time you out? I have to work on those, but this is for a new project I was telling you about this morning. Oh, it's got a tight deadline. Oh, okay, fair enough, hun. Fair enough. Yeah, I can like temporarily time you out, Strat. Would that be helpful? That's cool. That's cool though. I'll just have save link your Instagram every 5 minutes. GG's. No, that does not count because then we can do the same thing to all of his socials. Did you know Australia has a spider that only eats other spiders? What spider is that, Mac? Need to sleep? All good, Swedish Shadowgun. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for coming in. We'll see you later. How delete that request, please? It was the wrong one. Oh, okay. Would you like me to replace it with anything, hun? He doesn't have them all. Ah, ha, 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 ha. All right, got rid of that one, darling. Bronco que no queda fuera. Yeah? Man, it's been so long since I've even read Spanish at this point. I do not remember how to pronounce things anymore. Okay, I found it. I queued that up for you, hon. One of the Wea. Okay, it is Wea. Yeah, the L's are a yeah sound. Right. Sorry. Oh, man, I cannot believe that I don't remember it. Fuck, man. Can't even pronounce my second language. It wasn't actually my second language, but I did understand and read it relatively okay. One of those requests I made was made a little was for Anytime Baby by Meteor, but the bot for some reason chose a song called More and More. Do you want me to go and find Anytime Baby and replace it then, hun? Or did you fix it? If you don't lose it, if you don't use it, you lose it. That is so true. That's so true. I think it's funny because I believe someone tattled when I was talking about the shout-out war while I was coming in. Had here to tell you about the shout-out war. Swapping out with great? All right. So I'm looking for More and More, and I will get rid of that one. I'm actually not sure if Anytime Baby is just showing up here. Let me see. Meteor. Is it Japanese? Meteor. Hi, cutie cat. Welcome in, darling. How are you? Is this for a background? It is. This is a commission for Umbra in the chat. This is gonna be his stream starting soon, BRB and end screen. Because I'm gonna be coloring and animating this in such a way that it'll show during the daytime and at night, and then there'll be one where he goes away. He's also because we're gonna have a little character here for him too. Yeah, so it's a massive, massive, massive project. Big undertaking, but it's gonna be so cool when it's done. He's the one who commissioned this piece, so it's gonna be this level of detail when it's all done. And a little bit of animation, which would be really cool. You know, it may not have picked up your song, lovely Patricia, because I actually am not seeing it's there. I found the link to it. Oh, wait. Oh, did you? Oh, you got, wait. Did you request that version then? Is it by TM Revolution? But no. You said it's, Hey Baby. That's strange. I don't actually see it here. Found the link in Spotify just now. Can you re-request it? And then maybe Strat can refund, one of the points. Let me see. Oh, weird. Huh. It's literally not coming up when I search for it. That's very strange. And we're both in Australia, so I have no idea what that is. Thank you. Thank you, Patricia. Strat, can you refund Patricia for that one? And I'm just going to remove the other one that was up there. All right. Let me put that in the right spot. There we go. Oh, already did? Oh, of course you did, Strat. You're amazing. Let's see. We're on 7th Square. Good. Very good. Ahoo. 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 Okay. Let me see. Oops. That's a little too uneven. I want this to be like hand carved, but it can't be like. Oh, where's the. Nope. 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 Maybe that might be it. Let's see. The spotter that's in Australia that only eats other spotters is called the assassin spotter or pelican spotter, and they're found everywhere in Australia. Wow. Well, way to go. Way to go on them. Thanks for eating the bad spiders. Cyber, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. Going AFK. Yes, good call, Strat. Do that. Do that. Sorry, Caution. It's okay, it still made it into the queue. Okay. I don't trust Spotify bot. That's fair. You probably shouldn't. Oh. A spider that kills spiders? But who will take care of that one when all the other spiders are gone? Well, you. Apparently, I can still finger draw. Good. That's good, Space Cat. Just like Sudist said to you. Very nice. Non-binary. So I was just thinking that. I'm like, oh, damn, this is so cool. It's the non-binary anthem. Yeah. Not as good as using a pencil, but it's possible. Yeah, absolutely. If it's big enough to eat other spiders, I will be in the furthest part of the world from it. Simon, no! We want you here! Poppy, yeah, they're cool. Very cool. I haven't heard this one before, but it is on the liked now. Okay, there's one of our pillars. The assassin spotter does look super freaky. I'm gonna look it up, but I'm not gonna show anybody, obviously. I don't want to trigger anyone, so I'm just gonna go look it up for myself. Let's see. Assassin spider. Oh, that's a very strange looking animal. Oh, it's really weird. Oh, it is like a pelican. Oh, bizarre. That's so alien looking. Huh. Are they venomous? They literally not even bite people? They're just absolutely freakish? That is such a strange looking animal. How big are these things? It's like so odd looking, it doesn't even look like a spider. It just looks like an alien. Let me see. I probably won't be awake for that one, but if folks have never heard Concrete Blonde, it's a good intro. Okay, cool. She's really turned a new leaf. This wasn't her initial sound palette. Oh, really? They have some very cool collabs. I believe I've seen one with Amelie. Wait, really? That'd be cool. There's a poppy song I like, but it can get very screamy. It's called Van, Violence Against Nature featuring Bad Omens. Oh, okay, okay. They have venom, which they use to kill these spiders. Wait, I kind of want to see now what it's called. It's called a pelican spider or an assassin spider. Are they, when you say that they kill spiders, do you mean like, do they kill like, do they kill, can they get their little teethies around? Are they big enough to get their teeth around like a huntsman? Or do these kill like things that are not the size of a dinner plate? Oh, looked into it. It was Amy Lee, not Emily. Gotcha. Okay, I can see the confusion. I can see the confusion. Easy mistake, yeah. Hmm. You people are willingly looking up spiders? Yeah, but we're not putting them here, so you don't have to look at them, don't worry. Amy Lee of Evanescence. Yeah, I reckon. It looks like they kill prey that's around their size. I wonder how big they are. They didn't look that big. Oops. Spotters are cool. Well, if you don't have a fear of them, which a tremendous amount of the population do. Ooh, Kilkennies. I like Kilkennies. Time to add some goth to the mix. Go for it, lovely Storm Talon. Mhm. I added 2 Kilkenny songs actually, and I'm very glad I introduced you to them if you like them. Yes, I do like them. They ruined Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings for me. A cool being would not do that. That's fair. That's fair. Concrete Blonde can be considered gothic times, but Ghost of a Texas Ladies Man is definitely not. I just noticed Mazebot has a pal. He does. Wait, where's my, yeah, you guys, you get them. I think that the pals disappear if you don't talk for like, I think it's 3 or 5 minutes or something like that. But as soon as you talk again, you materialize again. Mm. Highly recommend the Concrete Blonde album Bloodletting. Every song on there is freaking banger. Ooh, okay. What is this song? What is this? What the heck? What is this song? from 1986. Was this the one that you requested that's like the 80s? It's a song called Hot in the Airport, apparently. Yeah, interesting. Back in 2012, when my kid was 15, I was able to take him to the Concrete Blonde concert as a Christmas present. That's cool. Does this song matter to anybody? It's fairly long. Please do speak up if you requested it. Otherwise, I might skip it because it's very, I don't know. It's kind of, I'm not sure if I'm grasping the intention, you know? You did request it, Mac? What okay. The 80s song I requested was Private Life. By I love Oingo Boingo. I don't know if it's played yet. I don't think so. I'm sorry, but I'm not liking it either. Yeah, it's a song from the Key of Zed. Yeah, it's interesting. It's not going against any rules, so I'll leave it on since you're here. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Private Life by Oingo Boingo. Let me see where that is. Private Life. I guess it must have, maybe it did play? I don't see it on here. Private Life. Oingo Boingo is an amazing name. They're also, they have some really good music. The first time I heard them was when I was doing some fuck, what's it called? DDR, some DDR. Oh no, there it is. I found it, hun. Nope, never mind. It hasn't played yet. It's about like 5 songs away. I wonder if we should have like a, I wonder if we should have like a, if enough pals don't particularly like something, if they want to call for a vote. Would that be fair? I think that might be fair, especially for like longer songs. What do you guys think of that? Do you want to do that for various music if you guys aren't particularly fond of the song? You can skip it? Okay. All right, we'll just skip it then. I don't like the idea, but this song is making me feel it. I like a skip song command with a set total of of exclamations to skip. Actually, that's a I wonder if we can do that. Let me see if that's something I can do real quick. Hold on. Song requests. There is a skip command. I'm just not sure if there's like a vote. Let me see. Is there a vote for that? Simulation of feeling hot in an overcrowded airport. Very interesting. Oh, wait, I think, oh my God, there is a command for that. I think, what do you think? Like 5? I think 5. Do you think 5 is fair? Because we can actually do that. Yeah, 5 seems fair. Okay, all right. Let's do the command is vote skip, all one word. Okay. Now you guys have the control. Cool. Actually, can we test it? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually duplicate this song. That way it'll play next. But can you guys test it just to make sure? Everybody vote to exclamation point vote skip. I'll also do it. Don't worry, this one's gonna play again. I just would like to test it, if that's okay. I was typing, we should test it when you said that! Get out of my head! All right. Ah, perfect. Great. Okay, awesome. Excellent. Oh. Apparently. Okay. Very interesting. It, even though I put it on there, as a follow-up. Was that boy? I'll just re-add it. So I made it follow up, but I guess because it was the same song after as well, it was like, oh, we'll skip both of those. Boy, who's that? Bye again? It was boy, okay. There we go, King New, okay. Oh, hi, lovely Yuki, how are you? It's good to see you. How are you doing? Okay. Let me see. You're going to therapy, sweetheart. Quick check-in before I have to go to therapy. How's everything going? Things are going well, darling. The pals are being very, very sweet. Nearly making me cry multiple times today. But yeah, doing well. We're working on Umbra's commission today. We did put yours on the list as well, but I have to leave in 20 minutes. No, the music is certainly taking a turn tonight. We have lots of different types of music. I do like the exposure to lots of different types of music, but yeah, there are, and I would say like 99% of the time we like everything, but all the songs I was looking at now are way too long. Oh no, sorry, Storm Talent. Sorry. I wonder if we should also amend our little song request thing and say, feel free to do exclamation point, song skip. We need 5 votes for a song to skip. Los Askis. Ozzy! Hello there, lovely Ozzy. Welcome on in. How was Minecrafting? It's so good to see you, darling. Welcome, welcome. Like to hear new music? Hell yeah. Oh, Yuki, thanks for coming in with the raid. You guys, this is the Piggly Human PNG tuber from the land down under. They be vibing in Minecraft, breaking GTA, and exploring the depths of Skyblock. With a heart for mental health and a dash of ADHD, this chill streamer be bringing the royal entertainment. Is lit, fam. 100%. Welcome on in, hun. How was your stream? When will your next one be? Exploring the depths of Skyblock. What an odd turn of phrase. Well, I don't know what it means. I figured it's a Minecraftian thing. I'd argue bump the vote threshold up a little bit higher. 5 isn't a lot of people. I guess that's true, but like we don't really have too many people chatting at once, you know what I mean? We have a lot of lurkers, but I don't know how many more. This one's actually a little bit screamy for me. I'm gonna skip the rest of that, sorry. But if we'll test it out. It's really easy to change. So if we start seeing that, like, you know, people are just skipping through everything, then I'll probably up it to like 8 or something. Mazebot got a little bit wrong there. I tried looking for the new stuff they added to the game and survival setting. It didn't go well. Oh no, I'm sorry, Ozzy, but it's good to see you nonetheless. Hello. Please make sure that you go and take good care of yourself, darling. Go and yeah, grab yourself something to eat or drink, and make sure you stretch and stuff, okay? Yeah, Strat, thanks for coming in with the raid as well. A lot of the time, it feels like there's around 10 or so people actively chatting for every 30 or so lurkers, but it fluctuates. Yeah, and even then, a lot of those people I don't think will like be voting on you know, skipping stuff or whatever. I am on it. Head is pounding a little, so I shall remain in lurky mode. Oh, all good, hun. I hope you feel much better very soon. Thought of a song to add, but realized it really needs a video, so I just posted in the music channel. Sounds good, Storm Talon. I will have a look. I'll be talking your ears off next time we see each other again. Don't you worry. I hope that therapy goes well today, honey. Deadass can't call him Los Askis without thinking they almost named the song Los Askis. That's a good point, actually. An album compiling music that are called outsider music. Outsider music is essentially music made in other very non-traditional ways, or the person making the song made a song with little to no idea how to put together a proper song in the first place. Ah, okay. That might be better for, I don't know, a stream where there's like a lot of avant-garde stuff playing, but since we want to like vibe and relax, probably not the best thing here, because it for some reason, even though it didn't like, it wasn't, you know, inappropriate or screamy or anything, and yet it still managed to activate my like anxiety. I was like, wow, this is nerve-wracking to listen to. In English, they're the Huskies. Oh, the Huskies! Good doggies, good puppadoos. Very talkative puppy doos, those ones. I completely agree, that was making me anxious and on edge a little bit. Yeah. I'm a frequent lurker, and it appears I must return to it because it's almost 7 a.m. Isn't it great to get so little sleep? Oh no, Saiba! I'm so sorry. We took you out of your lurk mode, and here you are staying up all night. I'm so sorry. I mean, we're thrilled to have had you. Don't get me wrong, but I am a little bit worried about you, hun. Please do get some good rest, okay? Try and get at least a few hours. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. At least it wasn't blarf. Oh, I don't even want to know what that is. Yeah, I might ask that everyone who like requests the song maybe keep in mind that, you know, there's like tens of other people in here besides yourself, so maybe think of stuff that others might particularly enjoy, you know, just for considerations purposes. And it's kind of like how I have a library filled with ASMR, but I wouldn't, you know, put that on because I know that most people are not big fans of it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I gotta get my battery. Let me see here. Actually, we do have to go to break, so I'll go find my external charger. Blarf is the musical side project of comedian Eric Andre. I occasionally like a song that's deliberately unsettling. Like, I normally really hate autotune, but the Strokes recently released one that uses it heavily with the intent to make it kind of unnatural. Interesting. We need to adjust the command. I will write up something new later today. Yeah, that'd be good, Strat. It's really not a good song. For some reason, they song in such an earworm, and it manages to genuinely give the experience of being in an overcrowded hot airport. Sorry about requesting that one. Oh, that's all good, Mac. That's okay. You're all good. Just wanted to, yeah, I think it's always good to kind of be like, okay, what is the, you know, what is the majority going to enjoy kind of thing. Always. I have so many songs I love, which I would never request here because I don't think it fits the vibes. Right, exactly. That's right, Yuki. All right, we do gotta go on a quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darling sisters, I'll see you as a reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I'm gonna go and find my my external battery, and I'm gonna give you a boss spell. Love you lots, miss you terribly, see you soon, what? Bye! Macadamia nuts, some pistachios, I would be a happy little dead thylacine. Except for the fact that I couldn't spend as much time with you guys. Shortly you would come over to my grave and sacrifice your nuts to me. Sorry, that's not... I meant that you would bring nice nuts. You would bring legumes and things like... On my armor, probably don't need any more of that. Here we go! Whoa! Holy shit!
me do a little bit of a soothing song for all my betches.
Don't push yourself.
Okay, everyone is like at 100% health, so if someone dies, it's their fault. Okay, I'm the one who died. Fuck! God!
Princess.
We were getting close! Dude! Father's Day is this Sunday in Canada too, but we Canadians are used to being forgotten about. Oh no, that's so depressing. Don't say that. Yummy water. And Ryuji is Tao's adopted son. That's true. Actually, please wish me a happy Father's Day. I am daddy. I am the father. I'm sorry, guys. One moment. Fuck. Oh my god. What did I fucking say about jump scares, dude? Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me. Oh man. Fuck.
Well done, genius. You broke the damn air duct.
Well, you won't let me in.
Take it to her.
Here it comes.
Ah!
No need to worry. I'll handle this. I need to prove my worth to you after all.
This arc of P5 contains my 3 favorite things. Tall goth women, twinks, and gambling. Amen. There. I have important shit to say. Everyone shut the fuck up. Clay Muse streamer and head mod. That's cute. Big cow. Road trip catchphrases. Stay fresh, cheese bags. Eat your own lips. Punch asphalt, big boy. Time to make the donuts. Suck my butt sucker. I've been to Reno, bitch. Kill, baby, kill, kill. A lot of people were doing it. That Skyrim 100 stuff. Oh my god. It's Daddy Hildebrand, or whatever his last name is. Is that right, Hildebrand? There was a chance I will come back with wet nuts. I'll see you soon. Wet Dead Redemption. Poo poo. Still have macadamia nuts, some pistachios. I would be a happy little dead thylacine. Except for the fact that I couldn't spend as much time with you guys. Shortly you would come over to my grave and sacrifice your nuts to me. Sorry, that's not, I meant that you would bring nice nuts. You would bring legumes and things like needle?
What are you doing?
Hi, Goonies. I'm back. I just got you. Oh, I'm sure you're shocked. Yeah, that wasn't very bright. 1 second, my everything is wrapped around each other here. Ouch. What was the point of that? Not the sharpest idea. Gonna pin the blame on you for that one. Did you really needle that money? That one wants a stretch. Oh, all right. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Who's yelling at me? Someone's yelling at me. Ah, scary. Ah! Ah! Well done. On your words. Touchdown can finish any 5-hour game in at least 17 hours. Hey, I resemble that remark. Welcome back, baby pal. Yum, 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 yum. Happy for Ozzy. Hey, Ozzy. Welcome back to your strap. Welcome back, precious Patricia. Happy. Good, Patricia. How's eating something? It's true. My favorite sippy. What is the cut length of this song? This song is 3 minutes and 16 seconds. Abby's for you, Talon. Good, Talon. Time for me to jam. Hell yeah. You got cheese and bacon rolls. Yummy. Yummy.
You got the world famous Australia chips. I did. Oh, good. A bit full space. Good space. Give me just a second. And my neighbors just left something at our door. I'll have to go see what it is. I'll look at it next break. All right. Now Coda's barking. He's a little late. Your neighbors seem very nice. We have some really nice neighbors. Probably okay, as they seem so lovely. I actually don't recognize this neighbor, but I saw him walk across the street, so I was like, oh. But yeah, I'm sure it's going to be very sweet. We do have some really, really sweet neighbors, though. Gonna check on save? Oh yeah, please check on save. Help save that we say hi. Hold on. I'm looking at his chat. I hope he's having a good day today. I don't think he was very thrilled with how his streaming went yesterday or something. Oh my god! Whitechapel! Hello, wonderful Whitechapel. Welcome on in. How are you? Holy crap, it's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Here, let me turn on my most recent, like, big piece. There you go. Color for attraction. Yay, thumbnail. How are you doing, sweetheart? Holy crap, do you have some art for me? Please tell me that you have some art for me. Fanny! Hi, Fanny! Say hello! You guys, this is the wonderful Whitechapel, who is a valiant artist, and not only a valiant artist, but a fucking outstanding and exceptional artist as well. This guy is the one that I've been telling you guys about endlessly, about what a legendary pixel and sprite artist he is. So incredible. Valiant artist and game dev gracing us with their pixelated presence. They craft digital wonders in Unreal Engine 5, currently conjuring Echoes of Pestilence, a 2D Metroidvania where one embodies a plague doctor. Their streams showcase art and workflow with a sprinkle of modern slang, truly lit. Also, bangin' playlist. Hello there, Fanny. Welcome on in. The Yagi. Welcome, welcome. The chapel party breaks in, and you are always welcome. Rossies! Hi there, lovely Rossies. How are you? Chapel! Hi, and fabulous Felix. Darling, thank you so much for the follow, hun. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome, welcome. And if I may, allow me to, tip my hat to y'all. But let me see here. You guys have come in during our very first ever outfit debut, which is super exciting. Yeehaw. Yeehaw. Lovely Whitechapel. Please let us know how your stream went. Feel free to share some art with us as well. If you would like to put it in the Discord, you're welcome to. But if you would like to share a link, let us know so we can permit you. And actually, while you do, here is a little bit about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Best you love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! Holy shit, this is so cool. I have had the pleasure and the privilege to be watching this while you guys were watching me dance around. Look at this thing. This is so fucking cool. Hold on, I'll play the music again. This is amazing. Holy shit, that was cute. Did you like it, Fanny? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Stream was good. Did some small animation and worked on some comm. That's many months old. I like how you're like, I know you want a comm, Tau, but I do not have the time. This is from many months ago. This is absolutely outstanding. Fabulous Felix. How you doing, hun? But yes, you guys, please check out the absolutely amazing. Wow, that is so sick. God, the weight of it is so cool. I like that the arm just does this like. Oh, it's so cool. And then the like weight of the slow and then the fast. Oh, it's so sick. This is amazing. What is this? This looks sick. This is the artwork belonging to the fabulous Whitechapel, who was just rated in with their gorgeous community. That is a lot of vola. That's true. You guys have the power. If you want to skip stuff, you can exclamation point vote skip, and it takes 5 people to skip a song. Is up to you. But that is really, really cool. I like that I actually quite like the fact that this like dead character winds up turning kind of transparent. It's really cool. Is that gonna be, are you gonna change that, or are you gonna keep it that way? Because I think it's sick. But that is so amazing. Oh my God, Whitechapel, absolutely badass. You guys, please do check out the wonderful Whitechapel. Truly an outstanding, outstanding artist. You will learn so much just from being in their stream. Most especially if you are a fan of pixel art, pixels and sprites and stuff. Fucking incredible. But yes, darling, Whitechapel, thank you so much for bringing everybody in. I do appreciate it. Keeping it. All my mob, the parish will turn into environmental set piece. That's so cool. That's so cool. Well, you, my dear, you have been streaming those long hours, so please go and practice some self-care. If you need to, you know, run away, go walk or eat or drink or medicate or sleep or shower or whatever you gotta do, please go ahead and do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. In the meantime, hello everyone, I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm also a professional artist. While I don't do pixel art like that, which is absolutely fucking amazing, this is my kind of art. This is what I do. I'm more of like an illustrator here. And we're working on a background. Here, I'll bring up the sketch a little more obviously. We're working on a stream background for the amazing Umbra in the chat. And let's see, what else do we do? We're also doing first time playthroughs of Persona 5 and also Final Fantasy 14. And what else? I'm actually letting you guys vote on what you want our next staple game to be on Saturdays. We're gonna come back and look at that in just a second. But I mean, why did I say Saturdays? Tuesdays. These are your options: Demo Nights, Dragon Age Origins, Xenoblade Chronicles, Undertale, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Just Cause 3, The Walking Dead from Telltale, The Legend of Kimori, Hades or Hades 2, or Digimon Stories Time Stranger. This song is very fucking loud, sorry. Skipping. But yeah, if you guys would like to get in on here and help us decide what our next Tuesday stream should be, please do hop on into the Discord and vote. In the meantime, to my wonderful community, ferocious pals, please go and give the absolutely outstandingly skillful Whitechapel a follow, because this is the kind of incredible artwork and animation that you can expect from him. Whitechapel, do you happen to know when your next stream will be, darling? And I'm so glad you like the backdrop. Thank you. It's a lot of work. But it's gonna turn out so sick. We have an animation. We do have animations as well that are gonna be going with this. Like a book fluttering from the bookcase onto the table, and there will be a character behind the table who's gonna like flip through it. We'll have like different times of the day. But yeah. Oh, hey, cutie cat. Thank you so much for the... Holy fuck. Oh my god. Trout out of left field. Whoa. Oh my god. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Cutie Cat, thank you for the 20 stream streak. Thank you for your dedication and support. And Trout, oh my god, thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Sorry, this song is too loud. I'm gonna skip this one too. I think we're just gonna skip all of those. I'm not finding, okay, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, and 50. Thank you so fucking much for 50 gifted. 50 gifted. Thank you. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Terrific Trout. That is absolutely astounding. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Okay, well, I think we will probably have another chibi style raffle in a week. Holy crap. Thank you so much. Thank you. Where's the game voting thing? It's in the Discord, under the events and schedule channel, sweetie. On the side, events and schedule, it's the most recent post there. And then you can vote for as many of these as you want. Holy shit, Trout. Thank you so much, darling. Whoa. Wait, I'll give you get gun tricks. You like my gun tricks? Wow. Thank you so much, darling. Pat. Just wanted to extend a bit of support. I would say that's an enormous amount of support. Sorry, I shouldn't be waving these around. That's a little bit dangerous. I'll put them down. Thank you. Hope everyone has a good stream. Thank you so much, lovely Trout. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so fucking much. That's amazing. Oh my gosh. Get shot by a stray bullet. Sorry. Holy. Thank you. Wow. God, you guys with the chargeback support and then 50 gifted subs and then at the start of stream, all those subs too. I fucking just... Thank you guys so much. You are such a kind and generous community. Thank you. I see Dragon Age. Just be warned because of the succubus leaves nothing to the imagination. I think as long as Twitch doesn't have it on like a no stream list, it's okay because it's supposed to be. I think it's something like if it's not the main focus of your game or something, then it's okay or something like that. But that's all right. If we get to that, if we do wind up voting for that, I'll just keep an eye out for the succubus. You're back from your run, 727 tonight. Thankfully, it's only about 81 Fahrenheit at 11 p.m. Oh my God. Nudity that happens to be in a game is fine as long as it's not made the focus. Yes. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, cool. But thank you so incredibly much for the raid, Darling Whitechapel. One last time, let's have a look at Whitechapel's outstanding, perfectly, wonderfully creepy artwork here. Look at this. So cool. So cool. I would love to like get in your brain, Whitechapel, like the fucking horrors that you put to pages. Amazing. Wow, that's crazy. I love the like the snap of like the root of the thing. Just is like yeah. Oh, so cool. If I was your neighbor, I'd ask if I could join you on these runs. Could you move one of my songs up? Yeah, which one would you like, lovely space cat? Whitechapel does phenomenal work for sure, for sure, for sure, 100%. Did you see the new censor mode? Yes, I did. It's so funny with the shorts. It's called something like Crazy Censors, and it includes such wonderful things as the toxic dude's face over his bits and Charlie's face over Vizzy's boobs. Wait, maybe I haven't seen that one. Oh, sorry, this is another one. We're getting rid of that one. The Persona one, I'm not sure of the name. Ooh, let me see if it's a Persona one that I recognize. I am afraid I don't know the name of the one that you're talking about, hun. Oh wait, Wake Up? Is it Wake Up, Get Up? I see the Persona pick there. One second. Oh my God, Storm! Scary. Thank you for the lurk, awesome Lizzie, I appreciate it. Oh, scary. Probably Get Up, Get Out. Yep, cool. Okay, awesome. That one is gonna play next then. Let's see. My internet is making stream freak out. Oh no, I'm sorry. Please no. Can we take down all the Vola ones? I can refund them. They're just too screamy. Oh yeah, I put Vola on the I put Vola on our block list because it's literally just constant. Dawn Vito song was not what I requested. I'll go fix it. 1 second. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. Let me see here. Stand Up Jamrock. For some reason, I'm once again not seeing that one. These are the stand-up. Anytime when I search stand-up Jamrock, I'm getting one by Bob Marley and the Wailers, something called The Resistance by Skillet. I actually don't see anything by Jamrock. Oh, it's the first one? Oh, okay, sorry. I thought Jamrock was the music. Sorry. Oh, okay, gotcha. Sorry. All right. I'll just cue that up. And we're getting rid of Get Up, Stand Up, I think. I have no idea where Vola came from, but I will probably add them to my own music. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that you like it. Yeah, that came from Mac. That came from Mac, but yeah, it doesn't quite fit the vibe here. Oh, you're back. Welcome back, precious Patricia. I need to get back to sharing music with Tao. I would love some more music from you, gorgeous. Did not even did not even look at this. Whoops, okay. Need to get these right and then I can fix the bottom part. It's a dub plate mashup of Bob Marley's song and one from his son Damien. Okay. Clearly, I've returned to the safety and warm pouch. It started nearly sleeting while I was out. Oh my god! Please stay safe, hun. Holy crap. Motivation hard, mood hard, choice, believe it or not, also hard. Oh no! Politely, I'm so sorry. I totally understand that. I totally understand that. This is my ringtone. Oh, that's cool. Very cool. Here's your song, a lovely space cat. This one comes straight down. And then I think that one over there is actually fine. Okay. I just gotta plant these in the stone here. Ah, fuck. There. That's really pushing it. That looks terrible. Hold on. I will fix. I will fix. No worries, sweetest space cat. My goodness, Finny is hilarious when he's hyper. Cats are so funny when they're hyper. They just, like, lose their fucking entire brains. I just love when they, like, freeze. Coda does it too, actually. Like, when he gets zoomies, he does the thing where he, like, he freezes and then he just bolts, like, piss bolts around the place. And then he just stops. And then he does it again. He's done it since he was a puppy, and it makes me so happy that he's, like, almost 6. And he's still doing it exactly the same way he did when he was, like, 6 months old. So cute. Let's see. More Amelie from Stratos Age. But I'm sure it's my fault, isn't it? I'm the fanboy. Oh, hold on. Okay. Just a little suggestion of the marble like going into the slab underneath is probably good. Fuck! I need to shorten this some more. Otherwise it's gonna like exceed the bounds of the little stand here. Maybe up there. That'll be good. you telling me you don't want to hear Sayu? Of course I want to hear Sayu, but at the same time. Ah! It is I am on my own head.
Whoa! They made the save icon in real
Wow,
life!
they did! Thank you so much for the raid! Hello, you're gonna lose this war. Is that what you think? You're
Whoa! They made the save
Hello,
icon in real life!
How are you? Welcome on in, everybody. How are you doing? It's Organizeo! Oh my god, it feels like it's been forever because it has been because I was off last week. Oh my god! How are you doing, sweetest?
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!
Wow, they did! You guys, this is the sweetest Save File 17 who hath graced us with their presence fresh from the Hearthstone arena. A true connoisseur of the game, boasting over 50 times on the leaderboard. Their streams are a delightful blend of strategic gameplay and nerdy banter. Truly, a realm worth exploring. And just in case you guys aren't sick of me, like, talking your ears off about how wonderful Save is, allow me to do it one more time. You guys, Save is an absolutely outstanding streamer. While he is, yes, indeed, a Vtuber man. Yes, I know. You have seen him all day. He's the one on my head. He was the one on my head. But yes, while he is indeed a Vtuber man, most of the time he does occasionally turn into Halveria Dograven, which is a wolf girl. So, you know, you want to drop in, if only for that. But I promise you, there's a lot of other great things about him besides the fact that he occasionally is a PNG werewolf. Such as, if you have any remote interest in Hearthstone, he is a guru of all things Hearthstone. He is a god king, wizard king of all things card games. Additionally, he is an absolutely exceptional conversationalist. You would be shocked with how many people are, he's got hundreds of people watching him at any one time, and yet he's still super, super interactive. I endeavor to be that way if I am ever able to average his numbers. He remembers everything. It's crazy. You'll be like, hey, I was in the hospital like 6 weeks ago and I didn't come in for 2 weeks, and then you'll come back like a few weeks later. I'll be like, hey, are you feeling better? You're out of hospital? Like, what? Amazing. Anyway, he's very thoughtful. He's very sweet. He also does some other stuff besides just card games, although to be honest, I've spent hundreds of hours in there, and I don't get Hearthstone at all. I always say, oh, squelch 'em. I don't know what that means. Get a yog. I don't know what that means. Card backs. I think I know what a card back is, but I don't know what the best one is. He probably knows. He probably knows objectively the best card back. But he does a lot of really cool sponsored content as well. He's done some gacha games. He also, what else? He's done like, yeah, so gacha. He did some Roamstead, which Pine won the giveaway for that one. I wish my brain would remember anything else that's useful, but congrats to Pine from like 2 months ago. What else? He's also, he did a sponsored stream for, the racing game. The one that Ozzy likes, Forza. He did a Forza stream. He's done some Angry Birds streams. He was playing BioShock fucking 2. Scary shit. He was doing something about water in Nema. That was something a few days ago as well. I didn't get to catch it, but I did see it. Anyway, you gotta go check him out. He's also like really, 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 besides his exceptional memory, he can also like, he has a stream deck of like a library, an absolute library of clips, like thousands of these things. I swear to God, it's crazy how many clips he has. And you can like cite the most obscure Star Trek or Star Wars reference and he's got it. And he will pull that up immediately. It's actually incredible. I dare you, go try, or bring me up. Go bring me up, or Politely, or Last Seahorse, or Aliora, or like any one of like 50 other VTubers. He is gathering a VTuber army. I am, in fact, a very high-ranking official in the official VTuber army officially. Mathematical, welcome on in. How are you? Okay, now I'll scroll. I had to focus on my fawning over Save. Let me see. Save shows us your amazing singing voice. Inky, did he do that? Oh God, I'm so sorry you had to listen to that. But thank you. That's very kind of you. When did you show that? live. Thank you for the care package, awesome Aussie. Let's see. CF, hello there, lovely Roth. How are you? I mean, you were off last week, but I did raid you on your outfit premiere today. That's true! You did do that. Sorry, my bad. Yes, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I mean, you were off last week, but I literally just read that message. I don't know if you know, Tao, and maybe you do, but Greg rated Save basically every day last week. That's so sweet. And each time he was like, where is Tao? Parts of this recap may have been exaggerated. However, no lies overall. Did he actually say that? Is that facts? Save, you wouldn't lie to me, right? Is what David, does David speak the true? But that is very sweet. I adore Greg. He's such a sweetie pie. Yog is random BS, go. Okay, that's what I thought. Good, I can just say Yog and then I know what I'm talking about. I'm so sorry to Save's community. Vash wants me to sing a song. Once I catch up with chat, I will. Oh God. Tao is kind of a big deal. I'm not a big deal. Trust me, I am not a big deal. I'm a teeny weeny little itsy bintsy streamer. The best card back is Halveria Darkraven. Oh, of course, who has her own card back with a big purpley pink tail and a spiked collar on it. How are you not using that every single day? Forza Craftmine. Oh, he also plays Minecraft. How did I forget that one? That's like the biggest viewership thingy ever. He's been playing Minecraft. There were some sponsored Minecraft streams and he was doing a craft. BioShock 2 is, wait, did I say BioShock? Did I mean Subnautica? Subnautica 2 is what I meant to say. I'm sorry. I don't know what words are. You guys go watch it for something he doesn't actually stream. No, sorry. Hi, good night, lovely mathematical. Thank you for coming in. Vix, yes, Fina, absolutely. I have returned from work. Welcome home from work, lovely Talon. Enjoy your art fighting. Tao too sweet, sweet, save too sweet. Thank you so incredibly much for the Kahan. Yes, actually, Kahan as well. That's the one. I am the General Lieutenant Admiral to the 10th Power Cadet Recruit Captain Commander Sergeant Master Chief in the Save File 17 Army, possessing fire and wind and water and earth and light and dark elements, time and space manipulation, saving power too. Yeah. Stop, thank you for the cute little guy. I appreciate him. Oh, you're gonna go sleepies. Of course, sweetie. Absolutely. Do you want me to bring that one up for you since you're gonna go to sleep soon, hun? I have a clip of Neo Greg live last Tuesday saying, Save, where is Tao? Where is Tao? Do you really? The next time I come in, you have to show me that. Or is this you fucking with me? Tao is a very big deal to all of us. All my precious pals are a very big deal to me, including the wonderful Save File 17. You want billion% said BioShock. I do believe that. Subnautashock 7, water everywhere. See, that's the thing, you guys. I have thalassophobia, so I hate open water no matter what. I really do. And both of those games happened to involve a lot of open water. Too much, in my personal opinion. And my personal opinion is objective fact. Anyway, good morning. I'm going to bed. You going to bed, Felix? I hope you sleep well. Sweet dreams. I was not lying. Save is telling the truth. Or is he? Nah, I would never lie about clips. Nah, I would, but this one is real. Oh my God. I gotta go see Greg and be like, I'm back, Ubu. If there isn't an actual clip of him saying that, well, now he has to. It's true. It was you. But yes, please do. Oh my gosh, hold on. There's more Vola stuff. Oh, that one didn't get blocked because it was a mashup or something. But Save, can you let us know when your next stream is? It's going to be about 18 hours, you guys. Can you let us know what you'll be streaming? Hearthstone and anything else? Welcome in, everyone. I'm Tao. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Today we are working on that's not the sketch. Oh, sorry, the sketch is already up. Oh my God. We're working on a stream background for a wonderful precious pal and client commissioner in the chat. It's a lot of work, but you can see that when it's all done, it's going to look absolutely awesome. In the end, it'll be this kind of render quality. And so, yeah, if you guys want to come on in on Fridays, after Save stream, of course, please prioritize his stream. But after his stream, if you want to come in and hang out with us, we are always accepting song requests, and you can help me decide what to draw if you did come in like earlier. And oh, and we have a Patreon now. We have a Patreon up and running. Guys, just so you know, SafeFile17 also has a Patreon. You should also support him on there. But I have googly woogly eyes. Yeah. Do not wish to disrupt the stream as I will be sleeping and lurking in the pouch backpack. I didn't know if it was weird to request a song at this moment. Night, good name. Oh, good, terrific chat. No, not weird at all. Did you want me to move your request up? I'm happy to. Thank you for my googly woogly eye storm. And lovely Trout, thank you so much for your absolutely extraordinary support. I really appreciate it. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I call him just about every weekend. Greg is a big fan, loves rating your channel. Oh my god, I love Greg. He's so sweet. Let's see, Hearthstone and currently not planning anything, but the weekend streams will have Arc Knights 99.9% sure, and maybe a very mobile-y zombie game. Oh my god, I would love to hear your commentary on a mobile-y zombie game. Incredible. You guys, please do check out Sweetest Save. I know we have some Arc Knights enjoyers in the chats, and it sounds like he will likely, very highly likely, be streaming some Arc Knights this weekend as well. And maybe a mobile zombie game. I will be there if I can. I would love to witness this. I would love to bear witness to the commentary. Some of the other stuff we do here, we're playing all the way through Persona 5 Royal for the very first time, so if you want to see a newbie play through that, we're in the latter parts of it, but it's still our first time, so please no spoilers. We are also playing through Final Fantasy 14. We have just started Heaven's Word, so please no spoilers on that. And you guys, the community, and Saves community, if you so desire, if you get into our Discord, you can go and vote for what our staple Tuesday game will be. So this is a game that we play until it is done. Rip and tear until it is done. Vote and vote some more until it is done. We can do Demo Nights, Dragon Age Origins. I believe that was originally suggested by the sweetest SafeFile17 if you would like to go and support his decision. Xenoblade Chronicles, Undertale, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Just Cause 3, Walking Dead from Telltale, The Legend of Kimori, Hades and Hades 2, Digimon Stories Time Stranger. This is up for another 2 days, so please go and vote if you are interested in witnessing Hyper, Little, Thylacines, Scaredy Cat play any of them. Yeah. Let me see here. My commentary will be that it's great and amazing and definitely not because of a contractual agreement. As one does. Is it okay where it is in the queue, please? It is okay where it is in the queue. Please, all the welcome! Still pay the tax quickly! Thank you for my pallet tax, cutie! Mas? Yeah! Oh, mwah! I caught them! I caught some. Thank you for what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5! 5 pallet tax! Ooh, good question, Red. Save, are you running the OG Arc Knights or Enfield? I never said when I'm streaming next after I rated. My bad. That's okay, Ozzy. Let's go Undertale. You are very excited about Undertale. We did have some pals who really wanted me to go back to our demo nights, but I will play whatever you wish on that list. And then I added Streamlabs. I need to go to bed. That's okay, David. You go get some good rest, okay? Sleep wonderfully well. Have the sweetest dreams. Next time you talk to Greg, tell him we adore him. This is Enfield. Nice. There you go. There you go. Everyone go and follow Sweetest Save for some Enfield content. Thank you so much for the lurk, terrific Trout. I really appreciate you. And thank you so much, so much for the 50 gifted. That was incredible. Thank you. Thank you so much. Knowing that I should go to bed and actually going to bed, two very, very, very different things. I very much understand that. I know that feeling. We're like, I really should go to bed. But yeah, you know, there's just something keeping me awake until like 2 or 3 in the morning. Crazy. and you know, then you got to sleep in the next day. What are you going to do about it, right? You're going to be grateful that you stayed up and hung out with us, David. I'll tell you what. Well, we'll make you grateful for it. All right. Let's get back to work on this. I got to dim the dim the sketch lights. For me, 6 a.m. Oh, yeah, that's pretty late slash early. I don't know if I could possibly stay awake that late. Very impressive. But I work a later shift. In that case, excellent decision. Excellent decision. You don't get a hell's to sleep. You haven't been getting sufficient sleep. Shh, 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 shh. Missed out on a chance to add another furry to your collection then. Waifu. Wait, is that their name? Waifu. Waifu. Waifu hangs out in the OG Arknights? Waifu. Holy shit. Save. Have you tried the original Arknights? Arkfield Knights? Arknight? Waifu is actually her name. Is she a waifu? Hold on, I have to go look her up now. Let's have a look. Let's have a look together. Waifu. Why? I keep on, I'm typing it the wrong way. Waifu Arknights. Let's see if we can persuade Save to... Do you like tigers? Do you like tigers? Is she a tiger? She looks like a tiger. Meow. Tau deserves to stay up as long as she wants without any of the downsides. Oh, thank you, Patricia. Oh.
Tell Strat to sleep. Tell Storm to sleep. Get proper sleep.
Everyone, look at waifu. Ignore this. Your cousin? Well, technically, since I'm not a feline, it's not my cousin, but I get the confusion. She do be a tiger. She's so cute. I actually think I may have done a drawing of her at some point. I'm like, this character looks familiar. Hold on 1 second. I have to go. Let me go look through my old artwork. You guys aren't allowed to see yet. Hold on. Bear with me. What if I can find this dude? That would be crazy. Hold on. Was it? Hold on. Let me see. I'm like 85% positive that I have drawn her before. A long time ago. God, I'm going back in time so far right now. Oh, fuck, where is it? Hold on. I bet I did it. I bet I did it. God, is it really this far back? It might be. I wish I had titled it. I didn't title it, otherwise I could, like, search it. Yeah. Red, do you remember me? Was it an old comm? Yeah, I think it was, but it was from, like, when I say a long time ago, I mean, like, 10 years ago. Okay, I think I'm a little dramatic. Maybe 5? It was way before I started streaming, by at least a couple of years. Damn. I wish I could find this thing. I know that I've seen her before, and I think it was because I spent a long time on that character. Fuck. I wonder if this is one of those things I have to, like, look at later and see if I can find. Curses! I think I saw your art of her, like, ages ago until you mentioned it slipped my mind that you drew it, right? I'm pretty sure that you're right. I'm pretty sure that I did draw her. I'll have one more look around here. Oh! Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! Does this look familiar? Is that her? Is that her? Oh my god. Unbelievable. I can't believe I found that. Thanks, Procreate, for being around. Wow. Okay, cool. There you go. That's ancient. Thank you for my pal hat. Beep, boop, beep, boop. That's her, all right. I recognize the antenna from her earpiece. Yeah, it's cute. Cute. Good job finding it. Thank you. Thank you. Look how clean my lines were. My art style hasn't actually changed that much, has it? I've got a little bit tidier with some of my stuff, but Yeah. Holy history. I know. Interesting. Okay. Anyway, now we'll go back. Looks awesome. Thank you. She has an alternate skin called Wildflower of Street, where she has a cool leather jacket and skirt and fun goggles. my next outfit. That sounds adorable. Good job, Tao. Oh, thank you. I like that everyone's like praising me for just being barely organized enough to go and find old artwork. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Let me see. What were we working on? We were working on this. Okay. So this is the one from before the prehistoric age. I mean, pre-Vtuber historic age. Yes, absolutely it is. Actually, for real, that outfit would kind of work on Taz model. Oh my god, that'd be so damn cute. So this is, oh sorry, for Bubs. Oh, okay, wait, I have a double song to do. I have a Leaving on a Jet Plane and a Everything Stays as well. Myself, personally, I was praising you for both finding it and for doing a good job drawing it. Oh, thank you. No, your redeem did redeem, lovely Umbra. Okay. Well, I'm going to pause this and I'm going to get Leaving on a Jet Plane up. If you have, you've undoubtedly heard this song before, but you probably haven't heard it the way I'm going to sing it. I sing it the way my mom sung it to me as a lullaby. I genuinely don't even know how the real song goes, so I apologize in advance if I offend any sensibilities who really, really like John Denver's version. Let's see. Oh, it just didn't show for you. Oh, sorry, hon. Nope, it showed over here. It showed over here. All right. We'll do Leaving on a Jet Plane, and then we'll do Everything Stays, and then we'll get back to arting. My throat's making funny sounds for me. All my bags are packed, I'm ready to go. I'm standing here outside your door. I hate to wake you up to say goodbye, but the dawn is breaking and it's early morn. The taxi's waiting and he's blowing his horn. Already I'm so lonesome I could die. So kiss me and smile for me. Tell me that you'll wait for me. Hold me like you'll never let me go. 'Cause I'm leaving on a jet plane. I don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, babe, how I hate to go. So many times I've let you down. So many times I've played around. I tell you now that they don't mean a thing. Every place I go, I'll think of you. Every song I sing, I'll sing for you. When I come back, I'll bring your wedding ring. So kiss me and smile for me. Tell me that you'll wait for me. Hold me like you'll never let me go. 'Cause I'm leaving on a jet plane. I don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, babe, how I hate to go. So kiss me, smile for me. Tell me that you'll wait for me. Hold me like you'll never let me go. 'Cause I'm leaving on a jet plane. I don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, babe, how I hate to go. Okay, so that's that one, and then we've got Everything Stays, which I'll sing the way that I think Bublin likes it, because I know it's for Bubs, Umbra. I know you well.
Oh, thank you guys. Oh, very sweet. Oh, very sweet. Too sweet.
Far too sweet. Okay.
Thank you, Strat.
Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter. When you turn it around, everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Go down to the ocean, the crystal tide is raising, the water's gotten higher as the shore washes out. Keep your eyes wide open when the sun is blazing. The moon controls the tide, it can cause you to drown. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Oh, encore from Coda. There you go. I hope that was acceptable. Thank you very much for bringing your community in to listen to me break their ears. Sorry, Save. No, but thank you for the redeems. From Vash, I appreciate you, darlings. Very good. Oh, thank you. Gorgeous. Oh, thank you. And thank you, Coda, for the background singing. Yes, he really does complete it, doesn't he? Oh, thank you, Strat. And thank you, Bublin. Threw a picture of the diving suit in the media channel. Ooh, okay. Let me have a look. Oh, thank you for the care package, Storm. Oh, thank you, Vass. I'm glad you liked it. Okay. Hold on. Let me see. One sec. I'll go look at it over here real quick. More like break their hearts in a positive way. Good save. Oh, save. Okay. Where is it? Media? Whoa. Holy shit. That looks pretty. Oh my god, look at her little face. She's so cute. But this is so scary, but she's so cute. Cute. Look, this is her. Time for a break, by the way. All right. Well, let's draw a little bit at least, since they've just got in here. And I would like to actually show his community what we actually do, besides sing. I hope that's acceptable, said the Thylacine that just sang the most beautiful versions of both of those songs in history. You are far too generous, darling. Fabulous Foreigner, thank you so much for the follow, darling. Wait a second, I have an alert for that.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, whether you like it or not.
No. Tao's telling me no. Doesn't fit the vibe. Are you sure? Okay. Welcome on in, ooh-woo.
Welcome on in. Ooh, ooh. Thank you so much for the follow, darling. Cute women in giant suits of armor is one of my favorite aesthetics. I believe that, Precious Patricia. I believe that. Second only to women in tanks. Is that correct? You love tanks. Hello? God, I hate that it does that. It's so annoying.
Hello!
Oh, hi, lovely foreigner. How are you doing? I hate that the iPad update made it that way. It's very irritating. I did turn it off, by the way, but then if you turn it off, then I don't think you can do like the half and half screen anymore. It's like either you allow it to decide when it wants to minimize the window or... Oh my gosh! Storm! Are you treating me to... Ah! I'm so excited! That's carbon ink black. That's a waterproof ink. That means that I can go do like some watercolor sketching and stuff. And that will be permanent. It won't get washed away with the watercolor. I'm so excited. Thank you, Storm! That's awesome! Thank you so much! I'm so excited! Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! Thank you so much! Linking the article in which Yoko Taro discusses that art. Ooh, talented artist. I'd say the tanks are on par with suits of armor in terms of what I like to see women in. The only thing I enjoy seeing a woman in as much is women in STEM! Can I get an amen? Amen. It has another Dorothy outfit, which is even more unhinged. Scary. Chat, I think Tal might be excited. I'm so excited. You're welcome. After all, you hit such a high % on the other item. I think you could have used something else. You do not need to. Neither of those things are necessities. I just really appreciate it. And it makes my life a lot less stressful. Thank you so much, Storm. I really appreciate you. You are so sweet. That is incredibly kind. Thank you. Hi there, Dark. Welcome on in. How are you? How's the day? The day has been incredible. As I have told you, I know I don't have to. You don't need to tell me. I know. But still. Sweetest Saints Eternis. Welcome on back, darling. I'm good, just making a new challenge for myself. What challenge? Are you doing like some art challenge? Save! When you showed your community me singing, what did you show them?
Oh my god. Oh my god. What?
Stop telling me I don't have to. You don't have to. You shouldn't. Yeah. Stop. Thank you. Thank you for my fountain pen syringe tool. I'm so excited. Here, listen. This is a fountain. This is one of my favorites. You can't hear it. Listen. Did you hear it? That's when I close it. Thank you so very much, sweetest. I really appreciate it. That's so kind of you. Thank you. I need that because I have too many inks and no way to not get ink on my fingies. Oh, actually, I should show you guys. I showed the D&D party the other day, but I'll show you guys my hand after I decided to ink things. 1 second, please. Where is it? Hold on. I showed the D&D party this. I gotta find it. Wait, what? Fuck. I don't know where I put it. Oh, no. Not Tao painting her claws again. Oh, no, if only it was my claws. No, this time it was my entire hand. Let me... Hold on. I might be able to find it. 1 second. More looking through. More looking through. Wonder if I search hand, if it will come up. Or did I delete it out of humiliation? That's a possibility. My hand was such a mess. It looked like I had like I had spilled ink all over my fucking hand. Damn. Okay. I guess I deleted it. I don't know where it is. I clipped you singing the parody of the Inuyasha song. Oh! Yeah, I'll allow that, I guess. I want to clear my throat, never ever miss a note. Yeah, okay. Yep. I remember this now. All right, fair enough. It's such a bonkers design. Oh, let me go see. You're back. Welcome back, Magnificent Mogram. Sorry, I'm very good at getting distracted. Let me go see this. Ooh. Oh, this is Yoko Taro. He's got a scary mask on. Right. I have seen this gentleman before. I have seen this gentleman with his terrifying mask before. The bear girl is crazy. This is insane. This is insane. Cool though. Very cool. Since GTA 6 is going to come out in November 2026, I made a challenge. From July 1st, I'll play and beat all GTA games, starting with GTA November. So July. Okay, all right. Yeah, you got some time. I have to do it so I can beat the entire franchise. 5 to 8 months. Wow. He's the guy behind the Nier games. That's the same girl as the diving suit. Oh, she looks quite different when she's cosplaying a bear. I don't know. That's not the right one. Let me see. Claire Obscure Lumiere. Hold on. We do need to take that break. Let's work on the art once we get back. Yeah, that's a fair point. Wait, she's just a bear? No, she's got a bear head. Got a bear head. All right, hold on. I have fixed that. All right, we actually should probably go on a break because I am very bad at actually refocusing on what we're doing. Better get started so I don't waste any time. Yep, sounds good, Dork. Have a good time. Best of luck. Bear, same diff. Please make sure that you guys hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is Elsie and Mezamanda in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Every hour we go on a 3-minute break. That is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about missing any content because for this 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run the ads, and then we come on back and make more art together. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah. Fuck. Oh my god. What did I fucking say about jump scares, dude? Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me. Oh, man. Fuck.
Well done, genius. You broke the damn air duct.
Well, you won't let me in. Needle?
What are you doing?
Whee. Oh.
An idiot.
Yeah, that wasn't very bright. Ouch. What was the point of that? Not the sharpest idea. Gonna pin the blame on you for that one. Did you really needle that money? That one was a stretch. How many? What?
Lizard.
I think.
Lizard.
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 Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Oh, that one cavity. That makes sense now. So Strat is like a possum, basically. Correct, Tarasa. See, you understand. As a fellow Aussie, you understand. I will DM the thing to you. Okay, thank you, Strat. See that in an instant replay. Orders, Dondu, MLG. Fucking hell. Stickmen, show them how it's done. Show them how it's done. Done. Yeah, there you go.
Boss, the train's in trouble. I can't stop it. I'm on the way.
As lore historian, I proclaim you streamer and head mod. That's cute. Hello, everyone. I return with wet nuts. It's very tragic. Ah! Fuck. Oh my god. What did I fucking say about jump?
Make me angelic, fuck you!
Wanna head back?
We should go home. Big cow! Road trip catchphrases? Stay fresh, cheese bags. Eat your own lips. Punch asphalt, big boy. Time to make the donuts. Suck my butt sucker. I've been to Reno, bitch. Kill, baby, kill, kill. A lot straight. My guns slinging. Yeah. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Ah. One more time. Pew, 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 pew.
It's just one of you, huh?
Jesus Christ, you scared me, man.
Wasting my time.
Jesus fucking shit, holy hell. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh, man. Fuck. God!
Princess!
We were getting close! Dude! Sun. Like the sun, where's the sun? There's no sun here. I see no sun. Oh, there it is. Oh my god. Fucking hell. Oh my god. Okay, great. All right. Let's let's go on a very quick break, my darlings. Did it. I'm fucking game. Thank you, Leonard, for the Peltic. Thank you, whoever did that. It says Anon, but I would love it if you would tell me who you actually are because that's fucking sick. Thank you.
Hi, cuties.
Thank you so much. That's so sweet
sorry,
of you.
my
Thank you
puppy's
so
dancing
much.
around.
That's really, really kind of you. That's really generous. I can't believe. Thank you. Oh, I'm a little lightheaded from that one. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So sorry. Don't touch that. Oh my god. Oh, me. I will know it as
You
soon
are-
as I say it to you.
You have a way about you, sir.
No! Poor squirrel. I would never.
Way
I would never.
about you, indeed.
Can you
Please
shoot
stop
them?
knocking things over.
Yeah,
Hi,
I can-
cuties.
we can use our
all
imagination.
right. Well done on that. Let me. Hold on.
That's
He's
how
gonna
good
want to
sound,
leave. Hey, you don't have to leave. You can stay here.
That's amazing.
You're allowed.
Fixie!
I just
Hi
know
there,
that you're gonna
fabulous
want to
Fixie.
once I
Let's do
start
the same
streaming.
dance. Pouch on
Little
gets me a
baby.
25-hour
Okay,
Game in at least 17 hours.
There he goes. As I suspected.
Hey, I resemble that remark.
Hi. Welcome back. Welcome back, precious Patricia. Some uppies for you. Yee. Good Patricia. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Uppies. Yee. Good Aussie. Sweetest Strat, welcome back. Beautiful Butlin, welcome back. Terrific Talon, welcome back. Uppies.
Lizard,
Yee.
lizard,
Good Talon.
lizard,
I see
lizard,
uppies.
lizard, lizard,
Yee. Good, I see. Giant uppies for Storm. Whee.
lizard.
Lizard! Fuck, I was actually late that time. Hi, cutie Kata. Uppies for you. Whee. Good Kata. I unfortunately need to take my leave for the day. I need to have lunch and get work done. For real. For real, Strat. Do it. 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 No worries, sweetest Strat. Best of luck and thank you for hanging out all day. Yes, go get work done. And Nix, uppies for you. My toast slice, jam slice. Whoop, whoop, whoop. You shall leave a lurk. Can you do that? Are you capable of a mere luck? Thank you so much for your absolutely incredible support and generosity, sweetest Strat. How much longer of stream do we got? We have about 2 hours left. Right around 2 hours. Don't tempt me, Tau. See? See? I told you.
Strat trying to balance work and Tau.
It's true. It's true. That's accurate. He's not. He'll be posting in chat within 10 minutes. Yep, I think you're right. Should I time you out, Strat? I don't want to do it because I don't want to, like, take away your autonomy, but would it be helpful? Would it be helpful if I ban you? I can temporarily ban you. I'm just kidding. Should I time you out?
I feel better after today. How have you been? I'm so glad, lovely Nix. I have been very well. This amazing community has made this day amazing as always. Very, very sweet, kind, generous, precious pals, and well done on your boss, you guys. Wouldn't you know it? Sorry, give me a sec. Nate's calling. Hold. Hi, I'm back. Sorry. Nate says hello to you all, precious pals. How is Nate doing? He's okay. He is doing the thing that I think we all know he does, and perhaps I occasionally do, and many of you, my precious pals, do it as well, where, you know, okay, I have just gotten out of the hospital. I am no longer on my deathbed. I better do 110% to catch up with absolutely everything that I've missed out on while I was in the hospital. So he's doing that right now. He's doing his even though I'm like, you really should be taking it easy. He's like, yep, I don't have time. I can't do it. Yeah. Welcome back, precious Patricia. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Awesome Aussie. I'm so excited to get my carbon black ink. Ooh. Ooh. I know the feeling. After a pain flare, I'm like, I need to do massive catch up. But yes, do try to take it easy, Nath, right? So true. You too, cutie cat. You also must make sure that you are careful. Is that whispering you or the song? Oh, it's the song. It's the song. I forgot to say the thing. Save! You've been streaming long hours. Please go make sure that you practice some self-care. Go and Drink water or eat or sleep or whatever you gotta do, please. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for. I'm sorry. I think I actually might have forgotten to do that for all of our raiders today. All of our wonderful raiders, thank you. And also, yeah, getting pretty close to your worst nightmare, karaoke. Fuck. Daniel, thank you for contributing to the storytelling challenge. Stream challenge. Bublin, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. How much more do you guys have? Wow, a bit over 10K. Impressive. Buddy, little Borky boy. Thanks for reminding me it's there. Okay. I might actually, let me see. Did I do this? Yeah, the lines thin out on that one. I'll make sure they thin out here too. Yeah, okay. The little wolves. You like them? They're cute. Would you guys have little wolf statuettes as your bookends? I wonder if I can get those stairs done tonight. Let's see if I can buckle in and do that. Oops. Okay. The wolves, aren't they cute? Oh my gosh, those are really cute. Let me look at this. Oh my god, there's a little puppy jump. Is that a Minecraft mob? Dog mob? Oops. It is. They look so silly sometimes. That's so cute. Okay, gotta get the perspective right. Right-ish, as right as I can get it. Is this a Red song? This is your favorite song from Ace Combat? I feel like, Red, have you requested this one before as well? This is the song that plays during the final boss fight of Ace Combat Zero. Oh, cool. Okay, it is indeed one of my faves, but I didn't request it this time. Oh, cool. Okay, so this is a Patricia request, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that I have it actually on my liked because Red has requested it quite a few times over the last several months, I reckon. But yeah, this is a really good song. Ace Combat is so good. I need to play 7 and Project Wingman. Ooh. I think Pocky was playing Project Wingman. Have I told you guys today that you should check out the Precious Pocket Shock? Because you really should. Hold on, let me give you guys a really easy shout out for her. Pocky, I think if I might be like, Project Wingman, was that the one? Was that was that the one that she was playing that one time that I got it confused? Regardless, check her out. She has so many awesome games on the horizon. She actually just finished Persona Royal as well. And she's been doing like a role play, like a Minecraft role play, which is like super fun to watch. She also has a really cool set of abridged series in the works as well. Thank you for the care package. Awesome, Ozzy. Thank you. Yeah, this is a pretty epic song. Got into the series with 6, went back to play a few others. I've never played Ace Combat. Does it exclusively take place in the air and it's all like dogfights? Hi, Jasmine. Welcome on in. How are you? 0 is a blast, but I'm not sure. It's all air combat? Cool. How long are these games? Is it like... Surely it can't be too long if it's all air combat, no? Zenny! Hello there, Zenny. Welcome on in. How are you doing, darling? It's so good to see you. Welcome, raiders. If you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we would love to have you. How are you doing, darling? You guys, this is the lovely Zinnyfinity, who hath raided from the realm of Crash Bandicoot, the Wrath of Cortex. This furry VTuber beareth twink vibes and chaotic coziness, spreading laughter and good times. From Deltarune to Star Fox, his streams are a delightful mix of chill and chaos. Tread carefully, for his wrath is legendary. Welcome on in, lovely Zinny. How was your stream, hon? Please let us know when your next one will be. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger VTuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm also a professional artist, so if you come in on Fridays Aussie time, which is right now, you'll hear my dog singing to you, which is what he's doing. And you'll also get to help me decide what we're working on for that day. Today we're working on a commission. But you also get to request music as well, which is very fun. We are also doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal and Final Fantasy XIV, as well as searching for a new staple game, which you guys are actually able to vote on within the Discord. These are the options for us. We've got Demo Nights, Dragon Age Origins, Xenoblade Chronicles, Undertale, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Just Cause 3, The Walking Dead from Telltale, The Legend of Kimori, Hades and Hades 2, or Digimon Stories Time Stranger. So if you are interested in any of those, please do make sure that you go on in there and vote. The poll is live for only 2 more days. So we will know by Sunday evening, Aussie time, what our next staple game will be. It is exclusively in the air when you play as fighter or attack jets. Where you play, sorry. There was one game where in some missions you could fly a helicopter, but we don't talk about that one. Understood. How good are you at controlling a plane in games? Have I told you guys that I have my private pilot's license nearly? So I have played some simulators, but and I've flown a plane a few times, but I have no idea about flying a plane in a game that's not a simulator. Let's see here. Fun fact, the first Ace Combat game in the West was literally called Air Combat. They changed the name. Interesting, okay. You're playing Crash Bandicoot, an old game I grew up with. That's awesome. I'll try to do another art stream this Sunday. Fantastic. Well, you guys, please do check out the lovely Zinfinity, who is doing some nostalgia trips with Crash Bandicoot, and we'll be doing an art stream this coming Sunday. Thank you so much for bringing everyone in, darling. I do appreciate it. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back from. So please make sure that you go and practice some self-care. I know you've been streaming those long hours, so if you gotta, run away and go to the bathroom or go for a walk or eat or drink or whatever you gotta do, please go ahead. Have you flown a 747? Oh, no. Private planes, little tiny Cessnas. I've flown a couple of tiny Cessnas. Not any big passenger planes. I do not have my commercial license or anything. The Ace Combat games are arcade flight sims, so it's very over the top, but all the aircraft are realistically modeled and are even licensed in most cases. Okay, cool. Interesting. Very cool. Most of them have like 20 or so missions, and most of them last 20 to 30 minutes each, but it fluctuates. Interesting. Is there like a concrete through line, like linear story throughout them, or is it kind of anthology? Each mission, if you ace it first try, probably runs you about 10 to 20 minutes of play, with Zero having, I think it was 20 missions. There's a max of 400 minutes of play for a single run of the campaign. Gotcha. Okay. That's a reasonable amount. Let me see. You need many years of experience in flying aircraft before you can even dream of commercial liners. Yes, exactly right. Yeah, 100%, Tarasa. Almost all of the games are very story focused, and there's a lot of lore too. Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. Cool. Most take place in a fictional world called Strange Reel. Yes, that is the name, and they're vaguely connected. Strange Reel. Interesting. Okay. Most of the games are linear. Zero did do a special thing, though, where how you play had small changes on missions you play. Being merciful granted you different missions than if you were merciless and spared no one. Oh, interesting. That's very cool. Very, very cool. Fascinating. No, I just barely got my private pilot's license. I did not. And that's how I knew I did not want to be a commercial pilot. It was cool, but it was very nerve-wracking. Oh, right. Sorry, I'm over here. Okay. I need to get the right angle on these things. To get your commercial pilot's license in the United States, it isn't based on years, but rather flight hours. That's correct. You can earn your CPL in as little as 9 to 12 months if you enroll in an accelerated full-time program, or 1 to 2 years if training at a standard part-time pace. Yes, true. One of my Tuesday night D&D crew is a commercial pilot for a regional airline. That's cool. Very cool. I wish I could fly an airplane, but I think I'm probably better off just staying on the ground as an engineer. That is totally fair, Teresa. It's it's a very interesting experience. Nothing quite like being suspended in the air. None of the countries in Ace Combat are real, but there are all allegories to real world countries. Osea is the US, Yuktobania is the USSR, Urecia is Italy, Ameria is the UK, Aurelia is Australia, Belka is Germany, and so on and so forth. Interesting. Sweetest Saint Saturnus, Canis chapter 2 is done. Let's go. I can't wait. Okay, you guys, you gotta hit that storytelling stream. I gotta read this. Flying a plane is fun. Pretty sure I have said here I've flown a seaplane. You have. Yes, that's right, Ozzy. That's right. Probably not. Probably not gonna do it that way. Okay. one of my friend's birthdays is today, and I had wished her a happy birthday, and she said, "Thank you. I got a facial today with mom, and I'm back to looking like I'm 18 years old." She said, "Magic." um, the little guys, maybe I could do something like that, but airliners would get so grueling and boring. Too much time looking at the same flight path. Yeah, that's very fair. That's very fair. It's already in the writing channel for anyone that would like to read it. Please read the trigger warnings beforehand. I cannot stress enough how dark the story is. No, it might be something we can't read then, you think, on our next storytelling stream? That would be so tragic. I've really enjoyed that one. If you ever wonder why X thing happened in the Ace Combat universe, blame Belka. Everything basically stems from them losing a war in 1995, which is the events of Ace Combat Zero. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Happy birthday to your friend. Thank you. I will let her know the community says so. She is aware of... She doesn't understand it, but she's aware of what I do. High school must have been fun if getting a facial sends you back to your teen years. She's a very she likes to pamper. She likes to be pampered in like she's got like massage reward cards and stuff. Yeah, she's I pamper myself personally by buying games and like buying ink for pens, but she pampers herself by getting like massages and facials and all that stuff. Thank you for the care package, Elsie. Maybe. It's not too dark like Warhammer 40k, but it's not for the average reader. It's comparable to Perdido Street Station by China Mailville. I have not heard of that book nor the writer, the author. I'm also writing a very, very dark story for the stream. I call it, oh god, where's the light switch? I lived here for 6 years. How can I still lose the light switch? That's gonna be me. That's gonna be me in 5 years. Everything in the AC universe is because of both Belkan conspiracies and an asteroid impact that occurred a few years later. Like I said, there was a lot of lore. Interesting. Do human beings exist, or are the planes like sentient? Can I still lose the light switch? Anywho, I'm gonna wrap something up for my sister and then head to bed. All good. You've been up for so long. That's totally fair, lovely Saint Saturnus. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Haha, that doesn't sound very bright. They're all human beings that are piloting the planes. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. I see. Okay, more stairs. That didn't quite, not really the angle I'm looking for. Fuck. I'm going to be writing an NSFW story for the stream called Forklift Racing, Wheelie Chair Stacking, and Other Fun Workplace Activities to Not Tell Your Supervisor About. I can't wait to read it. I can't wait to read it. I can make an exception for that level of NSFW. Jasmine, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. I appreciate it. Six is an incredible game, but God, what were they even thinking about the first mission? Oh, not a fan. Hi there, cutie cat. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Good to see you. I think this is a Kata song. Is that correct, Cutie Kata? Have you played Marathon? I have not. I have not. Miyazaki was so Dark Souls brained at this point. Special week voice? Oh no, I don't know. Special week's voice. How is Uma amazing? Hmm. Mm. Would you ever consider playing Uma Musume on stream again? Yeah, if you guys wanted me to. That would be one of those things that when we're looking for like a staple game, you guys could put that in the suggestions. Faux show, faux show. Oh, so Kat's the club leader in Uma Musume, and Vash is the leader in Wilds. Taki, I believe capybara is a real world ROUSS ruses. Nani? Nani? How are you doing, Taki?
Lizard, lizard, lizard,
Lizard, lizard, lizard.
Oh, rodents of unusual size. I agree with you. Lizard.
Lizard.
Fuck. Damn it. Thought I was gonna get it that time. Oh, it's a Princess Bride thing. Do you know I saw Princess Bride for the first time like 4 or 5 years ago? I think about 4 years ago. Crazy. It was cute, but I don't remember it very well. Ah. Let me see. If you do play Uma Musume again, we could do bets with channel points. That way we can finally have that gambling stream. What? What would we bet on in that then? So you still saw it at a younger age than I did for the first time, Tao. Oh, what can I say? I am on the beating pulse of pop culture. I saw Princess Bride for the first time during an annual field exercise last year. Company command decided it was a good idea to reward us with a movie for toughing it out in the rain and mud for a week, and they were like, Princess Bride it is! I love that. That's really funny. Oh, betting on the horses. No. Once you play 3, you'll want to play Silent Lane because that's a direct follow-up sequel. Literally starts where 3 ended, and it does the whole save file transfer thing to carry progress some amount. Gotcha. Gotcha. Oh, sorry. I didn't know what angle I was at there. Ah, fuck. That's not the right layer. Joker just wrote on Blue Sky. Friend setting up termite with blind date. Termite? I have to warn you, he's thick as a... Tell me more. Oh my god. Next song is a banger. Let me see here. La Negra Compañera. Is that... No, that's Spanish. That is Spanish. I'm excited to listen to it. But it's cumbia? Cumbia. It's Spanish. Cumbia. Was going to bed, but Concrete Blonde is coming up. Oh no, Stormtown! What are you gonna do? How long are you going for? I think I mentioned before, Patricia, we'll be going for about another half an hour. We'll be finishing up around between 7 and 7:30 tonight. Fuck. Ah! I need this thing to give me an arc. Fuck. There. Between 7 and 7:30 is a bit longer than 30 minutes. No, I never said 30 minutes. I said about an hour and a half, an hour and 30 minutes. Armored Core 4 and its sequel, meanwhile, has the same issues as 6. It's not a friendly place to start with because it's brutally technical. It's also the same director of 6, the Dark Souls director. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never played any Armored Core. I've seen some people play a little bit of it, but I think I'd scream a lot. I think I'd panic and scream a lot. That's okay, Patricia. You're all good.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Who is it? It's Spartan. Hi, sweetest Spartan. Welcome in. How are you? Armored Core isn't scary, but the gameplay can still get pretty intense. Yeah, I'm pretty good at freaking out over intense gameplay the same way I freak out over scary games. Are we taking the next break or are we? I will probably take a break when Nath gets home. So it won't be at the time that Siri says, but it'll be a little bit after that probably. Or could be, let me see, what time is it? Yeah, it'll probably be a little bit after. Off to work, all good, lovely Lav. Have a good work night. Thank you for coming in. Someone who played a bit of Armored Core game a long time ago. If I screamed a lot and had no idea what I was doing, I'd wager you'd be the same. Oh yeah, 100%. Sonidero. Huge part of Mexican dance culture. Sonidero is a disc jockey, engineer, or entertainer that plays recorded music in public like a block party. Oh, that's cool. Hey, amazing umbra. Americans, with 4th of July coming up this weekend, an important tip for appropriate 911 calls. Please do not call if your cat is scared of the fireworks people are setting off. Please do call 911 if your cat is shooting back. Do you like my transatlantic accent? God, what the heck? Seems like enough of a curve to me. No, that's probably too much. Damn it, that's too much. You've been a lurky torky. You have, lovely Umbra. Wait, the cat isn't supposed to shoot back. Oh. Tau's Atlantic accent. Yes, yes. Fuck. All right, fine, I'll do it. I'll do it by hand. Ugh. Oh, that was close. I think that might be the one. Yep. Have we seen Seru today? I don't know if we've seen Seru today. MC plays genres such as cumbia, salsa, bachata, and guaracha, over which the sonidero sends shoutouts and messages to the public simultaneously with their while they mix the music. That's cool. Armored Core has this interesting thing, and it has been in every game since the first, where if you don't like a build that you're using, you can sell the parts back to the shop at full purchase price and get something else. It's intentionally designed to give you freedom to experiment. That's cool. And the cat came back the very next day. The cat came back. We thought he was a goner. Oh, yeah, I'm so glad the cat came back. That's a refreshing step away from most RPGs these days that force you to stick with your decisions for better or for worse. Yeah, that makes sense. Whirlwind of Exhausted. Oh, no, Spartan, I'm so sorry. Very bad spot. Found a first shift job that I would have, Thank you for the sticky hearts, cutie cat. I would have started recently, but I ended up rescinding the job since it was $10 US lower than what I'm currently making. That's a lot. There's more to it, but I'm making the best of it right now. Oh, I'm sorry, Spartan. I'm so happy that that you were able to come in, though, hon. But I'm really sorry about what's going on. Did my song pop up? I don't know, Mogrim. I don't know which song you were talking about. I don't believe Seru's been in today. Please do not call if the guy next door is singing God Bless America poorly. Please do call if their dog got so sick of their singing it attacked. Oh, there's Coda. He's sick of my singing. Saw Seru very briefly last stream. Hope they're okay. Me too. How long did it take for a temporary secretary to get skipped? I don't actually know if it did. I don't remember seeing that name. This is one of your favorite songs? Awesome. Lumiere? Let me see. Oh, Coda. Save has both of our dogs there. I like that our dogs are facing opposite directions, Save. They should get their own, like, poster. Let me see here. It's probably still in the queue. It might be. Let me see here. Baby dog. Yeah, I actually don't see it on here. I think it must have played, but we must not have minded it enough to. I didn't add it to my liked or anything, but I clearly did. Oh, that would be Nath. He's home. Lumiere is quite a ways down. There's about 15 or 20 songs before it. Hey, lovely. Thank you so much for the 6 and 7 biddies. I appreciate it. I just checked my email and saw your thank you message. Yay! Thank you, precious Patricia. How dare you turn your back on me? That's the scruffy voice. Thank you for the thank you. I do find it fascinating that cumbia, a genre that originated from Colombia, got hijacked from the Mexican music scene. I'm not super surprised by that. I feel like that's I feel like a lot of cultures that share a language, even if dialect is different, there's a lot of like cultural crossover, and so it makes it really easy to like go from one to another.
My lord,
manservant.
your dinner has arrived.
Thank you. And what have you brought for me from the peasant lands today?
I bring unto you and the extremely passionately involved and wonderful pouched pals a burrito filled with black beans, rice, chicken without feathers, and of course, corn.
Excellent. Thank you, manservant. I was going to have you beheaded if you had any feathers in my burrito.
I hope you enjoy. Farewell, masters. Farewell, my lord.
Thank you, mi amor. Hold on one second. Cuties, I will be right back. Do Nath got burritos for all the pals? Of course, of course. Your offer is graciously accepted. Nath, the feeder of Tau the Devourer. Why does Nath sound kind of like an Aussie Kermit the Frog? He does this voice. He does this voice. Nath, do you want to come and tell them how you normally talk?
When two birds suddenly appear, every time Tau is near, close to you, I want to be close to you.
That's not how you normally talk. Let me go check on his voice box. He clearly needs a refresher on how he normally talks. Sweethearts, please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder. In case you need to get medications or vitamins. Chicken, featherless, black beans, featherless, rice. Wait, huh? Nath is amazing and may need repairs. Yeah, I'm gonna go reset him real quick. I'll be right back. Love you, mwah! Father's Day is this Sunday in Canada too, but we Canadians are used to being forgotten about. Oh no, Liv, that's so depressing. Don't say that. Yummy water. And Ryuji is Tau's adopted son. That's true. Actually, please wish me a happy Father's Day. I am daddy. I am the father. I am the father. That Skyrim 100 stuff. Oh my god. It's Daddy Hildebrand. Okay. Is Tau in love with triangle? In a love triangle with Cornchan and Nath? No, Nath knows he's lost that one. That's just kidding. Yeah. Stickmen, show them how it's done. Show them how it's done. Done. Yeah, there you go.
Boss, the train's in trouble. I can't stop it. I'm on the way.
Fucking hell. Oh my god. Okay, great. All right. Let's let's go on a very quick break, my darlings. I will know it as soon as you guys say it too. Proceeds to accidentally shoot a squirrel out of a tree. No! Poor squirrel. I would never. Can you shoot them? Yeah, you can, we can use our imagination. Pew, 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 pew. That's how guns sound, right? Done, save, well done. That was expertly navigated, and you caught a serious trip on that. Ooh, mate.
Red Dead Redemption, pew. Still have.
No need to worry. I'll handle this. I need to prove my worth to you after all.
This arc of P5 contains my 3 favorite things: tall goth women, twinks, and gambling. Amen.
Lizard,
I think.
lizard,
Lizard.
Lizard! Oh, that one counts. I return with wet nuts. It's very tragic. Straight. My guns slinging. Yeah! Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Ah! One more time. Pew, 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 pew. Jesus Christ, dude. The 360 no scope edit. Oh my. Uh-oh. Who's yelling at me? Someone's yelling at me. Ah, scary. Ah! Come at me, I fucking dare you. Come on. Come on. Don't make me do it. I can also do.
The rocket is
As lore historian, I proclaim you streamer and head mod. That's cute. Time to make the donuts. Suck my butt sucker. I've been to Reno, bitch. Kill, baby, kill, kill. A lot of people were doing it. Suck the big one. You know how to jet. I think we could implement some of those on my armor. Probably don't need any more of that. Here we go.
This is a police.
Whoa! Holy shit! Oh wow! Whoa! Father's Day is this Sunday in Canada too, but we Canadians are used to being forgotten about. Oh no, Lit, that's so depressing. Don't say that. Yummy water. Hi, Cootie. Sorry. And Ryuji is Cal's adopted son. That's true. Actually, please wish me a happy Father's Day.
Sorry, him right there.
I am the father. I am the father.
I'm eating a burrito.
Tau-Chan likes.
I hope it's not too loud for me to eat a burrito. Here we go. Oh, wait, shit, sorry. Oh, you're still. Wait, well, sorry, we'll go back. Sorry. Sorry, I forgot you're in the middle of.
Finish any 5-hour
You're in the middle of that. Sorry, my bad.
Hours.
Sorry. Continue your guessing.
Hey,
Hello.
That remark. Oh, public execution for him by your machetes, Tau. True. Let's fucking go. We can. This can be arranged.
Okay, Tau, we can't hear you masticate. Good. Not in this case. Earlier you could. I was eating chips, so the mastication was intense.
Oh, banana.
What is in the burrito?
Horse
Rice, avocado, corn, salsa, red chili sauce, garlic sauce.
Oh my god. There. I have important shit
chicken,
to say. Everyone shut the fuck
beans, lettuce,
up.
cheese. Num it.
Make me angelic. Fuck you.
Wanna head back?
We should go home.
Well done.
Oh, that's amazing. Fixie! Hi there, fabulous Fixie. Let's do the save dance. Needle?
What are you doing?
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, that wasn't very
Sorry. Almost sleep perfect. Very good work, everyone. Absolutely. Powerhouses. I'm going to have to give you one-handed uppies because my other hand is upping a burrito to my mouth. Uppies for you, Patricia. Uppies for you, Austin. Uppies for you, Nix. Uppies for you, Talon. Oh. Now I can go zonk time. Oh, all good, Storm Talon. I hope you sleep well and have the sweetest dreams. You may have taken a bite of my burrito! Acceptable. Uppies for you, Umpa! I'm almost done eating and then we can draw some more. I will be careful not to get confused and accidentally vor the pals, Jazza. Thank you for that. I will be very careful. Cutie Cat gets uppies! Cutie Storm gets uppies! Whee! Oh, I did not see the British accent redeem. Oh, thank you, Spartan. I will do that as soon as I am done eating.
Wait, no, birthday massacre just kicked in. I can't sleep yet. No rushes. Burrito more important. Thanks, sweetie. We need to head out soon. May I have my Led Zeppelin song request brought forward? Ooh, Mr. Zeppelin, where are you? Hold on, I will find him. I am searching. I am searching. Ramble on. That will play next, sweetheart. Nix, thank you for the clip. Okay. Time to go. I got a clip too, thanks to Nate. Let's go. Oh my god. Please do post that in the Discord. I will show it to him. Mmm. Air fried dim sum. Yummy. Fuck. My iPad. I'm a little bit worried that it's gonna die soon. It's about, I want to say, it'd be coming up on 5 years old with like 8+ hours of use a day most of the time. I have no idea how long these are supposed to last, but I feel like the battery is fucking up a bit. And the screen sometimes be black. I don't know why. Thank you, Ozzy. Tao makes Nami food noises for 40 seconds. Did I do that for 40 seconds? I didn't think I did it for that long. Holy shit. Time flies when you're insane, I guess. Spartan, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. A girl's gotta eat. It's true. You're absolutely right, Jalapeno. What do you expect me to do? Not eat? Fuck. Ah. That'll be amazing during break time in the coming streams. True. Coming up on 5 years old with at least 8 hours of use every day sounds like my air fryer. Patricia's a hungry girl, okay? May I use this air fryer? What are you making for 8 hours a day? Sorry, that tickled me. That was funny. Back from feeding the kitty and doggos. Yay! I'm sure they were thrilled. I am a very hungry girl. Hey, same. Same, girl, same. Oh my god, please. Fuck. Please. Pretty good line. A pretty good line. Tao, good job, girl. Good job, girl. I'd wager I might be one of the people that eats the most in the pouch. I'm not sure, but I like to eat too. I think I'm one of the people that would like to eat the most in the pouch, but sometimes I forget to eat. And sometimes, but I do eat when I eat a lot. If there's one thing both kitties and doggies enjoy, it's being fed. And cows too. Thylacines are well known for our desire to consume. At family or friendly dinners, I'm the one that goes, if anyone has any food they're not gonna eat, then please consider giving it to me. I'm generally the one who, so remember, I got that American desire to consume the food. And when I'm at home, I will often, so here's an example. Thank you for feeding me, sweet storm. So for example, recently I made a massive thing of really tasty slow cooked like spaghetti bolognese, and when I was boiling the pasta for like the third night, Nath was like he was like, because I said, oh, did you get some more pasta? And he's like, no, that's all I got. And I said, oh, we need more. And he goes, how? There's like 4 serves in there. And I said, oh, I've just been splitting the box between the two of us. And he's like, what? We the same for real, it's true. Yeah, now, lovely Aussie, you wish for a yeeting? A yeeting? Sorry, I'm flailing around too much, freaking it out. One more time. Uppies? There we go. Kaze! Hi, cutie Kaze, how are you? It's good to see you. Oh, I love this song too. Oh, hello? My 1 second, I gotta look at the time. The power. Fuck, everything's about to die. Let's put it in. 1 second. Put it on charge? Yeah, the problem is that because this thing is running out of battery so quickly these days, I'm exhausting my battery pack. But let me see here. This one's got 40% left on it, so maybe. Oh, excuse? Hold on. The American desire to consume. So it is. So it will be. All right, supposedly this is charging. We'll see if it dies. Let me see here. This sounds like The Who. It is indeed. You have this whole album on vinyl. Very cool. I'm good. Been hella busy decorating the new house, but slowly getting there. Having a chill morning before moving heavy furniture. That's awesome, hun. Well, welcome on in and congrats on the move. I love these guys. Are so good. Will getting the battery fixed be an option? I'm not sure because I got my phone battery fixed. But it was $500 and I was like, I don't know if that's worth it, you know? I'm like, yes, it is cheaper than getting an entirely new phone, but like, you know, how many times do you need to replace the fucking battery before you're like, oh, that actually we probably should have just invested in a new phone, you know? Or like how long until the planned obsolescence, you know what I mean? Let's see. Best times by Nothing More be moved up. Of course, hun. Of course. Let me see. Best times by Nothing More. There we go. All right, my dear. That shall play next. Terrific Talent, I hope that you get some really good sleep tonight. This is the second time today someone has added a banger band I know about that nobody else does. I know about them. I love The Who. First it was Blackmore's Night, and now The Who. Oh, we know Blackmore's Night. That's a frequent request from Sue Storm. It's his theme song. Did you get it fixed at a proper phone retailer or phone repair place? Well, there's nowhere in Tassie that's like an actual official like Apple store, so I went to an authorized Apple repair place. Popping in to say hi. Shark Week is here. Hi, sweetest Suritsa. Welcome on and how are you doing? With all the food talk, I'm gonna go nom, as you should, sweetie pie, as you should. Enjoy. Enjoy. Let me make sure this is charging. It is cool. The Who, not to be confused with Who. That's true. That's true. No, this is The Who. I think I have like 5 or 6 songs of these guys. Maybe it'll save me some time if I just, I think this is past the horizon line now. Yep. Okay, so now we'll straighten it out a little more, and a little more, and a little more, and a little more. Which is also a band, but an incredibly different kind. That is true. Doing really well. Just got home from a baseball game, and it was a blast. That's great, hon. I'm so happy that you enjoyed it. Did your team win? Also, not to be confused with Hu Tao, which is a Genshin character. Also, not to be confused with Hu Tao, which is a somewhat odd question to ask here. Yeah, that does seem like a strange one. Hu Tao? Oh, that's me. Sorry, that's me. That's for me. That's So let's read that in order. Hold on. So we have where is it? The Who, not to be confused with The Who. Also not to be confused with Hu Tao, which is a Genshin character. Also not to be confused with Hu Tao, which is a somewhat odd question to ask here. Hi, Tao. Not to be confused with Hi, Tao. I know. Technically, the team I showed up to support lost, but this was their redemption game for me before I jump ship on the team they were playing against. Oh! You're gonna traitorize them. Is that a word? Traitorize them. I'm a Dodgers fan now. Otani won me over. I am so sorry. I don't know anything about baseball. But I'm happy for you. Who is Tau? Oh, hi, Tau. Hi, Spartan. It's good to meet you. I'm Tau. I was having some issues with the prongs that let your phone charge back in 2024. They got so bad that my phone just didn't charge anymore. After doing some research and speaking with Apple, they told me that getting the charging port fixed would cost me $112 and take 48 hours. And they flat out said, maybe consider getting a new phone. I then went to a phone repair outlet at my local shopping center. It cost $30 and took an hour, and it still works perfectly. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, no, it's kind of limited out here. I think if I lived across the Bass Strait, it'd probably be a bit easier, but tragically, not a lot of options out here. Alrighty. Shohei Ohtani. I know that name. Why do I know that name? Famous player, obviously. All you need to know about baseball is they hit the ball with the stick and then they run around and around for a little bit. That's pretty much what I know about it. I still regularly misspell Hu Tao's name as Hu Tao. Yeah, another example of how you have impacted me. I'm grateful. It's like how since I was a youngster, I used to spell fairy instead of the American way of F-A-I-R-Y, F-A-E-R-I-E, because I played Neopets, which is British. Or European, at least. Actually, I don't know. Are they British? Not to be confused with Hui Jia Dao, which is a type of Chinese short sword. Sports ball goes sports. Football still going on until the middle of July. I'm a White Sox fan, so I've been through a roller coaster of emotions this baseball season. Oh, I'm sorry, cutie cushion. Sleepy time for you, Terrific Talon. Thank you so much for hanging out, and thanks for your patience as we approached your song. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We will hopefully see you on Sunday for some Persona. This is a cumbia track. Like it. No, they're good emotions. Oh, I'm happy for you, Caution. Sorry, I am not as involved in sports as I think some people would like if I was. This stair is not the appropriate angle. I will have to bring it down further. How about there? Okay, on second thought, I think that's also too. I need to bring the whole step forward, I think. Let me see. There's a puppy. Hi, puppy. Hi, puppy. Little dog. He's so cute. In cricket, it's quite different. You see it in cricket, they hit the ball with the stick and then they just run around for a little bit. Completely different game. It also takes a lot longer. Little puppy dogs. Little puppies. Being from the state of hockey and having no championship in the field of hockey is also baffling. There are more championships in places like Florida and North Carolina. Oh, interesting. Good mane to the puppy. Yes, hello, puppy. The pal say hello, puppy. Hi, baby. He wags his tail at you. He wags his tail at you. Little.
Does everyone know about Neil the Seal?
Yes,
He's back.
The pals know about Neil the Seal.
Good.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
He's our pride and joy. Besides Tao.
Well, don't touch Neil the seal. Actually, don't touch me either. But
No, don't leave Neil. He's doing his thing, but we love Neil.
he is cute. He's a cute big boy. He's what, a ton?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a big teenager. Hold on, I just realized something. All right. Cricket is also a matter of national pride. In the 1980s, England lost to Australia in one match of Test cricket, and every newspaper in Britain declared English cricket has died and the body is to be cremated and given to Australia. This tradition of England and Australia playing in Test cricket has evolved to become the Ashes. Is that actually what it's? Is that what it's? I've heard that name before. That's so funny. Oh, does a goose. Oh, shit. Okay. That is genuinely where it comes from. That's really funny. They reported burned the stumps and those ashes are in the trophy. Jesus Christ, it's so dramatic. Dramatic. Oh, 1890s, not 1980s. That would be funny to see a deep-rooted tradition to be only 46 years old. Yeah, that would actually be very funny. But yeah, okay, 1890s. Yeah, that tracks. Ow. Shit, sorry. I just hit my head on my microphone while trying to go and pet the dog. All right. Oh, hello? No. What was what? When I hit my head on the microphone? Ooh, that was a pretty good line. Not good enough, but pretty good. Hi, baby boy. What is it? What is it, little baby angel? My little sweetie pie. My little sweetie dog. He's hiding under the desk because he doesn't like when people shower, so. Hi. Little puppies, it's okay. It's okay. Damn. Fuck. Hmm. But yeah, cricket for the Commonwealth slash former empire is like football for Latin America. Oh, I see. Oh, you crave the ASMR return. Shit. All right, Sooty. Let me go and turn that on for you. Alrighty. ASMR. This is a 2 or 3 minute one, I think. All right, hun, that is on, and that is oh, it's 5 minutes. It's 5 whole minutes. Okay. That is live for you, my dear. Shit, do you know what I forgot for the last, like, half an hour? Spartan, are you still here? I'm so sorry. I'm actually, because I took so fucking long, I'm literally gonna give you 10 minutes. You get 10 minutes of British Tau because I am a terrible human being. I'm a pretty good Thylacine, but I'm a terrible human being. That was terrible. That was also really bad. I'm also not much of a jokester, as it turns out. Thank you so much for your patience. I'm so sorry. In the 1940s, El Salvador and Honduras went to war over a World Cup match. Did they really? People in their sports, mate, they matter a lot. Perhaps my best bet is if I do half and half of this particular. Yeah, you could almost say it was terrible. You almost could, yes, indeed. It was called the Football War and lasted for 3 days and involved a full-scale invasion of Honduras. My goodness, that is that is something. Did anyone die? Hopefully everyone is all right. Hopefully they regained their wits. Thought was too late. Kaze, now I go die inside of it. My country is not your fashion. What do you mean? Okay, so I did the math. I have to save up 46,000 kernels for 1 hour of ASMR post-redeem. Do you really need an entire hour? Suri, is that not a little bit much? This is why I fund the ASMR mic. Well, see, if you fund the ASMR mic, darling, we will do an ASMR stream, like, without you having to save up for it. Wouldn't that be bloody brilliant? I need videos for my EP time playlist. I do actually owe you guys an ASMR video from the subathon. So that's already owed to you. Don't worry. Don't worry. I hate how close the accent is to Southern English accent. I would like to see you attempt a Scouse or proper Yorkshire accent, because this is the go-to accent for people trying to be British. I kind of got this accent approved. I got this accent approved by several of our other British viewers, so I'm not too concerned about its inaccuracy. But because a lot of the characters that I play, when people are looking for a voice actor to do a British accent, this is often what they're looking for. And so I trained in this one in particular. I'm a big fan of Manchester, personally. Manchester, see, that's part of the problem. I can't decipher, like, specific British accents. I kind of just, I can decipher a variety of different American accents, but I'm not, because I didn't live in in the UK for any period of time. I just visited. Yeah, I didn't spend enough time around different parts of the UK to determine which is which, unfortunately. Let's see. Scoose. Oh, scouse. Oh, I've never even heard that before. It's too bad we don't have geeks here. He would help me understand these references you're making. Quite a few people died. 107 El Salvadorians and 19 Hondurans. Goodness, that's quite tragic. Wow, in 3 days. Ram, hey sweetheart, thank you so much. And Astronaut, welcome on in. How are you doing, darlings? It's a pleasure to see you. Can you do a Liverpool British accent? Not intentionally. Sometimes, if you guys combine different accent redeems, sometimes I've been told that it can sound a bit Liverpool, but I don't know what the I don't know how to do it off of the top of my head. Thank you for the head pat, jalapeno. Thank you, darling. Let's see. Scouse is the Liverpudlian accent. Oh, is it really? So that's what it's actually called. Interesting.
Oh
okay.
my god. What?
Ah, sorry! Darling! Mwah. Thank you so much for contributing to our ASMR microphone, darling. I so appreciate it. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you. Geordie has a good accent in fairness, funny to listen to. Where is Geordie from? Scouse accent is very nasally and a lot of phlegm in the words. If you want a challenge, you could attempt a Scottish accent. I think we all saw my Scottish attempt yesterday. It was quite poor. 4 days, actually. And I got the decades wrong. It wasn't the 1940s, but the 1960s. And was spurned on by Honduras beating El Salvador in a qualifying match for the 1970 World Cup. Interesting. Okay. Geordie is Newcastle and that surrounding area. Okay, I see. The other one that people are quite fond of is oh bloody hell, I forgot her name. It's the Queenie accent, but clearly it's a bit modeled after the lady who played McGonagall. And that's the other one that I do. Maggie Smith, that's the one. Thank you. That's her name. But anyway, that's more for the comedic purposes. I have not been hired for a voice acting role that involved that in a serious way. Newcastle in England, not Newcastle in New South Wales. Yes, yes, I kind of assumed since we're talking about England. Fair point. Thank you so much, Sina Soritsa. I really do appreciate the incredibly generous contribution towards the free space binaural microphone. It means the world. Thank you. What have I just come back to? I leave for 5 minutes to make lasagna for breakfast, but I come back to that. Well, I'm just showing you my various voices that I've used in paid productions, darling. Right, let's see. See if we can make this just a tad more. Nope. Breakfast lasagna is bold. I respect that. It's I do like a bit of lunch for breakfast. Lunch or dinner for breakfast? I am down for. Breakfast for lunch or dinner? Not for me. Not for me. I wanted to clarify to avoid any confusion. Understood. Understood. don't like lasagna personally. I don't know why. It can just get a bit overwhelming for some reason. It's a very heavy dish, particularly if you are having a lasagna that's like prepared with oh fuck, what is it called? That very bechamel. Delicious, very heavy. I actually can't go out for lasagna. I make a really lean lasagna and I don't use bechamel. I use like feta and mozzarella. And even that is quite sturdy, but yeah, no, I can't eat it out. It is too much for me as well sometimes. Thank you for the care package, Spider. I appreciate it. In all fairness, I need to make sure to eat enough this morning because no food in the new house. So bulking up calories while still at the flat. That's a good idea. I want to eat some mozzarella ball. Oh my god, I can't. I can't stand like just fucking cheese. Timer's up. Just straight raw dodging the ball out of the bag. Oh, shit. Hold on. My pen. There we go. And top of that, just don't like the taste of most lasagnas, but I love most kinds of pasta. That's fair. That's fair. That's not how a stare works. What is stare? What is a stare? Damn, when I did the sketch, I didn't think about what the supports were going to be for underneath the stairs. I was just like, oh, it'll just be marble. I do love that the majority of Italian food we enjoy around the world is basically peasant food that hasn't changed much in the last few hundred years. Well, there's a reason it's so damn good. Ren! Pizza is probably the most famous example. It was literally considered poor person food, only for the lowest of the low back when it was first a staple food item for common people. And now you see people comparing whether their $80 pizza slice with caviar is better or worse than the $15 slice that's 3 feet long. Pasta sauce is only 400 years old. This is due to the fact that tomatoes are not native to Europe and instead are found in the Americas. Interesting. It was only after a party where margarita pizza was served and named after the queen of the king hosting the party that it fell in vogue with everyone else. Really? Is that where margarita comes from? Interesting. Oh, I've never even thought about where that name might come from. And that's what we call gentrification and appropriation. Ta-da! Was David Bowie high when he made this song? I'll tell you what is good as a bread. Bloody fairy bread. Like, goddamn, I had it when I was in Oz, and now the friend who is moving in with me, who is born in Oz, is claiming that has to be the first meal we eat when properly moved in. I have tried fairy bread. I haven't really found the appeal, but that's okay. I also haven't found the appeal of Vegemite. Do not like Vegemite either. Margarita pizza set the formula. It's also why pizza today is mostly served with tomato sauce. Back when it was peasant food, pizza was more bread with whatever junk you could find and put on top. Things like fruit pizzas weren't uncommon. Oh, that sounds gross. But that's probably just because I'm not used to it, right? I gotta plug in my phone. Why did I not set up? Oh, the dog is laying on my other charger too. Hold on a sec. Oh, hi, baby. Do you need to go out? Can I have that? Oh my God, he's laying on it. 1 second. Can I have that? Hi. Oh boy. Good boy. Go ahead. Okay. Oh, fuck. Hi, buddy. I think for me and the friend, it's autism brain. So good. Milo and Tim Tams are goated as well. Milo and Tim Tams are goated. Do agree with that. We don't get Milo over here, which is a real shame. That is a shame. Your friend should bring some back with them. Word of advice for eating fairy bread: it is best enjoyed when younger than 12 and or drunk. I think that's where the problem lies for me. I first tried it when I was neither under 12 nor drunk. Buddy, can you decide where you want to go, please? Little baby. Okay, at least that's charging now. Let's see. Margherita Pizza is indeed named after Queen Margherita, wife of Umberto I, King of Naples, and later the King of Italy. And don't get me started on bloody Vegemite. I was told it tasted like chocolate? Oh my God, that's worse than what happened to me. Oh my God, I was never told that it tasted like chocolate. I was just told, this is how we eat this, and they gave me a fucking tablespoon. I think I probably should have gone to bed a couple of hours ago, but I'll settle for now. Take it easy and or peasy. Oh, thank you, Jalapeno. It's been a pleasure to have you, hon. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. The Dutch independently invented their own kind of fairy bread, but using special chocolate sprinkles instead of just hundreds and thousands. That sounds pretty good. I do like a chocolate sprinkle. My friend lives over here full time. They were born in Oz and moved over here when they were a little child, and now they're a full-blown Brit. Oh, okay, gotcha. Gotcha. It may look like chocolate, but it's not even close to chocolate. It's a beer byproduct, that's right. All yeast, all the time. Naples is also where we get the word Neapolitan, as in the ice cream. Yeah! All right. Oh my God. Ugh! I hate how fickle this thing is. It's very salty. It is. It's extremely salty. And I'm not a salty person. I don't particularly like salt, so. You will find that although all roads lead to Rome, many more lead to Naples. I just realized I have a little goober with my name on it on the stream. I want him. He lives in my pocket now. We're going on adventures. That's good. Bring your pal with you everywhere. They do love some experiences. They love adventure. You have to keep them safe, though. Otherwise, I'll confiscate them. Don't make me confiscate your pals. They must be treated with reverence and love. And they also must visit stream every so often. This is what they eat. Oh my God, fuck. I wanted to put him through the washing machine. Much shame. I'll confiscate him. I saw Tim Tams at Costco the other day. I didn't know they carried international candy. Tim Tams are becoming kind of a regular thing in the US. A lot of my friends back there have mentioned that they've found Tim Tams of all sorts of flavors now, which is great. I think I'll fall if I walk on those stairs. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. There are many of them. There are many of them. Waiting for you to fall upon them. While I'm sitting safely in the car off to the side of the road, I share my love to you, the mods, and every pouch pal. Have a stellar weekend ahead, you guys. You as well. Amazing, Aussie. Tim Tams are the best. I have some in my fridge. They are very good. If you worry about falling when walking on stairs, use the handrail. That's true. This one has 2 handrails, but one of them only starts when you're like a quarter of the way up. Oops. Big muscle girl song. It's true. Kiss them guns. Just a little bit of mwah. Or alternatively, mwah. Make sure the handrails are actually screwed in. Yeah, these ones are carved from like magical marbles, so I think it's okay. Muscle girls, best girls, including my husband. I think I've hit the wall. I'm gonna call it a night here. Absolutely, lovely Red. Thank you so much for hanging out for so much of today. I really appreciate it. And thank you again. I need to remember to do this even when you guys are leaving, but thank you so much for the support on Patreon. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good one wherever you all may be. Thank you, sweetheart. Sleep wonderfully well. Have the sweetest dreams. We'll see you again soon. But they were magical is the #1 thing heard from clients at Tau and Tau's mystical injury law firm. I didn't know they could hurt me. They're magical. I have to stay hydrated. You do as well. No, juice doesn't count. Okay, I just drank some water. Gonna drive home, detour to KFC for a frozen Mountain Dew. Enjoy. Awesome, Aussie. Enjoy. Drive safe, hun. Oh, fuck. I can't believe I've done this. Hold on. I don't know about safe, but I'll take your word. Please try. Attempt safety. Question of the day, are there any games you want to replay on stream? I would like to replay Witcher 3 one day on stream. My favorite game, and I would love to give you guys a taste of how favorite it is. It's disheartening seeing so many American-style suburbs with no commercial heart other than a single shopping center being built in the western outskirts of Melbourne or Geelong. Like, living in them just doesn't look appealing, especially when compared to where I currently live. Like, where are all the trees? Where's the nature? Where are the corner stores? Where are the large parks for walking or biking? That is really sad. That is really sad. Love this song, Liv. How are you gonna play Amsterdam 1666? I have no idea what that is. What is that game, Jasmine? Ooh, they put out the dub trailer for the next for the Star Wars anime coming out next month. Wait. Really? Is there a Star Wars anime coming out next month? What's it about? Where does it go? What who does it follow? What era? What planet? What the
I have to know! H may save. Amsterdam is an action-adventure video game developed by Panache Digital Games and spearheaded by Patrice Desilets? One of the original creators of Assassin's Creed. Interesting. I'm not a big Assassin's Creed player, so I'm not sure. Where are all the brick Australiana houses? Why do all the houses look the same? Where's the character? Where's the individuality? Yeah, I feel you, hon. I feel you. It's a full series sequel to one of the shorts they put out in the Star Wars Visions shorts over the last few years. So a like 20-minute short film is getting a full series. Sort of neat. That's really cool, just because of like the positive reception. Don't talk to me about anime. I'm still salty. I feel empty. I finished season 2 of Devil May Cry. Oh. And finished Freerun, and now nothing else to watch. If I may, you should totally watch Witch Hat Atelier, and if you like really like violent shonen anime, you should also watch Hell's Paradise. And if you haven't seen Link Click, you certainly should watch that too. Patricia's excited. I was expecting you to say Noragami. I want to say Noragami as well, but I feel like I say Noragami all the time, so now I'm like, oh, Link Click. Also, I'm not really sure. I would recommend Link Click to anybody. Noragami, I feel like you have to be a certain type of person for me to recommend it to you. Because a lot of the people I recommended it to who are shonen fans thought it was too slow and funny and like silly. And then a lot of the people who were like, oh, I really like you know, slice of life type stuff and like goofy, silly stuff, they said it was too serious. So I was like, oh, well, I don't know who to, I'm not going to recommend it to everyone then. What was the first one? It was Witch Hat Atelier. Great show. It is stunningly animated. Easily one of the best animated shows for a long time. You have seen Hell's Paradise though? Okay. I pulled over just to say clack clack. Lemony! Hi there, lovely Lemony. Welcome on in. You wanted to say I love the Thylacine theme. You're from Tassie! Fellow Tasmanian! Hello, sweetheart. It's such a pleasure to meet you, Lemony. That's so exciting. Oh, thank you so much for coming in and saying hi. Wonderful, wonderful to have a fellow Tasmanian in the chat. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. How's the weather out there? I haven't gone outside much today. Noragami is already on my watch list because my ex loves the manga, and the manga was cool to read. The manga's fantastic. I do love the manga. I do love the manga. Oh, that's so sweet for Lemony to pop in. The first short came out in 2021. Then they put out another last year from production IG that did Ghost in the Shell and Psychopaths. Oh, cool! Wow, those are big ones, big IPs. The Ninth Jedi. I think only one other of the shorts got a second episode. Not sure if they'll do more with that one too. Okay, cool. That's fucking sick though. Speaking of Tasmania, I found out that Neil is about Neil the Seal today. You just found out about him. Oh my god. Yes, he is visiting us for his yearly molt at the moment, and people are being irresponsible about interacting with a 1-ton animal. I'm in Melbourne for work currently, but my parents say it's as cold as ever. Yep, it's true. It's true. I hope that your work trip to Melbourne is going well, lovely Lemony. Are you coming back? But I guess you're probably going to be staying for at least another week, huh? Since it's the weekend. I hope you have a great time in Melbourne. Hope it doesn't get super wet and cold over there too. Yeah, Neil the Seal's a cutie, Nix. Big, chunky seal that likes to hang out here for his molt. Definitely check out Witch Hat Atelier. Yeah. Is Neil the seal that keeps knocking stuff over? If so, I saw this. Yep. Yes. He is. Yeah, he's very cute, but he's also very big. And he's very fast for how big he is. And like we've been getting like flyers and stuff around being like, please do not interact with the seal. Please stay at least 20 meters away at all times.
I'm here long term actually now. Oh, but it means I get to eat lots of good food. That's fair, lovely Lemony. That's fair. Melbourne does have some banging food, I must confess. I do like a lot of the bread stuff over there. Mjolnir is such a great experience every time we go to. Then you know the one? You do indeed. But that's really cool, Lemony. It's a pleasure to see you. Are you a VTuber fan overall, or did you just wind up running across us with that Tasmania tag? I love that the local council and authorities also call him by name. So all the signs specifically say, please do not feed Neil. Yep, it's true. It's true. Breakfast lasagna was an absolutely amazing choice. Well done, Cutie Kaze. Well done. Neil the Seal. Jasmine. YouTube series? No. He's an actual living seal. A bit of both. My partner streams FF14, so I'm on Twitch a lot, and I love VTubers. Oh, that's fucking sick, lovely Lemony. How good. I love that your partner streams FF14. We stream FF14 too. We're probably way further behind than your partner is, because I've only just started Heavensward, but I intend to play through all of the MSQ for all of the expansions. So that's really cool. That's very, very cool that your partner streams Final Fantasy 14 as well. And I'm so glad to have another person who loves VTubers here. I do play 14. Yeah, we love Heavensward. Oh, fantastic. Yes, please no spoilers as we've only just started it. But yes, I'm loving Final Fantasy 14. Very much so. Very, very much so. How long have you and or your partner been playing FF14, Lemony? Been playing for more than half a year, but still on one of the first expansions. It's true. It's true. I do get through things very slowly. I took many, many breaks along the way, so I finally recently caught up on the MSQ. My partner's been playing since like Stormblood's release, though. They're a huge raider. They're progging the new raid lately. That's awesome. How good, Lemony. That's so cool. I started in WoW. I was a big WoW person since like vanilla. Oh, sweetheart, thank you so very much, darling, for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. Hold on. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so very much for the follow, darling. And Loner, did you oversleep? Wait, actually, yeah, you did. What time is it? Is it like 11 in the morning? Tau just finished a Realm Reborn Hildebrand storyline. It was great fun with a lot of voices. Yes, that's another thing. I'm a professional voice actor, so any game that doesn't have voiced dialogue, I voice it. And so we did all of Hildebrand with like the most ridiculous voices. 11 a.m. Look at me go, Loner. I remembered, I know your time zone. Over a year already, and I didn't realize. Gonna be my 2-year anniversary here in a few weeks. Amazing, precious Patricia. And how time has flown. 30 minutes late to work. Loner. Well, shit. Oh, sweetest Sonny! Sweetheart, that is so fucking kind of you. Thank you so very much, darling, for gifting that sub to the lovely Lemony. Thank you for your generosity and support of a fellow pal. Thank you, darling. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you, sweetest Suri. Thank you. Thank you, honey. You're one of us now. It's true. Lemony was a Tasmanian tiger a while ago, being from here and all. Yay! Lemony, I hope that you enjoy the ad-free viewing and the handmade emotes. But it's a pleasure to have you, darling. I hope that you you have a wonderful time in Melbourne, and whenever you feel like coming back down to little old Tassie, you know, you got some pals out here. I got a dip to go sort some of the stuff for movings. Chat, stay safe. Tau, minimal shenanigans. Chat, stay hydrated. Have a good one, Cutie Kaze. Best of luck with your move. And we shall see you hopefully later. Have a good one. I've missed being here so much. I hope you know how much I appreciate your presence and how much you brighten my day. Oh, sweetheart, the feeling is mutual. I really appreciate it. Thank you for returning to us after so long. I must away for stream now, but thank you very much for the warm welcome, Tassie Devils. Thank you so much, lovely Lemony. Appreciate you. It was a pleasure to meet you. Hopefully we will have the pleasure of your company again in the not too distant future. Have a great night. Stay warm, stay dry, and we'll see you later. Have a great weekend. Ciao! And welcome home, amazing Aussie. How are you? We made a new friend who's Tasmanian. Isn't that cool? Oh, shit. I just realized we need to turn off Ritz. I'm a little bit late. Well. Phew, okay. I haven't realized that I said, see you in 8 hours. Here I am, 8 hours later. It's true. It's true. See, at least you got 8 hours of sleep. That's what's important. Glad to have another Tassie here. Yes, indeed. We need the mayor of Hobart following now. Go submit that to them. Go submit that to them. I'll attend a council meeting. Oh, that's very funny. Oh, hello? Surprisingly, it wouldn't be the first time I saw an official VTuber for a given island. Really? Oh, wait, are you talking about like Iron Mouse for Puerto Rico? Because I know that because she's so massive, she is like the poster girl for PR. Hopefully you can get funding from Screen Tasmania as a member of Tasmania's entertainment industry. That would be so cool. I have no idea what's involved in that, but I feel like it would require some like a petition or something. I don't know. I just remembered a joke I made a few streams ago. TauTassieTiger. That would be funny, like an alternative Tau. Okinawa. Oh, Okinawa has an official VTuber named Uinema. That's cool. Does that VTuber belong to like Hololive or something, or are they indie? I feel like they'd have to belong to a corpo to be in Japan. As like an official one. Twitch or YouTube? Most streamers do both, I think. Even we do both, just not on art days. Art days are a Twitch exclusive. The air horn. Puerto Rican Twitter has already agreed that if PR ever becomes independent, Iron Mouse will be one of its first presidents. That would be sick. That would be so sick. Yeah, this literally just gets stuck right behind that. Okay. Interesting. She doesn't belong to any of the big corpos, I don't believe. Her streams are a huge scene, are on a huge screen in Kokusaidori. That's so cool! What? That is amazing. That's sick. 360 no-scope moment. Yeah, exactly. Bah, 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 bah. All right, cuties. She is run by the tourism body of Okinawa itself. Oh, interesting. That's so cool. It's nice to hear that Iron Mouse has gradually progressed to being able to walk again after being essentially bedbound for such a long time. Yeah, no, she's recovering really, really, considering everything that she was told and everything she's been through. She's recovering incredibly well. Oh my god, please. All right. I think we're going to do listen to one more song, and then we'll finish up for the night, cutie pies. Officially 8 hours into our stream. Being as apolitical as I possibly can, the Japanese Communist Party has its own VTuber. Iron Mouse is an inspiration. Yeah, she's incredible. She is amazing. No, don't leave me, Tao! Don't worry, lovely Lith. While I'm not going to be streaming it tomorrow, I am actually going to be on Sean the Human's stream tomorrow. We're going to be doing some Mecha Chameleon or whatever it's called. I'm going to try that with him and a few other Aussie VTubers. So that should be fun. Man, Kira playing is just pain. I was so sad to see Japan lose against Brazil a couple of days ago. That's a lovely stream. Thank you so much for it. Thank you guys so much for joining me. It's been nothing but a pleasure as always. And one more time, thank you so much, you guys, for the absolutely outstanding show of support that you guys have provided to me today. I am so I am still in awe. Thank you so much for the gifts on Throne, for the incredible contributions to the chargeback protection, not protection, but the fund, to hopefully allow me to start, taking commissions and using PayPal again. Yeah, I have no words. And thank you so very much also for the incredible show of support with the subs as well. Thank you. Mecha Chameleon is hilarious. I'm so excited to play it. And because you're an artist, you'll have a legitimate edge. Apparently, Sean specifically invited people who have like creative artsiness to try and apparently he's planning on being owned by us. I'm not sure. We'll see. But let's head over here. Glad it was a good stream. Have an equally good evening. Thank you. I'm gonna go take some deep breaths and chill out a little bit after over 8 hours of streaming. And thank you so much for the raid, Sweetest Save. I always really appreciate seeing you here. It's been such a joy. Also, hey, while we're at it, thank you so very much to our other raiders, which was Amazing Aussie, Radical Rapid Striker, Sweetest Save File 17, The Jacked Ram, Wonderful Whitechapel, and Zealous in Infinity. Thank you guys so much for the support. Last but not least, massive thank you to our top tier patrons, which are the lovely Red Tempestas, amazing Umbra Kit 31, Yummy Yuki, we know Yummy Yuki, you already know, Cutie Catasax, and the lovely Lavender Rose. Thank you so much for the support, you guys. It really does mean the world, and I could not appreciate it anymore. Especially with everything else going on, I am so eternally grateful. Let me see who we can go and see. I definitely want to go see an artist today. Bye. Go rest till I get. Thank you, lovely loner. It was so cool to see you before you went to bed and then after you woke up from bed. Miyazaki is actually doing a speed run of a cute little VTuber model, so I think we're gonna go and see Miyazaki. All right. Stream ends right as the song I requested comes on. Yeah, that's true. Let me see here. Yeah, it's okay. We'll put it on pause and then we'll restart it from the start on Friday next week. Cutie pies, our next stream on this channel will be on Sunday. We are going to be continuing our playthrough of Persona 5 Royal for the first time. So if you'd like to join us for that, that'd be cool. I mean, that'd be really cool. Don't you think? That'd be really cool. All right, cuties, we're gonna go and see lovely Miyosaki, and thank you so much again for the amazing support, kindness, patience, raiders, contributions, subs, biddies, did you call me Red in the Patreon message? No, Ozzy, did you sub for the top tier during the stream? Red, I've got 5 people on here from the start of stream, which was for the top tier, which was Red, Yuki, Kata, Umbra, and Laugh. Did you upgrade to the $30 tier, Ozzy? And some uppies for my precious pals, uppies. Yes, good pals, good pals. Bye-bye, pals. Thank you so much for joining us, precious Pocky. I really appreciate it. It's been a joy to have you as well. All right, cuties, on that note, we're gonna go and see lovely Miyasagi, and if you're going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. Make sure you take the best care of yourselves, because you know that I would take the best care of you. And until Sunday, or if you want to come see me tomorrow on Sean's channel, ciao. Mwah.